Welcome to the Encore Audio Archives YouTube channel. I'm Taper Dave, and this is my channel. I've uploaded hundreds of talks here that I've recorded at meetings in West LA, and I've also recorded conventions starting in 2013. I've got a bunch of those up. And Walt and Mary Murray, the original owners of Encore Audio Archives, started the company in the 80s, and Walt recorded Joe and Charlie's and a bunch of stuff down in Vista, California. My sobriety date is June 20th of 1994. I hope you find something you like, so please like and subscribe to my channel and comment down below. If you want to hear something that I don't have or that you don't see, I'll see that I get it. Anyways, take care and have a great day if you want to.
Jesus Christ. There is a principle which is a bar against all information, which is proof against all argument, and which cannot fail to keep a man in everlasting ignorance. That principle is contempt prior to investigation. Good evening, my name is Hugh Douglas. I'm an alcoholic. That little quotation out of the big book, A Spiritual Experience, is one I like to start off all these talks with. And I do it tonight especially because there are a lot of people who feel that they will have difficulty living by principle. Living by principles is not the problem. It's the principles we've lived by. That's the problem. I don't intend to use all of these pieces of literature I have, but I think they're very important to what I'm going to say for the next 3 or 4 weeks, because what you're going to hear is one man's opinion, not the way it should be, but the way it has been so far for me. This is the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. It is a copy of one of the originals. It is one of the originals. It's called the Big Book because it's a damn sight bigger than this book. It was printed this size because Bill felt he'd have a lot of trouble selling it unless he could make it worthwhile to the people who bought it. So I printed it on heavy paper. Didn't put a hell of a lot in it. In fact, it's almost the same as this one. And that's where we got the name Big Book. Now, I don't know why that's important to you, but it sure as hell was important to me. This is a copy of the original monolith that was sent to all the members of Alcoholics Anonymous before this book was printed and published. And there is a little disclaimer in the front of it that says that anyone who receives this, all they have to do is turn it in and they will be given a copy of this book. And I think it's important for what I want to say for one reason. It is totally different than the big book. It is totally different than the blue book. And to show you how different it is, and to dispel any doubt in anyone's mind that there is not more than one way to work this program, I'm going to read you chapter 5 as it was originally written in the original manuscript to Alcoholics Anonymous. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our directions. Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program, usually men and women who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. There are such unfortunates. They are not at fault. They seem to have been born that way. They are naturally incapable of grasping and developing a way of life which demands rigorous honesty. Their chances are less than average. There are those, too, who suffer from grave emotional and mental disorders, but many of them do recover if they have the capacity to be honest. Our stories disclose in a general way what we used to be like, what happened, and what we're like now. If you have decided you want what we have and are willing to go to any length to get it, then you're ready to follow directions. At some of these you may balk. You may think you can find an easier, softer way. We doubt if you can. With all the earnestness at our command, we beg of you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old idea, and the result was nil until we let go absolutely. Remember, you are dealing with alcohol, cunning, baffling, powerful. Without help, it is too much for you, but there is one with all power. That one is God. You must find him now. Half measures will avail you nothing. You stand at the turning point. Throw yourself under his care and protection with complete abandon. And now we think you can take it. Here are the steps we took, which are suggested as a program of recovery. 1, admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable. 2, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. 3, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over the care and direction of God as we understood him. 3, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves, admitted to God, to ourselves, and another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. 6, we're entirely willing to have God remove all these defects of character. 7, humbly, on our knees, ask him to remove our shortcomings, holding nothing back. 8, made a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make complete amends to them all. 9, made direct amends to such people wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. 10, continued to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. Sought through prayer and meditation to improve our contact with God, praying only for knowledge of his will for us and the power to carry that out. 12, having had a spiritual experience. As a result of this course of action, we tried to carry this message to others, especially alcoholics, and to practice these principles in all of our affairs. You may exclaim, what an order, I can't go through with it. Do not be discouraged. No one among us has been able to maintain anything like perfect adherence to these principles. We are not saints. The point is that we're willing to grow along spiritual lines. The principles we have set down are guides to progress. We claim spiritual progress rather than spiritual perfection. Our description of the alcoholic, the chapter to the agnostic, and our personal adventures before and after have been designed to sell you 3 pertinent ideas. A, that you're alcoholic and cannot manage your own life. B, that probably no human power can relieve your alcoholism. C, that God can and will. If you are not convinced on these vital issues, you should reread the book to this point or else throw it away. Now, anyone who tells you there is only one way to work any of these steps obviously does not know that at least 3 books have been printed, each one somewhat different, and each individual does these things somewhat uniquely to themselves. There are many ways to follow this spiritual path. Tonight we'll talk about 3 steps, 1, 2, and 3. I can't, he can, so let him. We'll talk about honesty, open-mindedness, and willingness. This book says many of them do recover, and they're talking about some of our friendly neurotics. If they have the capacity to be honest, and most people have misconceived what that particular statement means, and that it is a cure for neurosis, it is not. If you do not take a drink of alcohol for 1 year and follow that by 25 years or even 30 years, and you come back every year, they'll give you a cake with a candle on it. You can be nutty as a fruit cake. If you don't believe me, you can talk to my friend Jimmy after the meeting's over, and I'm sure that in a few minutes he can convince you that that is true. In Alcoholics Anonymous, then, we give out cakes for physical sobriety. We do not give them out for emotional stability. But what about this word honest? Can you honestly admit that alcohol is the biggest problem you have? Or are you still convinced it's her, or him, or they, or them? Are you still trying to solve the world's problems while you drink yourself to death, not realizing exactly what is going on? Now, I read that step the same as all of you have read it, and I would have sworn that it said we admitted we were alcoholic. I would have told anyone on the wet end of a bar that I was an alcoholic. That didn't bother me. But there was one word in there that did. You know what that word was? Powerless. I would not admit that I was powerless over anything or anyone. And I had the background to prove it. I had been in the Marine Corps. I had received one of the biggest medals they put out. And before I got into Alcoholics Anonymous, I had made and spent $963,000, and there was nobody going to tell me that I was powerless. I'd had a series of misfortunate events over which I had little, if any, control. But powerless? No. To say that my life was unmanageable was not true. I didn't really like sleeping in that cardboard box, but that was the only thing I had to sleep in, and besides, it was a damn good box. So to say that I had a little trouble with step 1 would be, well, let's say, would be putting it lightly. But it became necessary once for me to really understand what these steps were trying to say, what they were trying to get across, what they were trying to mean to me. And it didn't come from the book. Really, it came from the doctor's opinion. You know what Chatsworth said about us? He said we're restless, irritable, and discontent unless we can take that drink which we know will bring immediate relief and which we see others taking with impunity. But once we take that drink, as so many do, the phenomena of craving develops, and we're off on a spree, and that this will happen over and over and over. And unless we have some kind of a complete psychic change, there is very little hope for our recovery. Now, you might think that quitting drinking would be enough. All I got to do is plug the jug and everything's going to be all right. Why isn't it? Well, I'm going to tell you, it is in one respect. I don't know how long some of you people have been here, but if you've been here for several years, you have found one thing out, that sobriety at sometimes is all in the hell you've got going for you. And at that time, I'll guarantee you, sobriety better damn well be enough, or you'll come back to this program if you make it back as a newcomer, and you will find out that you are not the center of attention any longer. You will be a failure. An alcoholic can be harder on an alcoholic that slips out of this way of life than any other group of people I've ever met. When someone, and many do, succumb to that desire again, it scares the hell out of the rest of us when we realize how tenuous this thing called sobriety really is. We admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable. You know, that takes a lot of honesty. But it takes something else. In the founding of Alcoholics Anonymous, they figured there were 4 things that were exceedingly important. One of them was called complete deflation. Deflation in depth, hitting bottom. When I come into Alcoholics Anonymous in 1960, the bottom was way down there. Today, we've raised the bottom considerably, and we get people in here now who have had little, if any, problem with alcohol. They still have not had to go to the lengths that some of us had to go, and with Jimmy here, it was even further down. Perhaps that's why his recovery has been, well... But it doesn't make any difference. Whether you've lost all or nothing. Given a little time, you would have lost everything as the rest of us did, because this thing is progressive, and over any considerable period of time, it will get worse, and if you cannot be honest with yourself about that, you're missing the most important part of this whole way of life. Step 1, we admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives had become unmanageable. The 4 concepts that they went with was deflation in depth, conversion, moral regeneration, and spiritual concept. Tonight we'll talk about 2. Deflation in depth. If you take a good, honest look at where the alcohol led you, how can you possibly say that you have any power left where drink is concerned? If you do have that power left, then according to this book, you're simply not an alcoholic. You may be a heavy drinker, but given sufficient reason, you would find that you could quit. Problems of, let's say health. Maybe your wife's going to leave you. Maybe they're going to fire you. I don't know about you, but these are the things that would have caused me to drink. They're not the things that would have discouraged it in any way. And yet still, I had grave difficulty with admitting I was powerless over anything. What about conversion? What's that mean? Are we going to convert you into Catholics or Baptists? Heaven forbid. Are we going to convert you into some kind of another religious concept? No, we are not. But let's take step 2 for a minute and take a good look at it. You know what it says? It says, we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. We came to believe. Now, you will find out that that is somewhat difficult for some of us. I don't know about you, but I'll tell you about me. It was difficult for me because I was not convinced there was a power greater than myself. Even though I certainly had not proven that I could maintain money, I had proven I could get it. I had been told once many years ago, before I ever got into Alcoholics Anonymous, if you're born broke, there's only 3 ways you'll ever get it. Earn it, marry it, or steal it. Well, being a thief never did bother me, so I stole a fair share of it, but I stole it somewhat legitimately. All you got to do is go into business, and the world is your oyster if you can find the right key to the right lock. But I wasn't about to believe that, and besides, I misread that step for a great many years. You know, I thought it said we came to believe in. It does not say that. It says we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Now, in the first place, I want to tell you something else. I wasn't about to stand up before you or anyone else and tell you that I was insane. Until once, I heard a man talking in a meeting, and he told a story that was very, very similar to mine. And when he got all finished with his talk that night, he said, to do the things I have done and believe the way I have believed, I've either had to be insane or stupid. Now, I don't know about you, but to me, insanity has a damn sight more dignity than stupidity. So I became insane. But in becoming insane, I began to try to understand what the hell they were talking about. Suppose we rephrase that somewhat. Let's take sanity as saneness, but let's take it as a sense of humor. Now, if you look around you and you see people who are gravely, emotionally, and mentally ill, what you will find is that they do not have a sense of humor. They're very intense. The more intensity, the deeper the stupidity, the deeper the insanity. So insanity, then, is simply a lack of a sense of humor. And as we begin to learn to laugh at ourselves, we begin to get this sense of humor back. But having been born and raised in southern Missouri in the Baptist Bible Belt, and having been raised in the Baptist church, I really didn't want anything to do with the type of a God they were talking about, for one reason and one reason only, mainly because if he ever found me, he was going to sure as hell get even with me. I think he did find me, I just didn't know it. Something sure as hell went wrong somewhere along the line, I knew. What about faith? You know how many people have trouble with the word faith? It says we came to believe. That's faith, isn't it? And how many times have we had faith in her or him? And something went wrong and we were totally without faith, and we said, I don't believe in nothing or no one. Most of us, when we come into Alcoholics Anonymous, had lost faith in all things human. And if you'd have met some of the ladies I met on this journey through life, you would have lost faith in all things human too, including yourself, if you ever dreamed that you might have picked one of them. My best hope was that they had picked me, but it didn't seem to work out like that too much. But what about faith? Well, you put $1 in that thing tonight, didn't you? You got faith in that dollar, don't you? You believe it'll spend. You believe it'll buy you the things you want to buy you. Faith. How do we get it here? Let me point something out to you. 20-some years ago, there was a man, a New Zealander, who did something that no one before him had ever done. He climbed to the top of Mount Everest. You know, the last time I heard, there was a little Japanese broad with a broken leg climbed to the top of Mount Everest. UCLA sent a whole bunch of school kids up there, and I have no doubt that before long they'll build a highway to the top of Mount Everest. Now answer your question for me. What happened? Is that still the tallest mountain in the world? Did man's ability to climb suddenly become greater? Did we pass through some kind of a magnetic field that says we can now climb like jackrabbits? No. Because one man did, others believed they could, and they did. A little while after that, there was an Englishman by the name of Roger Bannister. You know what Bannister done? He done something no one before him had ever been recorded as ever having done. He run a mile in less than 4 minutes. Today, if there's a little track meet in the Tumna Highway, it's not considered a success unless someone breaks the 4-minute mile. Now, what happened? Is a mile still 5,280 feet? Did man all of a sudden get faster? Or because one man did, other men believed they could, and they did? 2,000 years ago, there was a woman who suffered from a grave illness, and she believed that touching the hem of Christ's garment could cure her. But as she tried to touch it, he looked at her and he said, "You don't need to do that. Your faith has made you whole. You believed you could become well, and you have become well." And Christ said, "You don't need a lot of faith. Just a little tiny bit. Just that of a grain of mustard seed is all you need." 50-some years ago, no one had ever found a successful way for anyone really to recover from this dread thing called alcoholism. In 1933, my father died in an insane asylum in southern Missouri of acute and chronic alcoholism, for which at that time there was absolutely no known treatment of any kind, and he went through the gates of insanity and death. And then one day, one man had an idea, and he explained that idea to another man, and he told him about his life. And Bob sobered up after he got drunk again, never to drink again. And then there were two. And then they talked to an attorney, and there were three. Today, there are almost 2 million people sober in Alcoholics Anonymous because one man did, and other men believed they could, and they did, and it worked. We came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Over these years, I have seen so many try to become a power greater than they could ever be and fail miserably because they didn't understand what step 2 was really trying to tell them. We came to believe that a power greater than ourselves. A humbling experience again, isn't it? It takes an open mind to do this, doesn't it? Suppose you come in here from the Baptist church, or as Jimmy did from the Catholic church, and suppose you have a deep-seated religious conviction. Do you realize that that is probably one of the greatest obstacles to a spiritual concept you could conceivably have? You know, it was a severe shock to me when I found out that God was not Jewish and Christ was not a Christian. And yet that's the way it is, isn't it? No. We came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity, and it doesn't make a bit of difference what kind of a church you belong to, if you belong or if you don't belong. And if you are an atheist, you have a damn sight easier path to follow than I did, because you don't have to get rid of much. I had to get rid of the whole damn Baptist church, and those people are hard to get rid of. In my youth, to the best of my knowledge, not one person in my family ever made love standing up. They were afraid someone would see them and think they were dancing. Now you talk about rigidity, that's rigidity. You have to overcome these obstacles or you'll get tied right back into something that didn't work too well the first time. Alcoholics Anonymous is not a religious approach. Even though we talk of God, it has absolutely nothing to do with any sectarian religion of any kind. And I believe that step 3 will tell you that too. What about this willingness that we talk about? Has your life been so successful that you are content with the way you have lived? Have the results of your life so far been happy, joyous, free, beneficial, lovable, loving, understanding, as the French would say, sans souci, without worry, without care? Has it been like that? Or has it been one of misery, degradation, shame, and humiliation? Has it been one of trying your best to not drink and drinking whether you didn't want to or not? Now, are you willing to turn your will and your life over to the care of God? Or do you still want to go on as you have went? Still trying to approach this thing from the best that you could do? You know, this third step in here, and for a long time I didn't even know the book said that, but it sure as hell does. It says we should take this step with someone who is understanding. I didn't know you had to take that step with anybody. Till one day I read it in there, I hadn't done that, so I thought, well, to hell with it, I'll go do it. Now, I didn't have a wife, and I didn't have a friend, and I didn't have a spiritual advisor in AA, so I didn't really know who to take it with, but I knew a little Unitarian minister up in Santa Paula that I liked rather well, so I decided to go take it with him. I got up to Santa Paula. They'd moved him to Monterey, so I went on up to Monterey to talk to him. And I figured he'd been waiting for me. After all, I was going to come up there and talk to him. And when I got up there, fortunately, he wasn't busy, and we did talk, at least I did, for about 3 hours. And I told this man all of what my spiritual endeavors in this way of life was going to be. And when I got all finished talking, he looked at me and he said, you know, I have read the Bible from cover to cover 3 different times. And chapter and verse, I don't know how many times. And you're the only man I ever heard talk about it that makes it sound like a pornographic piece of literature. He said, if you got up in my church and gave your sermon, my congregation would get up and walk out. And collections haven't been good enough up here as it is. We can't afford you. And then he said, you know, if I got up in your church and gave my sermon, your congregation would walk out too. He said, we in the churches have been remarkably unsuccessful with you alcoholics. He said, so I'll make a deal with you. He said, you go back down there and you tell them your story your way, and I'll stay up here and tell them my story my way, and maybe between the both of us, we can scare the hell out of all of them. And then as I was leaving that day, he said, oh, there's one other thing. He said, you know, if God had wanted you to be Jesus Christ, he'd have made you Jesus Christ. And you know, that opened my eyes to something that I'd been blind to. For many years in Alcoholics Anonymous, I had tried to change me. Always. Trying to be something that I was not. And it occurred to me in driving back from Monterey that day that I had never in my life walked into a bar, said, give me a double shot, tonight I'm going to be me. No. I was going to be an airplane pilot, or a ship captain, or a romantic lead in a movie, or a director, or a casting or something, but I never once tried to just be me. And then I begin to understand what perfection is in God's eyes. When you are being what God meant for you to be, you are perfect, at least in God's eyes, even though I don't believe you would ever be perfect in mine, or I would ever be perfect in yours. Perfection is beyond human comprehension. But isn't it the greatest thing in the world to just be yourself? You know, it's the most wonderful thing in the world, fellas, if you get yourself a relationship with one of these young ladies around here, and you tell her what you see is what you get. No promises. If you don't like it, we can remain friends, but if you do, we can walk along together for a while, and you have nothing to hide from anyone. What you see is what you get. Now, chapter 4 in this book deals with step 2. Chapters 1 and 2 deal with step 1. A half a chapter deals with step 3. And as you go further on to these steps, there's less and less of this book that deals with those steps. It becomes more personal experience. But let's take back a moment to step 2. Suppose you are an agnostic. Suppose you believe only in yourself. I did. I knew all about God, but I believed only in me. And I was living my life as if I was in a room full of mirrors. And every human emotion that went out bounced right back. So if I felt any kind of pity, it was always self-pity. It was always these selfish things. And yet I still tried to develop this self into something this book tells me I should never try to do. How many times have you heard someone say, or you yourself, as I have said, I want to attain self-worth, self-respect, and all of these other uniquely selfish things that if we don't have them, we certainly must get them, and then immediately abandon them? How many times have you seen self-esteem turn into conceit, self-respect turn into arrogance? How many times? This book says, abandon yourself to God as you understand God. Not to recreate what you believe your understanding of God should be. Now, self-respect's a wonderful thing if you ain't got it. But if you got it and keep it very long, it'll ferment on you. You know what step 3 says about this? It says there's a new director. We're not going to run the show no more. We're going to get rid of this selfishness. We're going to drop it. We're going to develop faith. Faith. You're not going to turn your money over to any bank you haven't got faith in. If one of them's going to close its doors, you damn well better believe I'm not going to make a deposit in it, and I think you'd be foolish if you did. But how do we take these things on faith? By losing faith in all things human. Now, most of you, or at least a lot of you, know my wife. I want to tell you right now, I do not trust my wife. I have absolutely no faith in my wife. She, like me and you, are on our honor. I have faith and trust in God. Now, suppose this emotionally disturbed woman decides that she wants a more complete man. And I guess there are some more complete men around here than me. And all my faith and all my trust was tied up in her, and she decided to pull a deep six and take off with somebody else. Where would I be? I'd have no faith and no trust, because I'd once again used a human power which they tell me can do absolutely no good. No, she's on her honor. Now, if she runs off with one of you weird assholes, it's you and she that have to pay the price, not me. And I've had people say, well, what would you do if she threw you away? And for a while, this did pose a problem to me, but then I got to thinking, it would be interesting to see who picked me up, wouldn't it? Now, did I say that I would not be hurt? Did I say that my emotions would be just like this? No, I didn't say that. Emotionally, it would be a son of a bitch, as it has been the last 2 or 3 times this happened to me. And I don't believe that there's any way in the world that I can develop a spiritual way of life that's going to allow me to hit myself on the foot with a hammer and enjoy it. What I do believe that this way of life will show me to do is stop hitting myself on the foot with a hammer if I don't enjoy it. And I've had a lot of people come and tell me, how do I get out of this one? I don't know. How did you get into this one? Alcoholics Anonymous does not offer you any way to get out of trouble. These first 3 concepts offer you a way to stay out of trouble. And if you stay out of trouble long enough, you will find yourself in an emotional snit, because you will be like an old whore that has got her virginity back and you will not know what the hell to do with it. But virginity, like virtue, must be its own reward. And if virginity ever denies itself, it's no longer virginity. As if virtue ever recognizes itself, it's no longer virtue. Now you must be content to be what you are, and it's damn well time then to start being what you are. And then if someone does like you, they like you for what you are, not for what you said you were, or could be, or should be, or ought to be, or anything else. And then when Beverly takes my inventory, I can stand there and smile for about 5 minutes, and then I start taking hers. I've never learned of any way to be immune from the foils and stab wounds of others. Have you? Alcoholics Anonymous has not taught me how to do this. It has taught me how to live my life with dignity, with integrity, and realize that the best I can do in any woman's life is come in third. Because with me it has to be God first, then me, and then those around me in the order of their importance to me. That applies to her too. So the best we can do is come in third. Now why try to be first? Have you ever tried or got yourself a job? Now I'm a pretty fair electrician, and a lot of the people in my union recognize that I'm a pretty fair electrician. You know how I got to be a pretty fair electrician? I stopped trying to be the best electrician there ever was and trying to be the best I could be. To be myself. Whatever that happens to be. Just be yourself. If God created you, are you now going to say that I know more than God knows about what I ought to be? Well, I guess I could say that I should be 6'2", have black wavy hair and deep blue eyes, and I couldn't be married more than 15 minutes. Because you know what I'd do with that? That's right. But God seemed to have another thing in store for me. There was a time some 15, 16 years ago when Bev and I were first going together. She decided to go her own way. And I decided that if I had a chance at all with her, I had to let go absolutely. To turn loose, to let go. And she went her own way for a while. And I was sorely disturbed emotionally. And I had begun to lose faith in God. Now, I know that you know that if you pray for God to bring you a woman, you are putting God in the role of a pimp. But don't we do that quite often? And in this disturbance, I come up to the Gala Nest one night when it was over across the street, and I was secretary of the late night meeting on Friday night at that time. And a friend of mine come in, and I asked him if he'd take the meeting over for me, because this feeling of anxiety that we're so familiar with, it became overpowering. And it was almost as if I knew one of my daughters had been killed in a car wreck. And I had to go home to wait for the telephone to ring to tell me. It was just that kind of a feeling. And I asked Will if he'd take the meeting over for me, and he said, yeah, I'll be glad to. He said, my God, what's the matter with you? You're white as a ghost. I said, I don't know, but I got to go home. He said, you want me to go with you? And I said, no, it isn't necessary, but I got to go. And I went home, and I fully expected the phone to be ringing, but it wasn't. And I walked over to the end table where I always keep a Bible. I still do, incidentally. I want to make that clear. That has not changed. And I picked a book up and opened it, accidentally, of course, to a chapter and a verse in Isaiah. And I read what it said. There were several verses there, but I read this one. And it said, behold, I have chosen thee in the furnace of affliction. And I closed the book up. I laid it down. I thought about it for a minute. I went back up to the nest. The feeling of anxiety had disappeared. And for the last 16 years, I have never known one moment of anxiety. Concern, yes. A little worry from time to time, but no anxiety. I went back home that night, and I picked a book up, and I opened it up and didn't open up to that. Now, I did open up several times to Isaiah, because that's a central book in the Bible. But finally, I read the whole damn book, and there it was in the 48th chapter in the 10th verse, and I read what it said. It said, behold, I have refined thee, but not as silver. I have chosen thee in the furnace of affliction. And I knew what it meant. There's a verse before that that says, I knew thee in the womb. And it's not too complimentary what it says there, so I'm not going to tell you what it says. But I read the next chapter, or the next verse rather, and it closed by saying, I will share my glory with no one. With no one. And I knew that I could never take the credit for anyone else's sobriety, that I could never take the credit for anyone else's well-being, that all I could ever do is share my experience, strength, and hope with you, in that some way you might find something that I too have found and show me something that I have not yet seen. I would hate to think that I am unteachable. Many years ago, before Bev and I were married, and this certainly has not happened since, but it did happen before, I had a couple of girl clients in this way of life. And one of them, Beverly, does not like men talking to women about personal matters. She subscribes to a theory I think was thought up by some of my gay friends that says men with the men and women with the women, but she says it comes from a different source, and I'm not going to argue with her. But this girl wrote me a letter. And in that letter, she said one thing I hope I never forget. And incidentally, she's dead now. She came into the nest about 20 years ago. And she was successful in Alcoholics Anonymous. She died sober. In her letter, she said, you're like a golf pro who knows how to teach the game, but you've forgotten how to play the game. And she was right. I had forgotten how to play the game. We think after a few years of sobriety that we've gained some kind of a great instinct from these first three concepts: honesty, open-mindedness, willingness, faith. No. They are ours to share, not ours to own. No part of this program belongs to any one of us. And the main reason for reading these things here tonight was to tell you that what I say was great for me, it might be hell for you. It might not work for you. I don't know that it will. I did learn many years ago that I'm not an adjustable wrench. I don't fit every nut, and not every wrench fits me either. But there are some I do talk to, and some who listen. And that's all that really matters, isn't it? That some will come. And look at the number of people who came here tonight. The number of people that I have known for a great many years and still showed up, still came. You've heard me say these things one way or another many times, and yet you come back one more time. If this does not instill in us humility, will step 6 or 7 do it? Do we really get the idea that we are the greatest? I hope not. I hope I never do. Alcoholics Anonymous in these three fundamental concepts has given me the cornerstone and the keystone. A keystone to the archway of freedom. And those promises have came true. I know a new freedom, a new happiness. I no longer regret the past nor wish to shut the door on it. For a long time, that promise bothered me. It seemed like an invitation to get away with it one more time. In learning what spirituality meant, I don't believe that any of us ever become spiritual. I haven't found anything in these books that say we will become spiritual. What it does say, we will have a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, and other people's feelings now become important to us, even people we do not like. In practicing these things, I know that you people are not going to believe this, but there are some people in this way of life who don't like me one damn little bit. But by practicing a spiritual principle, I learned something. The same pity I would have felt, I still feel. For them, not me. It is a shame that they waste so much of their valuable time on this planet disliking someone who is not worthy of that dislike. And now I can feel the same pity I always felt, but not for me, for them. Not because they should like me. Maybe they shouldn't. They certainly have that right, don't they? You know how many people before this meeting started was patting me on the back and giving me a whole bunch of bullshit? Well, let me tell you something. Other people's opinion of me is none of my damn business. Whether it is good or bad, it is your business. It is not mine. And you notice I didn't say it was your problem. It may not be a problem to you, although I think it should be if you don't like me. Oh, what Alcoholics Anonymous has taught me, at least in the beginning of these things, was to respect the rights of others. It has taught me, instead of trying to get self-respect, to understand that I am a child of God as you are a child of God. And that you have as much right to be here as I have to be here, whether I agree with you or not, is totally unimportant. I learned that one day, not in AA, but going home. I was driving down Victory Boulevard, and there wasn't any other cars close to me. And I recognized my own insignificance, that if I had not have been there, nothing would have changed. It would have been just the way it was. And how many times have you really got into this and you was going to convince her that you were the one and only, and it never worked? And then after it didn't work, you were damn glad you didn't convince her that you were her one and only, because you seen what happened to the guy who did, and you wouldn't have traded places with him for anything else. And most of us have trouble with God because we instinctively know that what we are wanting is wrong, and God will not give it to us. If he is a loving God, why should he? Why should he give us something that is not good for us? But a friend of mine says it, and he says it very well, and since I ain't here, none of them want to steal it. Did you ever walk along the street with your father when you were a small child with his hand in yours, and all the bullies were there and none of them bothered you? Because they knew better, your dad was along. And your dad said, don't bother them either, kid, because I might not be here the next time. And you begin to understand that you neither provoke nor are provoked, but there is protection. If you need it and want it and are willing to go get it, you can have that protection. And you don't need self-esteem when you're one of God's kids, do you? What do you got? What do you need with this selfish thing, then, if you are going to be a child of God? Why is self-respect so important? If you don't respect a child of God, do you respect yourself or your neighbor? How could you? I like me for what I am. I used to dislike me for what I was not. So I begin to understand what spirituality really means. It's not getting what you want. It's wanting what you've got. that you can do these things only if you are willing to follow these 12 fundamental basic concepts and apply them to your life as they apply to your life, not as they apply to mine. What you heard me read out of this book here is totally different than what was read out of this one. And yet it says fundamentally the same thing, doesn't it? And what applies to you will apply to you in a different way than it will apply to me. And if we all got out of here right now and walked down the street 3 blocks, we'd all see the same thing through different eyes. And some of us would miss something, some of us would see it. Without God in our life, we'd fight about what we saw. With God in our life, we walk away believing you just didn't see what I saw. And thank God you're blind, not me. And isn't that what this thing is all about? Isn't that what this way of life is all about? Isn't that what it's trying to understand, that each of us in our own way are God's kids? That He is the Father and we're the children? None of us have a right to tell any of us that we are wrong. We can only tell one another how we were wrong when we did what you are doing. Maybe it won't be wrong for you. I don't know. I told a baby of mine once a long time ago, a man some of you know named Don R. I said, Don, get the hell out of the rut you're in. You're in a rut. He got out of the rut he was in. He enjoyed life. I decided, hell, it worked for him. It'll work for me. I got out of the rut, almost got killed. No, it didn't work for me, but it worked extremely well for him for quite some time. All I'm trying to tell you is that there are concepts, principles by which we can live. Let's go to step 12 for a moment. Does it say to practice these steps in all of our affairs? Or does it say to practice these principles in all of our affairs? Are you going to constantly be telling someone you're powerless over alcohol because you're coming back holding your hand up as a newcomer? Or are you going to tell them you're powerless over alcohol? That your life is unmanageable, you found a way to be honest about that, and it's never going to be necessary for you to ever take a drink again for the longest day you live, one day at a time. There's one sentence in that third step that is a puzzle, as we understand it. You know, when Burwell put that in there, he told me once many years ago, he said, I didn't put it in there to mean as we created him. If you read chapter 11, it says something very important. It says united under one God. One God. Yet the steps say as we understand it. What the hell they mean? It's a very difficult book to comprehend, I'll tell you that for sure. It starts out by saying, to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered, ends by saying our book is meant to be suggestive only, so it's troublesome. It says God as we understand Him, but it says united under one God. As I've said before, Jimmy's a Catholic, and a good one. I'm a Baptist. I'll leave the judgment of that up to you. One God, many ways. Many ways. And it's not limited to Gentiles or Jews or Protestants or Catholics. It's limited to no one. It is not even limited to the atheists among us. You're as welcome as anyone else. You see, Burwell was an atheist. He remained one all of his life. I asked him once, I said, do you mean to tell me that you have never believed in God? And he said, well, I got a little suspicious once, but that's as far as it ever went. Your belief in God is not important. It is your belief that a power greater than yourself can restore you to sanity. To sanity. Now, instead of trying to get out of trouble, you're beginning to enjoy staying out of trouble. Instead of trying to get away with it, you're getting away from it. And life by this time should have taken on a whole new meaning. You have walked through the archway of freedom. And that pretty well sums up all I intended to say this evening. I'll be back next week with 3 more principles. And I hope to disturb the comfortable. And as a friend of mine said, comfort the disturbed. Thank you all very much.
Now, because this is based on a workshop format, and because I feel that it's only proper for you to state your case or question mine, let's get into that part of it. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to say about what I have said or what they have found, or question any of the statements I just made? Yeah, I'll take a cup of it, and the cigarettes, too. Just cream. Now, I can go on, or we can say the Lord's Prayer. Oh, yes.
I want to interview you again what you had to say about anxiety. You read that phrase from the Bible.
About anxiety? Did you ever notice that when God wants your attention, He'll use whatever you have to get it? Did you ever notice that if you get anxiety about something, what it is an approaching intuition. Intuition and anxiety are identically the same thing, except one of them you have a spiritual background, the other one you don't. God wanted my attention. I was losing faith. Not necessarily in God. I was just losing faith. Here's this, well, she was then, this charming woman. I had a great many plans that included her and me, and she was going another direction. And I was once again basing my faith in Alcoholics Anonymous on my comfortable emotional condition. And there is nothing more comfortable than the beginning of any love affair with anyone. It's later that you wish to God you hadn't have got there, but at that time it's very comfortable. And the emotions were disturbed. And I was drifting away from this thing we call faith and trust in God, that the right thing would happen if I just left it alone. He wanted my attention. And I became anxious, more than anxious, that damnable anxiety that makes you itchy, makes you want to punch somebody for no reason, scares the hell out of you. And the only thing I knew to do, and the only thing I believed it was that maybe one of my daughters were injured, and this was some kind of telepathy, and I should go home and wait for the telephone to ring. Just exactly the way I felt. It had nothing to do with Beverly at that time. But you see, what I read was that God does not choose us because we are handsome, because we are charming, because we are lovable. He has chosen us in a furnace of affliction. Now, this was written thousands of years ago. But it meant something to me that night, that I was chosen by God because of this affliction. And it was something I should not condemn because it was something He had created. If you read Exodus, you know that Moses was left in the desert for 40 days without food or water, so he'd be strong enough to go back into Egypt and take the Israelites out, to make them strong. And it seems like that when God wants to make us strong, He gives us adversity to strengthen us. Did you ever pray for patience? And every goddamn thing turned to shit. And no matter what it was, you'd drop some insignificant little item and it would roll to the furthest corner in a room where it was the darkest, and you would wonder what in the hell is going wrong. Nothing's going wrong. You're getting what you prayed for. You are learning patience through adversity. Isn't that the way we have learned sobriety, through drunkenness? Did we learn about sobriety in the bar? No, we learned how to drink in the bar. We learned how to use on the streets. Where do we learn patience? With adversity. If you want it to stop, stop praying for patience. You will find it will stop almost automatically. Anything you pray for, if God wants your attention, He will use whatever you have to get it. He does not bother with anything you haven't got. Do you think these things that happen are all coincidence? No. God knows us. He knows us extremely well. In Alcoholics Anonymous, you'll find that it'll take all the bull-headed, determined self-will you ever develop to go out on some of these 12-step calls, if the hospitals ever stop stealing them from us, and have somebody throw a wine bottle at you, pull a shotgun on you, or a pistol or a knife or something else, and you're going to sit there and tell him about a spiritual way of life, and he's trying to kill you. Now, I want to tell you, if you don't think this takes bullheaded determination, what the hell do you think it takes? You think your self-will is not an asset? It certainly is. There was a friend of mine who some of you know, and I won't mention his name because of what happened, but one night he was going to kill me. He come over to my house with a gun, and he was going to kill me because he was going with a woman who asked me what's the matter with him, and I told her he's crazy. And she told him I told him she was crazy. So he comes over to shoot me. And I talked to him. And I said, there is one thing you and I have in common beyond all other things. Both of us hate the nest, don't we? He said, yes, we do. I said, go shoot up the nest and then come back and shoot me. Let me die happy. And all the time I'm feeding him milk. And he's got the milk's running all over the floor, all over him, everything else. I'd get the gun away from him. Finally, he sobers up enough to go home. You know what my wife said? You gave the son of a bitch all the milk we got for the kid. I mean, my God, woman, my life's at stake, and you're telling me about a quart of milk? Oh, you don't have a defective character. It's a character trait that you've used selfishly for so long you've forgotten how to use it properly. And when God wants the attention, he will use that defective character to get your attention. He said, kid, I want you to do something for me. My advice is, when he says it, do it. Because if you don't do it, you'll wish to God you had have done it, because I believe God was once in the Marine Corps. They told me that same damn thing in the Marine Corps. They said, we can't make you do it, but we'll make you damn well wish you had have done it. And they did, and I did. But didn't the bottle do the same thing? Hasn't all of these things we call adversity simply been opportunity that we didn't understand because we were doing it only for ourselves? Many times things have happened that I could explain only through coincidence, but because I am not that good a speller, I call it God. But is it? I don't know. I don't know. I've been here too many years to say I know. The three most beautiful words I've ever heard in AA is when a sponsor tells a baby, I don't know. It means a sponsor's smarter than the baby. And do you realize how many questions that you people can ask that we couldn't possibly have the answer to? Did you ever try to tell somebody how long's a piece of string? How high is up? And some of these other genius questions some of these idiotic morons come up with? What you do is you get tricky. And while they're asking a question, you're thinking up a question they can't answer. But because you now, by this time at least, by step 3, you should have recognized that everything in Alcoholics Anonymous is just exactly backwards to the way life is outside of Alcoholics Anonymous. In here, how many times have you heard someone say, I'm going to go listen to my sponsor? No, they say, I'm going to go talk to my sponsor. Does your sponsor need help? Of course not. You will find out that alcoholics have a very unique quality, different from the regular run-of-the-mill people. That we are bodily and mentally different. I'm going to tell you how we're bodily and mentally different. Most of this world's population feels, or thinks, acts, and feels, in that order. If they do not like the way they felt, they don't do it again. You know what an alcoholic does? He feels, reacts, and thinks. And generally, it's how can I get out of this one? And he doesn't believe it really happened, so he does it again. Now, you ladies, I don't want you to listen to this, but let's assume, fellas, that we were in a small town that had a one-girl cat house. And this girl had another one of these social diseases we talk about. The average guy, knowing she has this social disease, will not go there. The alcoholic will go there, get it treated, go back thinking this time it's going to be different. And besides that, he fell in love on the first visit. Now, for us to believe that an alcoholic is emotionally stable is foolish, isn't it? He is not emotionally stable. He is locked into yesterday. You know why most of the romances in Alcoholics Anonymous fail? Not because you're not working the steps. That has nothing to do with it. It is because we go from adolescence to senility without ever bothering to pass through maturity. And our love affairs are the reliving of the first time it ever happened. That puppy love when it was all new, and the first time you find out that girls are not soft boys and they're built different, and you get that disturbing feeling that you kind of like. And that's why most of our romances go to hell, is because we are still trying to recapture a love affair that should have died many years ago. You think this is new to Alcoholics Anonymous? No, it is not. St. Paul said, when I was a child, I thought as a child. When I became a man, I put away childish things. Do we put away childish things? Or are we still looking for that football hero, that Betty Coed, that whatever the hell it was that we thought we had? Most of the love affairs we have would be diagnosed as emotional disturbances. Because we go into them with what's in it for me. If you don't believe that, read page 52, the center paragraph in this book, and you'll find 8 results of being either an atheist, an agnostic, or an egoist. You know what 2 of those are? One of them says we could not control our emotional natures. One of them says we were having trouble in our personal relationships. You know why God is so important? You know why step 3 is the keystone to this whole thing? Because over in chapter 11 it says, see to it that your relationship with him is right, and great events will come to pass for you and countless others, including her, whoever the hell she may be. I don't like to admit this, and probably if Beverly was here I wouldn't, but do you know she's as important as I am in her way? Even though I think she has a Mickey Mouse program, I cannot discount it. That her working with others has been highly successful, and I've seen a great number of women go from emotional disturbance to some kind of serenity because they have talked and talked and talked about things I simply don't understand. But I learned something. I learned why we are different. I learned something about the Bible. You know, in the book of Genesis, it says God took a part of man and made a woman, which means a part of me is missing. Now, I don't want one of you people to say which part it is, but a part of me is missing. And I found those parts of missing me in her. Not that she is me, I don't mean that, but she has patience, she has charm, she has a lot of qualities that I don't have. She has a lot of them I don't even want. But you see, with her I have access to them. Without her I would not have. Without her I would be less complete than I am. With her I'm more complete than I could be any other way. But this could apply to others too, couldn't it? Adam's rib, the book of Genesis. When you find this woman of your life, or this man, you should have found a missing part of you. But is that what we ever look for? No. We look for somebody to validate us, somebody to approve of us. Well, those of you who know Beverly know she does not always approve of me. I know the depth of her disapproval, but I have learned something from her that I could not have learned without her or without someone to take her place. I learned what it's like to admire without envy, to admire the qualities of another person without envying them or wanting upon myself or attempting to take them away from her, but to help her if I can enhance those things. When I try to help her, she has a very simple phrase, it's thanks but no thanks, because she still believes men with the men, women with the women. That applies to me and her as well. It should, for one simple reason. If I was telling her what she should do, I would be telling her what's good for me. I would not be telling her what's good for her. If I've learned nothing else about you, I've learned one hell of a lot about the tricky me and how I'd always cut an edge for myself. And that the best I could ever do is tell you, I'll cut an edge for myself if you let me. She said once, if you know that, why would you do it? I was damned if I know, but it seems how you know it. Once warned, a word to the wise should be sufficient. And she's wise enough, I guess it was sufficient. And I have admired what she has done. You know, she recently had an operation on her breast, and it could have been cancer. She's had a lot of trouble with her doctrinal glands, and I was very worried about it, very concerned. And the only thing I could do was just ask God to give me the strength to live with what is. And yet she showed courage that I didn't think was possible. For me, it may not have been. Here's a woman who is so afraid of drugs in every way that when she goes to have a root canal done, she takes absolutely nothing to do it. And here is a woman that I have ridiculed, teased, tormented, who has qualities I haven't got. She has a courage that makes mine look like cowardice. And she faced what she had to face with dignity. And when they gave her a choice of when to cut on her, before or after the convention, you know what she said? Do it now. I don't want to louse up the convention with what might be. Takes a lot of guts, don't it? A lot of guts. From a woman. Or a man. It takes more guts than I got. She's very courageous in her own way. Without me. By herself. Those are the assets that we get when we are right with God. Those are the qualities we find in others. That's what makes us more complete, not less complete. That's why this thing does not become a dependency in any way. If I should die or something should happen to me, Bev would regret it. And I know that. And she would go on. And in a few weeks or a few months, one of you poor son of a guns would have... we're not irreplaceable, are we? Nor has God said we would be. And if I was not standing here, someone else would be. And if my voice is still as others before me have been, some other voice would say, maybe better, what I'm saying. None of us is indispensable. Did AA slow down when Bill died or Bob? What about when Chuck left? You think it's going to notice Clancy's passing or mine? No, it won't. Only for a moment. So well remembered, so soon forgotten. I like to talk in meetings for one reason, because Bev usually follows me or precedes me either way, but I like it when I go first. I spoke in a meeting the other night, about 2 weeks ago, over on Colfax, and I thought those people were going to give me a standing ovation. She spoke over there a week later, and not one of them son of a bitches remembered my name. No, but you know what? That's the best thing in the world for an egotistical son of a bitch like me, to realize that I'm not that important. You know, what Bill put in this book is not as important as what you get out of it. It's what you get out, not what Bill put in. And as you talk to people over the years in AA, you will think, my God, didn't that guy read the same book I read? And you go back and read it, maybe he read the book you should have read. Each of us learn from others, don't we? Each of us share our experience, strength, and hope with one another. Do we have any more questions? I get carried away when I get it. Yeah. Hi, Joy. I'm sorry, but I'm a little hard of hearing. Bev's yelled at me so much, if you ain't yelling, I don't pay no attention anyway.
Do you believe that this box of space and time that we're in expands and contracts?
Is what?
The box of time that we're in is an expand and contrast. You heard it.
Well, it did when I was drinking. But to answer your question more sensibly, in the New Testament, Christ said before Adam was, or before Abraham was, I was. I think science would tell you the atoms in your body were here at the creation of time, and they will be here until the end of time. Whether it expands or contracts, I don't know, but the Genesis theory says that at one time there was a sudden explosion in space, and the whole universes, all of them, were created almost at the same time. The red shift proves this scientifically. The only question that remains is how in the hell did the old Jew know this when he wrote, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth? Will it collapse? I don't know. I'm an electrician.
My father gave me. Do you think it's God that gave me the gift of alcoholism and he took it away when I asked him not to take it away now?
I don't think God's an Indian giver. I think that God gave me many abilities, and I developed some of those abilities. One of them was a trait I have. God gave me the ability to work with my hands and my head, and I developed that, but without that I couldn't have done it. I know some people can't screw a nut on a bolt. Other people are ambidextrous. I think that everything I am, God made. I developed it. I can procreate. I can't create. God gives life. You ladies give birth. There's a difference. I don't know the answers to all of those questions. I believe that God is the omnipotent creator of all things, and I read that in a book. He made the light and gave us the darkness. He created the good and gave us the evil. And why should we condemn those things which He has created? Without evil, could good exist? Without bad, could good exist? Can there be an up without a down, an in without an out? I don't think so. The third law of physics says for every action there's an equal and opposing reaction. A physical law. God created all things. He made you, He made me, He made every one of us. In His own way He did this, not with the body, but with the spirit of man. And He gave us the things we need. He gave us a planet, we've polluted it. He gave us a woman, we've turned them into man-hating killers. This is the work of man compared to the work of God. God wants us to be happy, joyous, and free. We've made ourselves prisoners. Prisoners of economic situations and beliefs that are as phony as a $3 bill. Did you ever study many religions? You know what they are? They're pelvic religions. They deal with your sexual appetites. They don't deal with your spirit. When I was going to seminary, you know, they told me that the way to become immortal was to sin. That isn't what the Bible says, but that's what they told me. They said, if you sin, you will burn in hellfire for eternity. That means I want to be immortal. Bible said the wages of sin is death. You just simply cease to be. If you don't like it this time, you ain't going to get a second chance. So I had to rephrase and reappraise a lot of my approaches to life and religion. And I done it with the help of Alcoholics Anonymous, with the help of... Now, why in the name of hell is it I couldn't have done it in seminary? Why did I have to come to Alcoholics Anonymous to learn about the welfare of man? Why did I have to come here to learn that we are our brother's keepers? The first question the Bible ever asked, and one I believe that Alcoholics Anonymous has answered so eloquently. Yes, we are our brother's keepers. Yes, we are. Yes.
When I was a child, I was taught we're made in the image and likeness of God. And they said in the Bible, the kingdom of God is within us. Now, you said something about you don't know anyone spiritual. What did you mean by that? I thought we were created spiritually.
I don't want to get carried away, but if you understood the Greek language, you'd understand that the word for breath and spirit means the same thing. It's called rosh, the breath, or the spirit. God breathed into man a mortal spirit. We have the opportunity to make that spirit immortal. The opportunity. But we may not make it. The Bible says many are called, few are chosen. I don't know what the hell tomorrow holds, do you? I don't know if there's a hereafter, if it's here and now. I don't really know. I do know this, and I'm convinced of this one thing. As long as I love my fellow man as I love myself, my troubles are relatively minor and they are not spiritual in nature. Every year, along about the first of the year, I take an inventory of what happened this last year, and every problem I've had for the last 27 plus years has been for one thing: material gain, adoration of others, acceptance by the few. None of it has been spiritual.
I was wondering about the God that I found in AA as compared to what I learned growing up. It says that I can't find God except in Christ. And one didn't have anything to do with the other.
Well, I'd say a Buddhist's going to have a hell of a problem, isn't he? But isn't somebody who is an adherent of Islam going to have a problem if that is true? Most of the time it's because what you've been told is not what was written. You know, Christ said, when you do as I have done, the things I do will not be impossible to you. That's all he said. He didn't say when you follow me. Now tell me something. I don't know how long you've been in Alcoholics Anonymous, but have you ever went into a home where there was a severe emotional disturbance? These two people were fighting like cats and dogs, and you sit there and you listen for a while, and you talk for a while, and you watch the calm descend, and you had raised your hand to still the raging waters? Have you ever done that? Ask Jim about it someday. He can tell you all about it. He can tell you what it was like with him and Priscilla, and how they was going at one of their throats like a couple of cats and dogs with sharp knives, and how somebody sitting there talking to him for a little while had caused that ease to descend one more time. Have you seen around here people who were so blind they could not see these 12 steps get their eyesight back? Have you seen the sick cleansed, the leper cleansed, the sick made well, the lame walk, the dead rise? You'll see all those things right here in this Alcoholics Anonymous program in many places and many ways. Not exactly as you may have believed it was with Christ, but as it can be with each and every one of us. None of us have an exclusive on this. Ask Rosam. He's sitting right behind you. How many times have you seen the dead walk, Don? How many times? Once at least that we both know of, huh? Of course. Now what Christ was saying, when you do as I do, what I do will be possible to you also. You don't have to be... You know, a lot of people, and I don't know why it is, but they have a hell of an aversion to Christ. I still have an aversion to Jesus. I don't know what it is, but Christ I get along with extremely well. I like it because he said so many things that we in Alcoholics Anonymous have taken for granted. Now, you would not be offended in any way if somebody says, walk like you talk, would you? You want to know what the Bible says? You want to know how Christ said it? He said, what I want you to hear about me. If I do not my Father's work, believe not what I say. 10th chapter, 37th verse of John. If I do not my Father's work, don't pay a damn bit of attention to me, because I'll lead you down a primrose path. Isn't that what we say in AA? Walk like you talk. If you're not walking like you talk, shut up until you can. Sure. Yes.
Yeah, you were talking about, being into yourself. You talked about being into yourself, self-worth, self-esteem. How have you worked out of that?
Very goddamn slowly. When you begin to see the disastrous results of these things we call self-esteem, self-worth, all these other things that are simply uniquely selfish in nature. God knew what he wanted me to be. I didn't want to be that. I decided to go a different way. Well, to go a different way, I got to go without God, right? It doesn't seem to bother God. He says, go ahead and go, kid. When you're ready, come on back. So I went ahead and went. I said, well, screw it. I'll hide under the bush. Let him come looking for me. He never came. I had to get out from underneath the bush and call out to God, what do you want me to be? And the silence you hear is the silence I heard. He didn't tell me. But I got the feeling that I already knew. He wanted me just to be me. He wanted me to be the kind of a person who can love my fellow man, who can help a woman without helping myself. If you think that is an obstacle to overcome, you're right, it is. He did it with a face that has not launched 1,000 ships. And I firmly believe that if I had a sex change operation, I'd be a bag lady in North Hollywood. But what God wants me to be is me. But I don't know what the hell that is. But it does involve a lack of pretentiousness, a lack of arrogance, a lack of conceit, a lack of all of these life support systems of the ego. He just wants me to be me. And then whenever he wants me to do something, I'll be prepared to do it. But he don't call on me that often. I think he takes a newcomer and goes to Mexico all the time myself. But what he has given me in return for this is something I could have never gotten any other way. You know what it is? Called serenity. Serenity. You know what that is? That's a spiritual indifference. And without that spiritual indifference, when my oldest grandson was killed in a car wreck, I could not have went back into a family I had torn apart with any kind of dignity whatsoever. And when I went back in, and when I went there with this serenity, and I was sitting there wondering, what the hell is wrong with me? Am I not human? Do I not feel anything? Of course I felt something. But my daughter needed my comfort more than I needed the display of useless emotion. The emotion was real, and I comforted my daughter and her husband. And then I got a new faith in the Baptist church, because I seen the Baptist church do for them in Palmdale what you people in AA have done for me here. And I begin to say less about the church, because they were good people too. And I could do what I had to do to a wife I'd abandoned for another woman, to children that I'd turned my back on and walked away because of something God had given that I didn't even know I had until I needed to use it, that thing called serenity. That awesome power to be comfortable in an uncomfortable situation and do what you have to do because it needs to be done, not for any other reason. I don't know what I am. You know what I am to you. I don't always know what I am to me. Bill knows what I am. Other people, I don't always know. And because of that, I'll repeat it. Your opinion of me is really none of my business, good or bad. That means you can't sway me because you blow smoke up my ass, nor can you sway me because you may condemn me. These are your rights and your opinions, and you're welcome to them. But I don't know what I am. Even with all these 12 steps, I still don't know. I hope I'm a friend in need. Some say I have been. Others deny. I don't know. Yes? I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear you. Do I believe our life is unmanageable up until the time we're sane?
No, he said, do you believe that the things that show us that our life is unmanageable also show us that we're insane?
Well, if they don't, I don't know what the hell would, do you? What has made our life unmanageable? Our inability to go to the bathroom with our pants down sure as hell was one of them, wasn't it? Do you think these are the acts of a sane person? No, I can take you out there to Camarillo and show you people who have to wear diapers for the rest of their life. What brains? I think there is a slight difference in understanding between the things that made our life unmanageable and what insanity is, because if you read this book, you'll find the insanity that is talked about in here is the insanity that precedes the first drink. That type of thinking that leads us back to drink one more time. We're not dealing with clinical insanity in Alcoholics Anonymous. We're not psychiatrists. My God Almighty, I am an electrician. I don't know whether I'd wire you to light or to burn. No, what we're dealing with here is an attempt to develop a spiritual concept that is individual in nature and yet collective. And while Jimmy and I have both been here for a long time, we both have different ideas about the same thing, and if we get to argue about them, you'd both think we were saying the same thing. Now, Alcoholics Anonymous gives you that spiritual depth that you need to stay away from the first drink, and your life is no longer unmanageable now that you can pay your bills, is it? Now, if you're saying your life is unmanageable because she won't do what you want her to, welcome to the group. I believe that the great obsession that causes all abnormality is the idea that you can control and enjoy anybody. You can control them or enjoy them. Don't try to do both. You can control alcohol or you can enjoy it. I'm controlling it. I ain't having a damn thing to do with it. It's the only way I know to control it. Because once I take the first drink, the phenomenon of craving develops again. I don't give a damn how good a spiritual program I have. I'm a drunken spirit. It's just that simple. I hope I never get so spiritual as to forget that I'm human, with all of the failings of the human being, all of the hopes of the human being. I'm human with a spiritual awakening. Come back next week and let's do it all over again, huh? Thank you. Good evening. My name is Hugh Douglas. I'm an alcoholic. I would certainly like to start off by welcoming all the newcomers, those of you who identified yourself and those of you who didn't, and tell you, if no one has, that you're a part of a fellowship that has astounded science for a great many years. This is the largest group of people anywhere in the world who have found a way to go from adolescence to senility without ever bothering to pass through maturity. So welcome. And what we're going to try to do in this little workshop is to discuss these 12 steps and one man's opinion. Now, last week, those of you who were here, I brought 3 books with me. The original manuscript, this big book, which is the original printing of Alcoholics Anonymous, and a 3rd edition. And I did that for a very simple reason. Each one of those books are somewhat different than the other one, and yet all of them are the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. While it is true that we have one path to follow, it is equally true that we're many people varied in our ways and that we will follow that path in many different ways. And there's nothing wrong with that as long as it's that one path that we follow. Last week, we talked about the first 3 steps, how we were admitted alcoholic and how our lives had become unmanageable. You notice the word I left out? Powerless. I never did like to put that word in. But isn't that the truth, that we are powerless over alcohol, and for that reason our lives have become unmanageable? Now I want to point out something to you. You don't have to drink to have an unmanageable life. It's very easy to have an unmanageable life. All you got to get is 2 girlfriends, a wife and a girlfriend, rob a bank, start speeding down the road. Anything you want to do, you can do it and make your life unmanageable. If you don't believe that, I'll tell you what to do. Drive down the freeway someday at 55 miles an hour and you'll find out that you're enjoying the scenery. You're looking all around you and everything's fine. Get up to about 65 and watch you start looking in the rearview mirror. Get up to 70 or 80 and you'll not only be looking in the rearview mirror, but you'll be looking overhead and beside you and everything else. All because you're breaking the law. All because your life is starting once again to become unmanageable. You don't have to drink to do this if you don't want to. It's very easy to accomplish. We also discussed step 2, where we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity, could somehow return that sense of humor that had been so sadly lacking for so long, to recapture that ability to laugh at ourselves. And when you get right down to it, that's all sense is. And if it's anything more in Alcoholics Anonymous, most of us have failed miserably in this way of life, I'll tell you right now. Because most of us do not show any great amount of sanity, at least clinical sanity. And you know, the nest, I think, is a typical example of that. Here, if you look around you, you'll find out that there's no one else here just like you. And what you're going to find out is you fit with the misfits. And that's probably the way it ought to be. In step 3, we had made a decision to turn our will and our lives over the care of God as we understood Him. Now, if we have turned our will and our life over to the care of God, and if we've come to believe in a power greater than ourselves, or that a power greater than ourselves, and if we've hit bottom, what's the purpose of going on? I mean, this would seem to be at least the ideal way, wouldn't it? We've got God in our hip pocket. We show a semblance of sanity, at least as far as the drink is concerned. And our lives aren't too unmanageable now. We're rather enjoying some of the little idiosyncrasies that we engage in. And we're not drunk. Why go on? What's the purpose then of the balance of these steps? In the first two, we have hit bottom, and we have done what Alcoholics Anonymous originally called a conversion. We have converted our way of thinking to a different way of thinking. Instead of depending on self now, we're depending on a power greater than ourselves. And to give you an example of what I'm talking about, do you know there is not enough darkness in the entire universe to put out the light of a single candle? It can't be done. And what we've actually done is we walked away from this spirit of light, and we walked so far away that we stood in our own shadow, and the darkness of our lives was overpowered. And what those two steps, those second and third steps have done is they've turned us around to where now we can face the light. But we're still a long ways off. So now it's time to go on. Now what about this inventory? We made a thorough and fearless searching moral inventory of ourselves. You know what? There are two kinds of people in Alcoholics Anonymous, two fundamental kinds. Those you cannot make take an inventory, and those you cannot keep from taking an inventory. Two fundamental kinds. Now, I happen to come from the first one of those. I wasn't about to take an inventory if I could help it. I had asked a guy once when you should take step 5, and I think he gave me some good advice. He said when the statute of limitations run out. And that sounded like a pretty good idea to me, and I didn't quite know how to take one of these inventories. Nobody was pushing me, so I didn't do it. I do believe that it would have been essential if I'd have taken it at the very beginning to have taken it with a damn good lawyer or a bail bondsman or somebody else, but thank God for a long time I did not bother taking this inventory. And one day this fellow, today you people call them sponsors, back then we called them adversaries, he came over to me and he said, you know, you've been freeloading off us long enough. It's time you took an inventory. So I took an inventory. And I wrote it out in longhand, seen the syntax was right, punctuated it properly, edited it somewhat for readability, had a little addendum with this resentment list they talk about in this book, put it in a loose leaf folder like this one, and handed it to him. He glanced through it, he said, what's this? I said, that's my inventory. He said, it is not your inventory. He said, this is the movie script. I said, that is not a movie script, that's my inventory. He said, it is not. He said, I'm an actor, I know a script when I see one. He handed it back to me and he said, here, this won't play. And I said, that is not a movie script, that's my inventory. He said, it is not your inventory. He said, what you have done, my young friend, is I believe you have itemized your behavioral patterns, and I would imagine that you have edited it so well that neither you nor I will ever know how you were ever wrong about anything. With that, he reached up in his shirt pocket, took out a small notebook, tore out one sheet, handed it to me, and said, take your inventory on this. I said, I can't. He said, you can? I said, I cannot. It's impossible. He said, it is not. He said, tell me something, my young friend. He said, did you ever knowingly take anything that did not belong to you? I said, of course I have. You know that. He said, then write down thief. He said, did you ever tell a little story that you knew did not match the facts? I said, of course I have. You know that too. He said, then write down liar. Now, I don't know about you, but I did not like the way this inventory was starting to turn out. He said, have you ever played around with the girls while you were married to another woman? I said, of course, you know that too. He said, then write down cheat. And when he started to walk away, he turned around and looked at me and he said, oh, incidentally, at the top of that page, he said, write down atheist. I said, I told you I was a Baptist. He said, what's the difference? Now, you know, that may not make sense to you, but let me tell you what happened to me. By him saying that, I come across something that I had overlooked for so long and had not seen until that time. Do you know that quite often a deep-seated religious conviction is an obstacle to a spiritual concept? For some reason I don't understand, and I've seen it so many times. And by taking an inventory in this manner, I believe that I found something that I would have overlooked if I'd have taken it the way I wanted to take it. what I found was that I had character traits. Everyone in this room has character traits. We all have them. They're a part of our personality. The makeup of those character traits is called the psyche, or the personality of the individual. And all Alcoholics Anonymous was going to do was ask me to get rid of these defects of character. I was trying to get rid of the character trait, the character itself. I figured it was absolutely no value. Why keep it? And then I discovered something. Do you know that the character trait of a pathological liar is the same identical character trait of a novelist or a short story writer? Identically the same. And people like, well, the Bronte sisters, who wrote such wonderful books as Jane Eyre and Wuthering Heights. You know they wrote under the name of Belle? And what about the greatest of all American literature, written by a man named Mark Twain? But his real name was Samuel Clemens. With these people, this was a nom de plume, or a pen name. With me, it was an alias. But it was remarkably similar. Now, not all of that inventory, incidentally, was made up of individual words. Some of them were short phrases. I looked at it. I didn't really like what I had seen. It was absolutely essential in taking this inventory that I deal with something that I had not really been accustomed to. The principle of truth. Now, I thought I knew what truth was. I thought I knew what honesty was, but honesty had always puzzled me. I couldn't quite figure out exactly what people were saying when they said honest in AA. Now, I knew what dishonesty was. I was in business out here for several years, so I knew what dishonesty was. Now, I'm not saying businessmen are dishonest. I'm simply saying I was. And I went up to this sponsor of mine. Now, this guy believed the best way for anyone to learn was to ask them a question. And I asked him, unfortunately, I said, what's this word honesty mean as it applies to Alcoholics Anonymous? I read it several times in this book, Grasp and Develop a Manner of Living That Demands Rigorous Honesty. They too can recover if they have the capacity to be honest, but I didn't quite know what it meant. So he told me a little story. He said, well, I'll tell you a story. And he said, when you answer this, he said, I believe you'll know what honesty is. He said, let's assume that there was a man and a woman once who were both married to someone else, and they get together one day and they decide to go to a motel. And they go up to the desk clerk, and the desk clerk looks at them and he says, are you married? And they say, yes, we are. He gives them a key and they go inside. He said, now you tell me what was dishonest about that. Well, at that time I hadn't been in that position too often and not too recently, and it didn't seem like such a bad idea, but it seemed obvious what the answer to that was. And I said, well, if they were honest, they'd have said, yeah, we're married, but not to each other. He said, no, that's not it. He said, that certainly would be the truth, and it would have eliminated a sin of omission. He said, but it has absolutely nothing to do with honesty. And for 3 months, I puzzled that one out. In 3 months, I had made absolutely no headway. I had no more of an idea what it was then than I did to start with. And I was in one of my usual moods. I was going to kill him if he didn't tell me what the answer to it was. And I went up to him one day and I said, what about this little story you told me? He said, which one? I said, the one about honesty. You know which one. And he said, do you mean to tell me you haven't figured that out yet? I said, no, I have not. He said, young man, you amaze me. He said, if they'd have been honest, they wouldn't have been there. That had never occurred to me. And I began to understand something then about this word honesty. Honesty is integrity. Truth deals with facts. And now in this step we're going to deal with facts about ourselves. And I begin to do this. Now, I still held on to this little inventory for quite some time because I didn't really want to discuss it with anyone. And there were some good reasons for this. I'd heard of blackmail, been involved in it once or twice, and I certainly wasn't going to put myself in that position. And besides that, there was another principle that I had not yet learned. Now, I told you last week about faith and trust in steps 2 and 3. And I also told you last week that I did not trust my wife. I have absolutely no faith in my wife. Those things belong to God, and if the old lady ever runs off with one of you poor fellas, she will not run off with my faith and trust. It will simply be her honor and her integrity that's destroyed, not my faith and trust, because they're with God. What was missing? Did you ever hear of confidence? Confidence. The fifth principle that I learned in Alcoholics Anonymous was confidence. That I can have in anyone. And I can have it to the depth of their ability to live however they live. I had a little confidence in this adversary of mine, and so I went up to him this one day and I said, I guess it's time we talked about some of these things. And he said, I guess it is. Now, I said something about being a cheat because I played around with other women, but then I began to see how that this cheat had infected much of my life. And I would cheat you out of money, cheat in a card game, get what I wanted. I would cheat you in any way to get what I wanted that was necessary. And I begin to understand that the great curse of a liar is not that no one believes him, but that he can believe no one. And I begin to understand how they had affected all of my life, and how if I did not do something about solving these things, that I was going to be in trouble. Well, one time, a little after this first encounter, I found out something else. I found out being a thief didn't bother me. And it bothered me that it didn't bother me. So I went up to him one day and I said, you know, I got a problem. He says, what is it? And I said, being a thief don't bother me. He said, why should it? He said, we in Alcoholics Anonymous are not moralists. He says, we're not trying to make everyone in this way of life conform to the morals of an ever-changing society. He said, what we're trying to do is find out what our obstacles are to a spiritual concept. But he said, tell me something. You said lying did bother you. I said, it does. He said, how are you going to steal without lying? And he had for a little while. But I thought about it. Now, so far, in these two meetings, everything that I have told you so far, I have stolen from something or from someone, and weaved them together in the form of a story that I hope will help someone to better understand what I have understood, even though you may not understand what I understood. But that's all it's supposed to be, isn't it? And then I begin to understand what it was to go to somebody and talk to them. I begin to understand this because by this time I got far enough through step 4 to understand tolerance, to be hard on myself, but considerate of others. And I learned this from women. I don't really like to give them the credit, but I learned it from them, and I learned it in a very unique way from two of them that I'll tell you about. One of them was a girl that some of you that's been around the nest for a long time probably know. Her name was Dottie Clancy. Now, Dottie was a pretty good friend of mine, and before Bev and I got married, she come up to me one day and she says, Hugh, is it true that you and Beverly are going to get married? Now, this gal was from Oklahoma, and I can't quite duplicate that accent, but I can come close enough, I guess. And I said, yeah, that's true. Why? And she said, well, tell me something. She says, it is also true that Beverly can't have no babies. I didn't really think it was any of her business, but I said at the time, I said, yes, that's true. Why? And she said, oh, I'm so glad to know that you two aren't going to be able to reproduce yourselves. Well, if you don't belt one of them right in the snout for something like that, you have developed somewhat of a tolerant attitude towards others. And then one day, not too long after Bev and I was married, one of her little girl clients called up, and she was in a bad way, and she said, is Beverly there? And I said, no, she's not right now. And she said, oh my God, I got to talk to somebody, even if it's you. So I want to thank you ladies for teaching me tolerance. I'm not too fond of the way you do it, but it seems to be effective. But with truth and tolerance, I had a couple of principles that I could live by. And you understand, without being honest with myself, without being open-minded and willing, where would I have gotten to by this time? Every step in this thing, every principle is dependent pretty much on the principle you find before it. And we now had the principle of truth and tolerance going for it. And I went to this man and I started to talk to him about myself and explained to him how some of these things had happened, and he corrected me where I was wrong. And I began to understand that alcohol did not make me do anything. Nothing. Alcohol is not a creator. What alcohol did was what I knew it would do with women, didn't know it would do it with men. I knew it would lower your inhibitions. I didn't know it lowered mine. And what I begin to see is that alcohol did not make me a liar, a cheater, or a thief. It exposed me as one. And then I began to understand something that had puzzled me for a long time, and that was a statement that I'd heard many times, long before I came into Alcoholics Anonymous, about the road to hell being paved with good intentions. And I don't believe there's a person in this room that has not had a lot of good, noble thoughts and good, noble intentions and really expected to do the right thing and found themselves falling miserably short because we were depending upon ourselves and we just didn't have the power to follow through. If you look up the word confidence, and this I had developed by this time, confidence in this man, at least to tell him a part of my story, and I want to make that clear, I told him a part of it. I told two other people two other parts of it until I finally got it all out, and I figured any part that I heard of that I hadn't already talked about, I'd know exactly where it came from. And I could get even. But in doing it in this way, and it really wasn't my idea, after we got to a certain point, in those days, a sponsor did not consider himself some kind of an everlasting genius that knew all of the answers to everything. What a sponsor did do was he knew enough people to send you to talk to them about certain things that he himself had never encountered or mastered. And he said, why don't you go talk to Cy about some of these things? He said, I believe Cy can help you along with this, that, and something else. And I did. And Cy and I talked for quite a while, and I had a reason to believe that Cy would be truthful with me and be candid at least, because Cy and I had not got along for a good long time. He'd said something about me once I didn't like. He told the truth, and I'm not going to tell you what it was. And I got so mad at him, I threw the book I owned at him, and it hit the mantel in the North Hollywood clubhouse and put a hole in the cover. Alcoholics Anonymous seemed to be a little bit more violent then than it is now. It's rather placid anymore. It used to be that you'd look back in a meeting after it was over and be amazed that there wasn't at least 2 or 3 dead bodies laying around. But I went to Cy and I talked to him about some of these things, and we solved some more of these little dilemmas that I was faced with. And I began to understand how normal human desires can get out of hand. How that the love of a woman can turn into lust without you wanting it to. And how the need for money can become absolutely essential to the exclusion of all other things, and how this can isolate you from people. And how you can become a miser and a tyrant in your own way. And yet, don't we all seek love? Sex, if you will? Of course we do. There isn't a person, well, at my age I'm beginning to seek less of it, but there isn't a person that doesn't seek it, does. I don't think so. We want to be loved in a very human way. We have desires that are very normal and very human. It's just that sometimes they get out of hand without us being able to recognize exactly what's going on until somebody points it out to us. And then when Cy had got all finished, he said, you know, I think I've helped you as much as I can now. He says, there's somebody else I believe you ought to talk to, because he said, you're getting into some areas that I really don't understand too well. He said, some of these areas are religious. He said, I think you ought to talk to somebody, some man of the cloth. Well, I knew a little Catholic priest in AA that I knew also would be absolutely honest with me, because I knew he didn't like me. He didn't like me he didn't dislike me, he just didn't like me. I'll tell you why he didn't like me. At that time he was living in a priest house down on White Oak and Ventura Boulevard, and we were building a new priest house at the time. And I kept calling it a home for unwed fathers. And he didn't like my sense of humor, so I knew that by going and talking to him that he would at least be honest with me in my approach to things that I felt were religious. And then what I discovered is with these other 2 people I had shared, I believe, was secrets. And we sat down in his room one day, and he said, now I want to tell you something right now to begin with. He said, if you come to me to share a secret, I don't want to hear it. I said, what do you mean you don't want to hear it? I said, I got a part of my 5th step I want to take with you, Father. He said, I don't want to hear it. He said, if you're willing to talk to me about your personal affairs, he said, I'm willing to talk to you. But if you want to share a secret, I don't want to hear it. And I said, why is this? He said, because I've practiced the AA program in all of my affairs, and because the 5th promise says in this that no matter how far down the scale we have descended, we must see where our experience can be a benefit to others, and if it's a secret, it'll never benefit nobody, not even you. And I thought about that for a while, and I sat and I talked to him, and we did talk about personal affairs. Personal affairs between me and you and between me and God, and why this thing we call unity is so absolutely essential, to become one with yourself, to become one with your fellow man, and to become at one with God. All the time in the past I'd been at odds with all these things, and I understood that a little better now. And by having this confidence, I could see how now I could begin to depend on people to their ability, not to mine. And I had a friend of mine, a baby of mine, I guess he's dead. I haven't seen him for a long time. Now this guy was very unique. I have attracted to myself an extreme number of unique individuals, I must admit that. And this guy was unique. His name was Don West. And Don, somebody told me, was one of the most undependable people they had ever met, and I argued with him about this because I don't believe that you could depend on him to do anything he said he would do, which makes him the most dependable person I'd ever met. And I think he was one of the most generous people I ever met, because I'm convinced he'd give you the shirt off of anybody else's back. I haven't seen him for a long time. I don't know whether he's dead or alive. They tell me he died here a while back, and perhaps he did. Not having seen him, he's either in prison or dead, I know that. But you see, from all of these people in their own way, I begin to understand me a little better, not them. And I begin to understand how the inventory I'd taken the first time was telling friends of mine what was wrong with you, not what was wrong with me. And as I develop this confidence and this truth, I begin to look for something else. Where do we go from here? By this time, I knew quite a bit about myself. I knew to what limits, at least, I could go where I thought I did. That brings us to this sixth proposition, doesn't it? The first step takes up 2 chapters of the book. Chapters 2 and 3 are written about step 1. Step 2 takes 1 whole chapter. We agnostics, chapter 4 is written exclusively about that 1 step. It only takes a half a chapter for 3 and 4. 5 takes 5 pages. When I got to step 6 in this book, I read it to 1 paragraph. 1 lousy paragraph. Now here I'm supposed to work this 6th step and become entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character, and they don't tell me one damn thing about how to do it. I read it 12 and 12, and it's certainly a little bit more explanatory, but it simply wasn't quite good enough yet. I didn't understand exactly what they were trying to talk about. Now, in Alcoholics Anonymous, and not in AA, that's not quite true, but in the founding of AA, in the old Oxford groups, they had 4 absolutes. One of those absolutes was purity, absolute purity. Well, I don't know how you are. Yeah, I know how you are. I know how I am. I felt like the saint that wanted to be perfect, but he said, not right now. And I did not want to get rid of all of these defects of character, and I found that most of us don't. As long as there's some joy left in them, we will nurse it to the bitter end. And there was still a little bit of pleasure left in some of these seeming defects. And then I began to understand that maybe that 12 and 12 was more right than I was giving it credit for, because that's what they were saying in there too. I'm not going to be perfect or pure. There's absolutely no way a drunk like me could ever get pure. If I had the opportunity, I wouldn't avail myself of it, but would you? How would you like to be totally isolated from your fellow man? Isn't that what purity would be, to become absolutely pure? Like I hear this a lot in AA today. They say, well, there's really no such thing as a pure alcoholic. I don't agree with their context, but I certainly agree with their words. I don't believe there's anything such as a pure alcoholic either. And I have certain character traits that are going to be there from now on. I have got to learn how to use those character traits. And I didn't know exactly what I was doing at that time, but I knew it was essential. And then I read a word in a dictionary once, and I was looking for something else at the time, but the word made sense. It's called versatility, to become versatile. And I began to look at my life a little bit differently, that all of the time in the past, what I had really been doing was trying to make situations fit me. instead of me fit situation. And then I begin to understand what it was absolutely essential, that I have to be adaptable enough or versatile enough to finish something and go on to other things. And I thought I was doing this. Then I read another word called vacillation. And I begin to understand that there was something I had left out of this inventory. I'd always thought I was a loser. What I found was I was just a quitter, and not a loser. That I would quit before it ever got completed and jump from one thing to another without ever doing anything well enough to ever have any kind of credit, any kind of responsibility, any kind of anything. And I began to understand where my life had been screwed up in my approach to me. So far it hadn't been to you too much. Most of you wouldn't have anything to do with it. Now I'm sure that there are a lot of you young people in here who cannot wait to have emotional involvement. And you're going to find a lot of people in AA that's going to tell you, don't get emotionally involved for your first year. My wife tells this to everybody. I think she's nuts. I believe that you should get emotionally involved as soon as it's humanly possible, because I believe that your emotional involvement will prove one thing to you beyond the shadow of a doubt, that if you're depending on your sobriety for your emotional stability or your emotional stability for your sobriety, you're going to be in for one hell of a lot of drinking. Did you ever try to handle something emotionally that had tore you apart emotionally and it simply would not work? There was absolutely no way that you could do it, and you had no place else to turn, and you just quietly went nuts. And then you got violent, noisy, and how you tried to change her to believe in you, and it never worked. No, get yourself emotionally involved. Do it as soon as possible while you still got time to come back. Find yourself one of these young ladies that you can ride off in the sunset with and puke. And then start to learn about relationships, what they really are, and how you have loused them up, and how you would continue to louse them up, even though you have went through these first 6 concepts. There's still 6 more to go. I don't believe that any of us should try to become saints. I think saints are probably wonderful in heaven, but I believe they'd be hell on earth, don't you? And with tolerance, isn't it now that we can now listen to someone else's story when they're telling us about things, and we can listen to it with an open mind now, and not prejudge the situation, and not have a preconceived idea of the way you ought to be before we know what you are really like? And isn't this some of the ingredients that goes into making up what we in Alcoholics Anonymous laughingly call a sponsor? Isn't this the way we help people? And isn't one of the things that they tell us to do is to develop a love and tolerance for others? You know what they said back in chapter 3 about these principles that we're going to live by now? They said we feel elimination of our drinking is but a beginning. A much more important demonstration of our principles lies before us in our respective homes, occupations, and affairs. So you'll have affairs. Some of them will be affairs of the heart. If you're married, make damn sure your wife doesn't find out about it. If you're single, make damn sure she doesn't find out about her. Because if I am right, that's exactly what will happen to you as it happened to me. It takes a long time for some of us to be contented with our way of life because the spiritual concept is so simple that we overlook the total meaning of it for a long time. The ego says, if I ain't got it, I want it. So we spend a lot of our life wanting things we haven't got, probably don't deserve and wouldn't know how to appreciate if we did have. You know what the spiritual solution to this one is? It's wanting what you have got. The want has not changed. Your application of it has changed. And you're beginning to approach life now from a totally different concept because of 6 basic principles. Now, I don't know what principles you will learn. I do believe that each one of us must learn about honesty, open-mindedness, willingness, because I have read this book, and they are in a spiritual experience, and they say that they're absolutely essential in our recovery and that they're indispensable. Somewhere along the line we have to learn to be honest, to have integrity other than just truth, because many times people will use the truth and you will believe they're honest and find out that you, not they, were wrong. So if somebody tells you they're a thief and you invite them into your house and they steal all you got, don't come to an AA meeting complaining about it, because they never said they weren't a thief. They just said they were a thief, and you took them to be honest, and they're not honest. They're only telling you the truth. But truth is absolutely essential in honesty. One cannot deal without the other. Now, what about this confidence? Last week I told you that self-esteem, self-worth, and all these other uniquely selfish things are highly undependable and very tricky. What about self-confidence? Isn't that also tricky? Suppose we have confidence in ourselves. I have a New American Dictionary of the English language and its applications. It's a very good dictionary because it uses words to show you exactly what they should mean in English. And when it lists self-confidence, it says depending on one's own power, usually associated with conceit and arrogance. Self-confidence. And yet, do you know how many times we struggle to become self-confident? We want self-esteem, self-worth, and all these other uniquely selfish things that we really believe that we've got to have. Now, we've said that we're powerless over alcohol. We've said that there is a power greater than ourselves. Now we're going to revert back to human power one more time for one more failure, even in self-confidence. And I found that confidence would work if I had it in others, or if others had it in me. It would not work if I had it myself. That I had to live by this principle based on the attitudes of others and my attitude toward them. And for some reason or another, by step 6, our Father had a whole new meaning. Our Father. You know, that sums up, I believe, the whole tenet of the human race. Our Father. Now, if it is our Father, that applies to blacks, whites, Chinese, applies to everyone. Our Father. And now we can look at people as people instead of looking at them as minorities, and our bigotry somehow begins to disappear. Our prejudice somehow are now exposed, and we don't like what we see. And we're now beginning to accept people at face value. And I begin to understand what it's like for someone to be on their honor. I am on my honor, where you're concerned. And I begin to understand other things I had read that I didn't fully understand before that. Now I want to quote something to you out of the Bible, so those of you who get tired of hearing me talk about the Bible can think of something else for a moment. But I like this, and if it was possible, I'd put it on a license plate. It's the only ego license plate I've ever seen that was worthwhile. It's in John 10:37, where Christ said, "If I do not my Father's work, believe not what I say." My words may have eloquence, but I'll tell you one thing, the eloquence of my words could never match the eloquence of my actions. And those actions must always be open and above board to scrutiny of all people. Not all of you will approve. I never ask you to. Not all of you will disapprove. I don't care whether you do or not. Because you see, I learned something else. That I cast a tie vote. That I have to approve of my action. And I have to accept your appraisal of those actions. But I begin to understand by this time that I will take full responsibility for my actions. I will take absolutely no responsibility for your reaction to them. If I have done something wrong, there's a step we'll talk about in a couple of weeks. It'll take care of it. All I have to do is be willing to take a look at me and you and see whether this unity is eroding or whether it is continuing without expecting you to approve of me in any way. You may not. That is your ability, your opinion, and your right to approve or disapprove of what you see. Your approval of me will not change the facts. They will not change the truth. And as I looked the word truth up in a dictionary to see what it really meant, I found it was a noun. I hadn't used it as a noun too often, but you know what truth said? Dealing with facts and reality. Reality. Not these fantasies that we deal with so often for so long and had failed so miserably at trying to accomplish, but reality. This is the way it is for me. This is the way I am. If you don't like what you see, then for God's sakes, don't get involved. Why should you? You know, that worked extremely well when I was single. Doesn't work too well now because Beverly doesn't want me to get involved with anybody, but it worked extremely well then. And for a long time when she and I were going together, there was one thing that I played for her over and over. It was a song. It's called Rose Garden. And I never promised her a rose garden. And she never got a rose garden either, she'll tell you that. But there was one thing in it that I especially liked, one little phrase. It says, if that's what it takes to hold you, I'd just as soon let you go. And then I found that I was no longer seeking approval. I appreciate approval. And I'll tell you something else. I want your approval. I need your approval. But I'm not going to kiss your ass to get your approval. Nor do I need to. Because no matter what I do, no matter what I say, half of the people will agree and half will disagree, and I still got to cast a tie vote. I then have to judge myself based on your opinion, but not letting you judge me. And I found that that's pretty much the way it works for a person like me, because in this inventory I found out I'm not the kind of a guy that everybody's going to agree with. And I'm not the kind of a guy that everybody's going to disagree with either. And as long as it remains that way, I know I'm in that middle ground, because I'd found out by this time that I was going from one damned extreme to another, and that I was narrowing that gray area down to a precious small thing, going constantly from agony to ecstasy, back and forth, always seeking a thrill greater than the last one, always seeking something that would do for me what the other one had failed to do, even though at the time it had been wonderful. I did this in women, in jobs, in many areas of my life. And I began to understand how it was letting me down and how I was letting myself down. I always thought it was you. I always did think it was you. It wasn't you. I had placed values on you that you could not conceivably lived up to, and then demanded that you fit my description of what you ought to be. And you couldn't do it. But could I? No, I couldn't either. I learned this from a woman again. She wasn't a very good woman either, I don't think, but that's where I learned it. That was from my second wife. She was very good in bed. She should have been very good in bed. She was practicing with the whole neighborhood. And when I found this out, I planned on having her killed. And I had enough connections in the right places to have accomplished that little feat of magic if I'd have so chosen to done it. I had the money to do it with, and I was on my way to Rosamond to have it done. And then God, in His infinite wisdom, placed an idea in my own mind. He said, would you kill her for doing to you what you have already done to someone else? You see, I was married when I started playing with her. And now I was going to kill her for doing to me what I'd done to my first wife. And she's still alive, I guess, if somebody else hasn't killed the poor lady. Because I turned the car around and came back home. And I had begun to understand how becoming entirely ready to have God remove these defects of character was working. It was not making me pure. It was making me look at me. Making me look at myself and saying, do you really like what you see? Well, I am entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character, but I'm going to tell you something else right now. Does that mean I can walk over, sit down, put my feet up on a table and say, well, Lord, when you want it to happen, it'll happen? No, it doesn't. You see in that other book I read somewhere where faith without work is dead. So I had to not do some of the things I had been doing and start doing some of the things that I had not been doing. And now I had to put that tolerance to work, to admit that I had chosen wrong, but maybe she had too. And I begin to understand something that I've seen so often that I never understood before. I guess boys and girls have a lot of fun together, and it's fun to have fun together. I know I was once a boy and a girl, or a boy anyway. But let me ask you something. If I will cheat with you, would I not also cheat on you? You know it, don't you? But if you would cheat with me, wouldn't you also cheat on me too? And now I begin to understand what it meant to be a cheat. The great curse of a cheater isn't that no one trusts him, but that he once again can trust no one. And Bev gets awful upset when I talk to girls. I wish she was right, but she's got a petty, jealous mind. I believe, anyway. I haven't been afraid of women since I was big enough, too big for my mother to paddle. And I had 3 sisters. And I've raised 3 daughters. And I've been married 3 times. And I'm not afraid of women. I don't trust them too far, but I'm not afraid of them. I have believed for quite some time that women are an alien life form, and I let it go at that, and it works extremely well. Now, I know that some of you girls are going to take offense to that, and I apologize. I really don't mean it in most of your cases, but there are a couple that I'm not going to take it back about. To say that I understand women would be foolish. I just said, I'm not afraid of them. And I haven't hit a woman in many, many years. I haven't hit a rattlesnake or a sick killer whale either, come to think of it. In fact, to be truthful with you, I would be afraid to hit one of you. I'm afraid you'd hit me back, and I believe right now you could probably whip me. But isn't that the way it ought to be? If we don't like something that's going on around us, why get in a violent reaction? Why not just walk away? Why not just say sayonara? You know how much more courage it takes to walk away than it does to stand there and beat one another's brains out? You know what kind of ridiculous curiosities we have in playing emotional karate with anyone? And how we weave this web around ourselves that we simply seem to can't let go of? Now, I'm convinced that my wife would have the last word with an echo. I got convinced of that by trying to have the last word with my wife, incidentally. Now, I talk about Beverly quite a bit, and I tease her quite a bit, and I make fun of her quite a bit. And I also told you last week that I respect her quite a bit. I don't envy her. She taught me the difference. I admire her. She has character traits that I could never have no matter what happened. God or no God, these traits would not be mine. They would not fit me. And I begin to understand something else I had read where it said that God took a part of me and made a woman. When I take a look at Beverly, I'm not going to say that. No, I'm not going to say it. But what I did see is that there are qualities within her that I would use extremely badly if I had them, and yet she uses them extremely well. And with her, I have access to those qualities. Without her, I would not have access to those qualities. Without her, I would be less than I am. And that's about as much of humility as I'm going to display tonight. We'll get into that one next week. But I hope you understand by now that we have at least 6 principles to live by. And you notice that what I repeated earlier about these principles does not say these steps. What have you learned from each one of the steps? What is it that you can now practice in all of your affairs? You don't need to go up to somebody every day and say, I'm an alcoholic and my life is unmanageable, I'm powerless over alcohol, and I believe in God, and go through a whole rigmarole that's going to make them look at you like maybe they ought to call a guy with a white coat and a straitjacket. No, what you're going to do now is confuse the hell out of them by being honest, by being open-minded, by being willing, by being truthful. You're going to do it this way now. You're going to be the best you have ever been. because of the other part of this way of life called a moral regeneration. And what we started to do now in step 4 was to take this moral regeneration into effect. In this book they say we've written a book we believe to be moral as well as spiritual. That tells me something. No matter how spiritual I may become, or no matter how spiritual I think I may be, I'm still a human being. And those morals can take me right back where I was. And if I'd have stopped with step 3, I would have become a religious bigot. I could not have helped it. Those character traits would have caused it. And the road to hell would have been once again paved with good intention. And it scares the pants off of me when I find some of my friends who have become Jesus freaks. Jesus freaks have a remarkably short sobriety span. I don't know why that is either, but it is. I think it's because they got to step 3 and stopped. It's as far as they ever went. And all those character traits and all those defects and all those shortcomings and all those other things come back one more time to haunt, to terrorize. And the human race was never as perfect as we thought it should be. But you know, it's as perfect as it ought to be. I've heard a lot of people say they can't believe in God because if there was really a God, they wouldn't let kids starve in India. Now you can take your own attitude about that, but I want to tell you what happened. This one night that I'm referring to, I was sitting in a restaurant with 6 people eating dinner. And there was more food left on our plates than we ate. And children were starving. And we were saying, no, I am not my brother's keeper. Were we wrong? Or is God wrong? Is it that maybe we're expecting God to do for us what we will not do for ourselves and it is not working? In Alcoholics Anonymous, I believe we apply this principle extremely well. I believe that we help another person to help themselves, but no more. And if you're not willing to help yourself, there's an old saying for that in AA. If you want to stay sober, we'll go to hell for you. If you don't, you can go to hell by yourself. And I'm sorry sometimes to see that we have gotten so far away from some of the original concepts, or at least the concepts that were here when I got here. I am sorry mostly because I myself have not lived up to them. I thought it was you. Once again, I found it was me. One more time. And I found that no matter how far down this spiritual path I go, no matter how close I get to that light in the distance, I'll never get there. And I will never be perfect. But Dr. Bob summed that up, I think, extremely well when he said that's no reason not to try to be. To try to be perfect. To do what you believe to be right. To try to get rid of these defects of character. To turn them around. To morally regenerate yourself. To be the best you could ever be, just for today. Thank you all very much. You will see, I believe, where it says these are suggested steps. Here are the steps we took which are suggested as a program of recovery. Now I want to tell you just one thing about that. There was a friend of mine who used to teach skydiving. And he had a little skydiving school up in Mojave at the airport. And he had a little plaque made that he hung on all the rings of the parachutes. And he said this ring is meant to be suggestive only. He said he never had anyone ever fail to follow that suggestion. So before we get into loopholes, which we're going to get into, let's take a look at where they usually leave us. Now, because this is a workshop, we'll talk now about questions and answers. If you have any questions I can't answer, I will double talk you and make you think I have answered them. And no one but the person that asked them will know I didn't, him and me. You see, I believe that no one in Alcoholics Anonymous knows all of the answers to everything. There are many people I know who have solved problems I hope I never encounter. And I'm not above telling you who to go talk to. So if you ask a question I can't answer, I'll tell you go talk to Drennan. He can answer more than I can. And he's just as foolish with his answers as I am with mine. So who would like to be first? Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't quite.
Do you suggest that we take an inventory every year that we're sober?
Do I suggest we take an inventory every year? Did you take one? Was it successful? Then I'd suggest you take it every year. I don't really have a suggestion that makes sense, but let me tell you something. Step 10 will take care of a lot of things. But step 10 is roughly equivalent, I think, and a friend of mine says this very well, so I'll steal what he says. He says that's like putting oil and water in your car and making sure the tires have air in it. But every once in a while you have to take it in and get the motor overhauled. And quite often I think it's essential that we sit down long enough with ourselves to take another inventory to find out if there's been any changes, to see if we are on this path, this single path that all of us should be on, because we find out quite often that without our knowing it, old ways have came back, even though we've been working step 10 extremely well. And by sitting down with ourselves and taking another moral inventory of ourselves, at least if nothing else is accomplished, we can see what progress has been made, or what hasn't been made, as the case may be. And there is somewhat of a difference between a personal inventory and a moral inventory. And quite often, and I guess it happens to all of us, I guess as we age, we kind of want to have one last fling, and it's sometimes a good idea to take a look at our morals. We might be heading for trouble again if we don't, mightn't we? Morals are ethics, codes by which we can live comfortably with ourselves and with others. They have little, if anything, to do with sex, and yet they certainly include that, don't they? Has something to do with integrity, and it's very easy to walk away from integrity by thinking we're being honest. And I believe that you'll find what I've found. Truth without love is nothing but brutality. So it's very essential that while we have this truth and while we have this honesty and while we have all these other things, that we come along, and we'll discuss that in 2 weeks, about love, what it really means to me, how to apply it to others. And I'm not talking about a love affair now, but love. Anyone else? Yes.
You talked about, I'm John, I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, John.
You talked about self-esteem and self-worth. And I understand when that applies to the ego, we can get in trouble that way. And yet a lot of people come in, it seems like to me, a lot of people come in with absolutely none of that. It seems like to me, if you come in like I did with a big ego, it's got to be squashed. And yet, some people that come in with nothing, it seems like inside, it seems like to me the middle steps, 4, 5, 6, and 7, gave me some kind of a spiritual self-worth that I never had before. And I was just wondering what, I know that self is ego, but the steps seem to rid me of self and then make me feel better about myself at the same time.
All right, now you want to know what I mean, or how I apply this thing about self-esteem and self-honesty and all these other self-confidence and all these other things? Okay, I'll try to answer that one for you. It is very true what you say. 2 types of people generally populate this world, and they're remarkably similar to a dog. There's one kind of a dog that if you kick it a couple of times, it'll run over in a corner and cower. There's another kind of a dog, if you kick it a couple of times, it'll bite your damn leg off. So it depends on which kind of a dog you are when you get here, on how you have to advance through these steps, don't it? Now let's suppose you come in here filled with this thing called self-worth, self-esteem, self-respect, and all these other things. Even though your life's a total wreck, you're not going to admit it. But let's say there are people come in here whose life is not a total wreck, and they admit it is. Now you got 2 different kinds of people, don't you? You got now two different applications of the same basic principles. If you don't have self-respect, you must get self-respect. If you don't have self-esteem, you have to get self-esteem. If you don't have self-confidence, you've got to get self-confidence. Now we're even, aren't we? Now both of us got to get rid of it. All right, so if you haven't got it, you got to get it, and then you got to get rid of it. If you got it, you still got to get rid of it. Because when you deal with self-esteem, you'll see people, and let's take just one thing. Let's say that somebody has a lot of self-worth. And you watch this person live with this self-worth for a little while, and you'll see that arrogance begin to develop. That better than. That slightly a cut above. And arrogance develops. All they really wanted was just to feel worthy. But they were basing this on a human power of self-worth. Well, I didn't say you shouldn't be worthy, but that worthy should come from God, not from yourself. Now, if you haven't got it, you sure as hell got to get it. If you have got it, you got to get rid of it, and when you get it, you still got to get rid of it. Now that brings us back to a neutral ground again. There's a lot of people, a lot of women who do not have any self-worth. Some of us fellows have beat their living brains right out of them. And their ability to love extended far beyond their common sense. And they were completely destroyed by someone who took advantage of them because of a defective character that I never had, thank God, but many of them do. It's called dependency. And they become utterly dependent on someone else for their approval. And the persons whose approval they were seeking got so disgusted with them, they finally beat their brains out. Because it is not up to me to approve you, it is not up to you to approve of me, it is up to me and God to approve of us. But what are you going to do then? Say, well, now you've got to get this spiritual thing. Well, they'll go crazy before they get it. Men or women, it makes no difference. And I've seen both. I just use women as an example, but I've seen this happen in both cases. So now when you're talking to someone, when you're coming up to someone or they're coming up to you and they're asking you a bunch of questions, you have got to know you well enough to know where they are. Where you have been is very familiar to you. Where they are is very terrifying to them. And now you're going to try to instill confidence in that person. And at first it will be self-confidence, self-esteem, self-respect. My God, if you don't respect yourself, how can you expect anyone else to respect you? But if you keep it too long, it ferments. Then you got to get rid of it quick. Or if you don't, you're going to find yourself isolated from people. You're going to find out they don't want to be around you very much. They don't want anything to do with you, really. They just can't stand your damned egocentric ways. Oh, you could be a nice guy. But the same thing's happening now that was happening with the drink. That personality change is happening all over again. You haven't had anything to drink. Except self. Now, let's go to chapter 11. Abandon yourself to God as you understand God. That means self-respect, self-esteem, self-worth, self-knowledge, self-anything. Abandon self to God as you understand God. But what happens before you understand God? It doesn't say to abandon it right off, does it? No. It doesn't say that at all. If you don't have these qualities, for God's sakes, get them. But then begin to recognize something I believe is extremely important. Our Father, we are children of God. He is the Father, we are the children. We are God's kids. Would we really damage one of God's kids? Would we damage anything of God's if we knew what the odds of our survival would be? Isn't most of the things that's happened to us because of what we have done to others? Wanting our way. I want what I want when I want it. Alcoholics Anonymous says you'll get what you get when you get it. No, self-worth is essential if you haven't got it. But if you happen to be one of those like me with copious quantities of it, you damn well better get rid of it. I hope that answers your question. Yes. Hi, Roger. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Last week, you read from the first book.
Oh. Well, these steps here in this book are the same ones that you have in your book. Last week I was reading from the original manuscript, the monolith that was published before this book was printed, that was sent out to all of the people who had ordered this book. Now I'll bring it back next week and we'll read from it again, because you'll find that the basic tone of that is different. It is more lecturing, more telling you what you ought to do. We isn't used very often. I is used. We isn't. When this book was sent out to the groups at the time for their clarification and understanding, what they sent back was a bunch of corrected manuscripts that like to drove Bill right up the wall. He couldn't conceive how anybody could possibly correct something he had conceived. But I think from reading that book last week, or reading that small part of it, you'd see where that the obstacles that you would have to overcome would be almost insurmountable. Reading this book, they're not insurmountable. And what they've done is toned it down, not changed the basic concept, but changed the approach from a you to a we. We can do what I can't do. They said these are the things we have done. You see, when Bill first started this way of life, he was going out to everybody telling them what was wrong with him. And what he was telling them was what was wrong with him. What they was telling him was to go to hell. So he never had much success. When he went back and talked to Silkworth about his failures for this last 4 or 5 months, Silky told him, he said, Bill, you're doing the same thing with them that we tried to do with you. You're trying to tell them what's the matter with them. He said, why don't you go out the next time and tell them what's the matter with you? Well, Bill did this, but this isn't what he wrote. I want to make it clear to all of you that Alcoholics Anonymous was not started by angels for angels. It was started by a shyster New York stockbroker and a butt doctor from Ohio. And the reason this book here is considerably bigger than the book you have today is because Bill printed it on thick paper. And he did that so he could sell the books. He figured that drunks get something for their money, they might buy it. All he was interested in was selling books. If Bill had his way, we'd have owned all these 12-step hospitals that they have going around now. They'd have been a part of AA. Bill was a promoter. Bill received the money off this book. It was his livelihood. It now belongs to the general service, or world service, I should say. And there isn't anything wrong with that. He come up with the idea, even though he stole it from the Oxford groups at the time. And if you want to read the Oxford group's principles, what they believed in, they're right there in the front of this book. And you'll be reading about the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. They use words that aren't too popular, like restitution and words like that, but they still were the 12 steps. And the only one that was original to Alcoholics Anonymous was step 1. That was the only step that was original to AA. And what Bill did in this was he codified it down to one specific ailment. And whether you know this or not, Alcoholics Anonymous became the first treatment that is holistic for an ailment that was otherwise totally untreatable, and still is. We don't treat alcoholism in AA. In these 3 steps I talked about tonight, we didn't talk about alcohol. We talked about things that are common to the human race, and why an alcoholic has to be exceedingly careful of those, because these are now the dubious luxuries of other men. They can get away with this kind of thinking because they can drink. I can't get away with them because I can't stop drinking. And I have to stay away from the first drink. Now I'll tell you something else. The only known cause for alcoholism is alcohol. I've got a niece that's honest to God. God bless her, the most neurotic one human being I have ever seen in my entire life. That woman moved completely out of New Mexico because she couldn't stand thunder and lightning. It thundered and lightning out here, she ended up in Camarillo. Extremely neurotic, but she don't drink. Occasionally she'll take a drink. The phenomena of craving did not develop in her. Now, the only difference then that we really have to be concerned about is this difference between us and the other guy, isn't it? This guy who can take a few drinks with impunity. It don't bother him in the slightest when he takes a few drinks. With us, the phenomena of craving develops. We now can't quit. Now, these steps that I've talked about so far do not deal with the treatment of alcoholism. They deal with the treatment of the alcoholic, in giving him a goal to strive for beyond himself, which seems to have a remarkable regenerative power in the treatment of this malady. But do you think any of these steps up here are really going to get you sober or even keep you sober? No. They're going to put you in a proper frame of mind to enjoy your sobriety, so that you have the joy of living, so that you can understand what it says in a family afterwards when it says God wants us to be happy, joyous, and free. What does it mean to be happy, joyous, and free? That's what it means right there. They're behind me on this wall. And if you live by these principles, what you'll find is that you're much more happy in this idiotic world that you did not create, do not like, and have to live in for a while than you could have possibly been any other way. Now, if you find an alcoholic who's happy with his life, you'll find one who's generally sober. But let me make one point very clear. We have not treated alcoholism. We are still alcoholic. I'm as much of an alcoholic today as I was the day I got here. That has not changed. What I do have is a firm grasp on the true nature of my illness. And if you read that book, you're going to find in there when Bob told Bill, or Bill told Bob, about the extreme gravity of his disease, it says that Bob was willing to pursue this spiritual malady, remedy with a willingness he had never before been able to muster. Now what that's saying is he got the hell scared out of him. And then he was willing to do these things in an attempt to stay away from the first drink. Life is such that most people can drink and they get a little aggravated and they get angry and they come home at night and they have a few belts of booze and it doesn't bother them. And that's great for them, but what about us? What do? We grab a few belts of booze, and long after all of the things we've accumulated have since disappeared, we're still belting up booze. We don't even know what the hell we was drinking about. But we can't stop drinking. Alcoholics Anonymous does not tell you how to quit drinking. It gives you a way of life that allows you to enjoy your sobriety by removing the obstacles to happiness that you have placed there, or I have placed there, or we have placed there. Beyond that, what does it really give you? I find nothing in this book that says you will become spiritual. I don't believe that you become spiritual. What I have found is that you will have a spiritual awakening, that you will recognize the rights and privileges of others. I realize that my rights end where your privileges begin. And that's about as spiritual as I've gotten this way of life. But that's such a remarkable improvement over the way it was that for me that's good enough just for today anyway. Is there anyone else? Yes. What did I mean about you should get involved in a relationship right away? Just what I said. Let's face a fact. We're in a co-ed organization, aren't we? And let's face another fact, that quite often in many of our lives our sex drives has got a little high. And let's face another fact, it's not so bad if you can afford it. But if you can afford it, it's very important. Now if you're fairly new on this program, and you get yourself cleaned up a little bit and you start looking attractive to the boys or the girls, as the case may be, and you're thinking that somebody's telling you, don't get emotionally involved for the first year. Well, I'll tell you, that's okay if you got one of these nets you can pull people down off the walls with after the first year. But a lot of people really believe that if they come in this way of life, and if they just get her or him, everything's going to be okay. And they really believe that if they just get emotionally leveled out and have a happy home life, everything's going to be okay. And it is, for a little while. And then you say to her, will you? And she says, no, I will not. What do you mean you won't? Just what I said. Well, I'm going to tell you what you're going to do. Oh, no, you're not. Now, your emotions will begin to get the best of you. And you will not be sane because you will be fighting everything and everyone with her right now, or him, as the case may be. Now, you've based your whole sobriety on your emotional contentment, but you're now emotionally discontented. And the first thing that comes to your mind, screw it, I'm going to go get drunk. I'll show that lady. I'll show her. Well, when you're fairly new on this program, you ain't got a hell of a lot to lose anyway. But what about a year or 2 or 5 years? Suppose you stay away from these emotional involvement. Suppose you're prepping yourself for the day when she will come into your life. And you are preparing yourself with all this spirituality that you can muster so that you can convince her that you are God's gift to at least this woman. And she's a con artist. And she blows a little smoke where she shouldn't. And you believe it. And then she clips you from the blind side. And you say, well, what did I do wrong? You didn't do nothing wrong. She clipped you from the blind side. That's what was wrong. But you don't see that. Because by this time she's got you so wrapped up in her that you cannot possibly see anything else but her. Now you're really emotionally involved. Now you're going to handle this emotionally, right? Your emotions aren't worth a nickel, but you're going to go spend a whole dollar's worth of emotions on getting this thing straightened out. Yeah, you are. You get it straightened out, but usually you get it straightened out with a judge because you probably belted her and she had you arrested. The original saying was not get emotionally involved for the first year. That was not what Alcoholics Anonymous said. Alcoholics Anonymous said the same thing the Marine Corps said to me. They said, don't get emotionally involved with newcomers. There weren't that many women here, and the ones that were here at that time weren't really that desirable, so getting emotionally involved with a woman really wasn't a big problem. But do you know what happens when you get emotionally involved with one of your babies, and you begin to cry his tears and take his thoughts and live his life, and he goes to hell, and you follow him? You know what they told me in the Marine Corps? They said, don't look at their pictures, don't learn their names, don't have nothing to do with their family attitudes. If that guy gets shot, we don't want to have to come after 2 of you. And I thought it was very brutal. And it was. But it also saved a hell of a lot of lives. And that's what we're saying here in Alcoholics Anonymous. And I think you should get emotionally involved as soon as possible, because I really believe that if you're halfway honest with yourself, you will be convinced that your emotional condition cannot possibly be a basis for long-term sobriety. I got a baby now who run off with one of Beverly's babies. I guess they're enjoying herself. I haven't heard from either one of them for the last month. And they're emotionally involved. And every once in a while I say, God help. God help. I know them both. That's why I say God help. I mean, help both of them. Because I know what's going to happen. And I know I can do absolutely nothing about it. So we haven't got the patience yet. The only thing I can do is pray that they will not kill one another sometime sooner or later. When things begin to go wrong, because neither one of them have a concept of Alcoholics Anonymous, neither one of them have a concept of spirituality, neither one of them have a concept of anything except desire for one another. And I'm not talking about somebody that's only been sober a few weeks or a few months now. One of these people has been sober over 12 years. But one of them hasn't been. Now what do you think their chances are? About the same as a snowball in hell. If they survive. Well, I guess we'll sit down and talk again. And many do. I'm not going to say they don't. I've seen some wonderful love affairs happen in Alcoholics Anonymous. I've seen them from a great distance. They haven't really happened to me, but I've seen them happen. And maybe it's that great distance that makes them seem wonderful. I really don't know. Well, is there anyone else? We got about a minute. Yes. Yes, it does. Yeah. Well, isn't that what most people do when they read that? If God took away all of our defects of character, we would disappear in a puff of smoke. Because that's all most of us have going for us is our defects of character, isn't it? But what is important in that, it says we were entirely ready to have God remove these defects of character. Now, what that's really telling you is don't you try to fix you. And in time, God will constantly be revealing little things to you that you will stop doing because you now begin to understand what the results of that action will be. And little by little by little, you're saying, take it. Take it, Lord. Help me not to do this. I mean, I know she's got pretty legs, Lord, but I'm married. And Beverly is jealous, Lord. And God's saying, drop the rocks, kid. If you don't want to get in trouble, don't avail yourself of the opportunity. I'm saying, Lord, why did you put the temptation here if you don't make it involved? He says, well, I just wanted to check you out. But if you're entirely ready to have God remove these defects of character, is there anything in that step that says when it will happen? Then He will continuously be removing these defects of character for the rest of your natural life. You have begun a program that is constant. Constant. It does not end with the period on those things. There is no periods up there that should be there anyway. They don't end like that. This is one way of life divided up into 12 easy principles, or easier principles than it would be all at once. If I sit down and do absolutely nothing, expect the Lord to take care of me, He will do for me what I cannot do for myself, and I'm going to be stuck with a hell of a lot of things that I could have done for myself that now never get done. I can't fix me. But as I become aware of these things, and I'm constantly becoming aware of more defects of character that have been there hidden even after an inventory. And I am entirely ready to have God remove all those defects of character. In other words, what I'm not saying is, I ain't going to do that. I'm not saying I'll never let go of that one. What I am saying is I'm not going to let go of it yet. But if the time comes, I am entirely ready to have God remove these defects of character. If it wasn't for the first three steps, if we depended only on 5 through 11, or 5 through 9 rather, psychiatry would work. Now we've admitted, at least I have, that religion didn't work too well. And most of us will admit that psychiatry didn't work too well. And yet, a moral regeneration is a psychiatric approach. So we're dealing with these things, aren't we? With psychological impact. We're dealing with them. We've been dealing with them in AA for 52 years. But read the step extremely well. Read exactly what it says. It doesn't say we were entirely ready to have God remove all these defects of character by 9:30 tonight. It says we were entirely ready to have God remove them. And God removes them in very mysterious ways. Your life gets so damn miserable that you just don't do it no more. And then you start doing something just the opposite to see if that'll work. See, so when you get right down to it, what you're doing is saying, Lord, I am entirely ready. But if you don't remove it, I'll enjoy it. Right? I hope that answers your question. I hope also that we will do this again next week when we talk about 3 more of these principles, 3 more of these propositions, when we talk about humility, duty, and obligation. Thank you all very much.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
My name is Hugh Douglas. I am an alcoholic. I saw the hands of some newcomers here tonight, and in case some of you new folks are having a little trouble with alcohol, giving it up, there's one little thing I heard that is very apropos, I think, to that. It's about, well, giving up alcohol is like making love to a gorilla. You are not through until a gorilla is through. So don't be discouraged. Just keep coming back. It'll finally rub off, I hope. Now we're going to talk about 3 more of these propositions tonight, but before I get into that, there's one other thing I'd like to talk about, and it is one word in step 6. Out of the original manuscript, it's a little clearer, I think, than it is in the big book today. What it says here, we're entirely ready or willing to have God remove all these defects of character. We're entirely willing. That's a little bit different than ready. It gives you a little bit more time. Now, there are 12 steps in Alcoholics Anonymous, and a friend of mine tonight reminded me of something I would have probably overlooked. Christ had 12 disciples. One of his disciples was Judas. One of these steps could be Judas also. You know which one it'll be? It will be the one step you really believe you don't have to take. The one step you really believe does not apply to you. And tonight I'm going to talk about 3 Judas steps. These 3 steps are probably the most difficult in all of Alcoholics Anonymous to master, to understand, and to work to any degree of satisfaction whatsoever. What I'm going to talk about tonight is step 7. Humbly, on our knees, ask him to remove our shortcomings, holding nothing back. Now, that's the way it was written in the original manuscript. It's not written that way today. What is the basic principle of step 7? Humility. Humility. Humbly, ask God. Now, a lot of people, and I myself am one of them, have had a lot of trouble with words like humility. We just simply don't understand those words. I looked it up in the dictionary here a while back. What does the word humility mean? And one of the definitions says it is an absence of arrogance. The other definition, which I especially like, it says a conscious awareness of one's defects and shortcomings. And if you have a conscious awareness of your defects and shortcomings, it's very hard to be arrogant or conceited about anything. And it is extremely difficult to blame others for the same identical things you yourself have been doing or are doing or will continue to do for quite some time. And how many times have we been driving down a street and we had ranting and railing at someone who was driving extremely slow looking for an address in our neighborhood, and when we got in their neighborhood we drove extremely slow looking for an address. So you'll find, I believe, that these steps don't end. They continue. And if you're going to become humble, you're going to have to get off of some of your arrogance and some of your conceit and some of the other things that I will tell you right now I have been trying to overcome for the last 26 plus years in Alcoholics Anonymous. One of the things that I believed that I should do more than anything in the world was to try to find a way to add humor to my life. Some way to turn sarcasm into satire. It hasn't worked too well yet. If you don't believe me, listen to these tapes and you will still hear that same dang thread of satire, not quite yet complete in humor. It's still there. That means that these steps then have not been worked to my satisfaction or apparently to God's satisfaction or to anyone else's satisfaction. Now, in this location in the book, I wish they would have put in something that was left out that was a part of the Oxford groups. And for a moment or two, I want to talk about those because I know that there's a lot of people who are not familiar with the 4 absolutes of Alcoholics Anonymous. And in the beginning, before this book was written, those 4 absolutes were a part of the Oxford groups and were a part of Alcoholics Anonymous. And they're absolute love, purity, honesty, or honesty and unselfishness. And when you first look at those 4 absolutes, you would think that the word absolute would pose a problem. And it does because of the way we try to use words without ever bothering to find out what the meaning of that word happens to be. If you look the word absolute up in a dictionary, it says without restraint, without condition. And isn't that what we're talking about in Alcoholics Anonymous quite often? Unconditional love, unconditional honesty, unconditional purity, and unconditional unselfishness. And what is it that's so difficult about these things to do? Because when you look at them and when you read them, and I brought a copy of them with me tonight, I want to say one other thing. I want to thank you people for asking me to do this. You have done something that was difficult. You have caused me to rework this whole damn program all over again. I am grateful, but I'm also somewhat vengeful, and I plan on getting even with Bill as soon as I possibly can. But I'm very grateful for it. I found out that we can have a wonderful set of tools, spiritual tools, put them on a shelf and let them age. And that we have not fully been working this program as we probably should have been working this program. So I begin to reread these things, and I begin to reread them with these four absolutes. When we deal with honesty, as we're going to be dealing with quite often, we're going to find that honesty is the essential ingredient on the road to truth. Not a truth or not the truth, but the truth itself. Without honesty, truth cannot exist. And if you want to practice absolute honesty, there's only one question you need to ask yourself. Is it true or is it false? It either is or it is not. One of those two things. In love, all you need to ask yourself, is it ugly or is it beautiful? It's the only question you need to ask about absolute love. If you get into this being unselfish, it's how does it affect the other guy? How's it affecting them? If you get into absolute purity, all you're going to ask yourself is one more question. Is it right or is it wrong? And when you can ask yourself those questions, and when you know the answer to those questions, you have reached that unconditional state that's absolutely essential, I believe, in working any of these steps to the best of your ability, however limited or great that ability may be. So what we're going to try to do is to talk about this word honesty or humility for a moment. Humility is probably the most misunderstood and least used word in the entire English language, or any other language that they use it in. It denotes something that most of us don't want. Sackcloth and ashes, the lack of sex, no more money, no more fun, no more nothing. That's what it seems to say, but that is not what it's saying. Do you know, without humility, how would it be possible to take a look at anything that we ourselves have done without having, well, it was okay because? With humility, you might pay your income taxes. You might not. I'm not too sure I've got that much yet. But humility is that one necessary ingredient to make you find or to help you find truth. And in the Bible it says, know the truth, for the truth shall make you free. In the Constitution of this country, they say we hold these truths to be self-evident. And they go ahead and list what those truths are. So the search for truth is an absolute essential in becoming humble and becoming honest. Any of these things require truth. Now, last week, I told you the little story about truth and honesty and what the difference between the two is. And I'm not talking now about telling the truth, but living the truth. And when we get to this point in our development, we're going to have to face some very simple facts. Most of us only thought we were humble. Most of us only believed that this humility had taken place in our lives and that we were able now to face these things without any dread or shame or regret or anything else, and found out that there was not quite the way it was. Because I'm convinced of one thing after we were reworking this program, is that I had not fully worked it the first time. And if I hadn't fully worked it the first time, I'm very doubtful if I fully worked it again this time. That it's a continuing, ongoing thing, although I do believe this will be the last one of these workshops I'll ever get involved. Suppose for a moment we go on to this next step of made a list of all the people we have harmed. That is extremely difficult to do it. Most of the time, we don't know who those people were. We have no idea who we've harmed. A friend of mine told me once, he said, just write down the names of the people you know. That's good enough. And he may have been fairly right about that. Just write down the names of the people you know. But I couldn't quite understand how I had harmed these people. It was difficult for me to get it straightened out in my family. I knew my wife, the kids, immediate family and immediate friends I could understand, but I had difficulty here. I couldn't see how I'd harmed these people. I went back to 2 or 3 old girlfriends I'd had that I still had an idea where they lived, and found out I was right, and went back to them to talk to them, not to, so much to make an amend of any kind, but to find out how I'd hurt them. And I hadn't hurt them. And I was disappointed. One of them had a new boyfriend, and she says, you were a lot of fun, but it's over. Why don't we just forget it? The other one had a husband. She didn't even go that far. The third one wanted to restart the old affair over again. I told her that's not why I'm here, and she got very indignant about that, and she said, just why are you here? And when I told her, she said, you know, you were a lot of fun drinking, but I think you'd be a horrible bore sober. But by trying, I begin to find something. I begin to see how I had hurt people by being good to them. I thought all we had to do was see how we'd be banned. My daughter spent too much money. It was there, and no restraint. She's been married 5 times trying to find somebody like dear old Dad, and it hasn't worked. And I have not been able to work this next step in her case. She's still doing the same thing. She got too used to too much money too young in life and believed that that was the only way to live. And it's a good way to live. I don't condemn it in any way. But how do I correct that? How do I get her to see her way is not the right way when she's still convinced it is? Especially, I can't say anything to her about being married 5 times when I've been married 3, count. I can't talk to her about not being affluent when I got a couple of bucks in the bank. And yet many times I've tried to talk to her about the harm I had done to her by being too good, too kind, too considerate, letting her have her way when she was still too young to understand what her way really was. Charge accounts at stores that she should have never had charge accounts in. Then I begin to see something else. While there were not a great many people that I had harmed, there were a great many people that I had not helped. And then I begin to understand something about these steps that I'd overlooked for so long. It was the thing I knew to do and didn't do. The kindness, the courtesy, the consideration of others that I knew to extend and did not extend. And how do I do that? How do I make amends for these things? How do I alter that? For a long time it was buying a lot of cigarettes and going down to County General and passing them out in a drunk ward to try to give them something, to make amends to people that I could not even now remember. All the people I'd bummed a buck off of or borrowed a quarter off of or something else to now give back. And when it come to women, and I had a hell of a problem in that one area. A woman told me once, she said, I know your attitude towards women has changed, but would you mind telling me when it's going to improve? Well, how do you make amends to strangers, people that you've never, can't remember their names, you couldn't remember their face, and if you passed them on the street, it's doubtful if you'd even remember them. For a long time, this too was a puzzle. I couldn't understand exactly how I could make these corrections in cases that were long since obscure. Then I found a way. By helping other women. By letting other women know that not every man's an SOB. That there are some pretty nice people in this world. By doing something for others because I couldn't do something directly for those that I had directly harmed, if I had even harmed them, and I don't know that I had. It was quite a quandary for quite some time. It caused quite a problem. I didn't feel that I could be a good member of AA because I hadn't hurt a lot of people. It was one of those puzzles that run onto every once in a while. And I don't have to hurt a lot of people to be a good member of AA. You don't have to go to jail. You don't have to go to prison. You don't have to nothing like this to be a good member of Alcoholics Anonymous. All you got to do is work this program to the best of your ability. To practice these steps daily in all of your affairs in the best way you know how, for the benefit of others, to reach that unselfishness where you're now willing to do for others what you were unwilling to do for others before. And that doesn't sound like any real great change, does it? And yet how many times have all of us, in our haste to get somewhere, passed somebody on the road who had a flat and never bothered to stop to see if we could help? How many times have we give lip service to this program, as I have found myself doing many times, and yet never lived by those same principles? That we didn't do what we knew to do. Quite often, we know what to do, but we don't do it. Now, you would think if we worked these first 3 steps in this program, or at least steps 2 and 3, that we would have the power that it now takes to do the things that we know to do, and we would do them right, and everything would now be all right, and it isn't. Now, it was necessary to take another look at a list. It's called a resentment list in chapter 5. In the 5th step, it's a resentment list that we make up, or the 4th step rather, and we make this resentment list up about people we didn't like. And I looked at that resentment list like it says in the book, and fortunately I had a sponsor who was he was a pretty good bookman, but he went a little bit beyond the book, and he said, I'll tell you what, my friend, he said, if you can't find anything in there, except maybe how you hurt yourself, he said, why don't you sit down and make a list of all the people who resented you? Now that was a stopper. I mean, why should they resent me? Why should these people carry any grudges where I was concerned? After all, I had done the very best I could do on their behalf. But had I? No, of course not. Then I began to make that list, and I seen how a lot of people had a lot of reason to not like me or not like anything about me, and yet they still did, and I couldn't quite understand why. And I went to each one of them, and I talked to them about it. And then I found out I wasn't such a bad guy as I wanted to be. I found I was rather a candy ass, if you want the truth about it, and I didn't like that. I said, do you mean to tell me that my actions did not cause you any grievous mental harm? They said, no, we just ignored you most of the time. But there were resentments in there. There were things that I could do, and I did those things to the best of my ability, and I still do. Some things can never be set right. As with my daughter, I can never set it right. I can always try, but I can't always do it. Maybe she would have grown that way anyway. I don't know, but what I do know is that the responsibility in her youth was mine, and I did not live up to that responsibility. I didn't, in effect, do my own duty, what I should have done in raising a child. I was too busy, too interested in what I wanted, in money, women, drinking, enjoying life, raising hell, having a little fun, to do what I should have done where some other life was concerned, and seen the bend and the warp, and that'll probably be there from now on. And I have to live with it, because there isn't another thing in the world that I can do. And what about that 9th step? You know, in this step, all we're really asked to do in 8 is to make a list. Beyond that, there's nothing asked. There is only one thing you should do, and that is not justify nor rationalize, and we are past masters at that it was okay for me because you. It was not okay for me because you. I don't care what you did. This step doesn't say one thing about what you did. What this step is trying to get me to do is to make a list of the people I had harmed without any qualms whatsoever, without doing anything about it. All I got to do is make that list. That next step's a little different, though, isn't it? Now we got to eat humble pie. Now you can go to somebody who's still a friend of yours, and I certainly did this, and tell them about these little things that you did that you regret having done, and ask them if there's something you can do to straighten it out, or what can you do this time. And they usually let you off the hook pretty easy. Now comes the hard part. What about that SOB? What about that guy that we know does not like us? How are we now going to walk into his place or his business or his home or wherever else we meet him? How are we now going to face him? Because we pretty well know what he's going to do, don't we? He's going to take full advantage of this opportunity to tell us what a wonderful person we really are not. How do we do it? With dignity?
with dignity. You remember in these steps where we learned somewhere along the road that if we have certain dignity now, we can do whatever needs to be done with God holding our hand, and we can go anywhere, do anything that needs to be done, because we no longer have to have that horrible fear that we've had for so long. It is true. Several of them says, I am glad you are doing what you're doing, but I want absolutely nothing to do with it. As far as I'm concerned, you're no good. You never will be any good, and if you are any good, I don't want to find out about it. And you have to stand there, let them get it off their chest, and then say, now what can I do to set this thing right? And usually they say, you can get the hell out of here. I thought for a long time all I really had to do was to go back to all these people and apologize. And then somebody pointed out to me that an amend is not an apology. An apology is a social enmity, and we should use it quite often. If you step on someone's toes accidentally, you should say, I'm sorry, or pardon me, or excuse me, or something. There's nothing wrong with this. But as far as Alcoholics Anonymous is concerned, we're not talking about a social amenity now. We're talking about an amend. I'd like to point something out to you. There are 20-some amendments to the Constitution in this country. Not one of them says we're sorry we wrote it. No, an amend is a change that takes place within you that gives you this additional dignity that you need with this humility and with this honesty to now go up to this person and say, what can I do to set it right? If you owe money, you pay it back. Fortunately, I didn't owe much. A little bit, but incidental. So I thought I was off the hook on these steps. After all, I didn't hurt that many people. I didn't really know that many people, and there really weren't that many people that knew me, and then I found out something. I still got to make amends to people I only met 2 weeks ago. I still got to change something about what I said about them inadvertently, or what they took to be wrong that I said that they thought was said about them. It wasn't said about them. I was just talking about me. Did you ever take your inventory and somebody else gets mad and walks away from you? And all you're doing is telling them what you're like? Now, last Sunday, a friend of mine come over. 2 weeks ago, I spent an hour and a half almost standing up here talking to you people about the first 3 steps. With this friend of mine, he didn't understand steps 2 and 3, and I spent 4.5 hours more talking to him about steps 2 and 3. About how it is absolutely essential to work these things, and said a hell of a lot of things I wish to God I'd have said here, and I've now forgotten. But you see, there's always that opportunity to work these steps in your own life and in the lives of others if you are willing to be unselfish. Absolutely unselfish. It doesn't benefit you directly. I mean, how can I benefit because this little creep finally learns about God? How can that benefit me? Because I learned some more about God, too. You know, how many times have you heard people say they're going to turn it over to God? And what they're really saying is they're going to turn God into a washerwoman or a janitor or a butler or something else, and they're going to turn all their garbage over to God. If God wanted garbage, he'd make garbage. He doesn't want it. He wants you to leave the garbage outside the door. Don't walk in with your garbage. In these steps here that God has not mentioned, we clean up quite a bit without any help whatsoever except what we know to do that is now right. And then I begin to understand that we do the right thing because it's the right thing to do for no other reason. And I begin to understand then about this unselfish or absolute love. Unselfish, no condition, unconditional, without restraint or condition. And I love every one of you. I don't like some of your actions. I'm sure that you don't like some of mine. But you know that's no obstacle to loving you. Because I begin to understand something about loving a person unconditionally. If I love you if I do not love you. If I love you because I do not love you. I've got my own axe to grind. And I will grind that axe. And then about this time I learned something else. About a word that we hear so often in Alcoholics Anonymous. One of the most common used, or the 3 most common used words in all of AA is a word called fear. Fear. Do you know how Alcoholics Anonymous gets rid of fear through these steps? Well, to start off, I want to correct that. It does not get rid of fear. What it does do, it gets rid of the ingredients that cause fear. And one of the most common ingredients to the human race is called embarrassment. We will not take part in our own recovery because we're concerned that we will embarrass ourselves. Well, you will. I said once in a meeting, I've done everything there is to do except make love to another man. Another guy in the meeting said, if you've had as many blackouts as you say you had, how do you know you didn't? Oh, you'll embarrass yourself, but you see, by taking part in your own recovery, by talking about the difficulties you are having or believe you're having, you overcome embarrassment. Now you can tell your story if you want to anyone. Whatever needs to be said can now be said openly and freely without bragging about it, without conceit, without arrogance. You can say, yeah, that happened to me too. And understanding begins to develop. And fear is lighter. What about loneliness? Loneliness. You know, probably the one ingredient in most of you women that caused you most of your trouble and got you into situations you would have never gotten into any other way was just because you were lonely. You were just lonely. All you wanted was somebody to just take hold of you for a minute or two and tell you everything's going to be all right. Maybe put their arm around you and buy you a cup of coffee or something. And that's all you wanted. And I'm sorry, extremely sorry, that men like me took advantage of women like you. I'm even more sorry that many still are. But how does Alcoholics Anonymous overcome this loneliness? How is this possible? Well, this is not one of the steps now. The program of Alcoholics Anonymous is laid out in this book. It constitutes the 12 steps and the basic text of AA. It's the A part of this thing, incidentally, that works so well. But there's another part that most of us don't ever bother to look at. That's the fellowship. We never look at the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. We look at the program. We're constantly working a program. We're constantly working it. We work the damn thing to death because we won't live it. But what about the fellowship? You know, if you get involved in general service, H&I, conventions, or meetings like this, if you come early and set them up, if you stay late and tear them down, you get involved in the fellowship. And as you get involved in that fellowship, you begin to see people on a regular basis. Some of them you're not going to like. Then one day they're not there. And you're worried about them. You wonder where they are. And then next week they are there and you wish they hadn't come. But you see, what I'm trying to get over to you now is the fellowship is the second half of Alcoholics Anonymous. The anonymous part works extremely well in some 168 different AA programs that use these same basic 12 steps. The fellowship is one drunk understanding another drunk, where he is, what he's going through, regardless of how long or how short a time any of them may have been sober. I don't know how it was for you, but when I first got here, the one thing that impressed me more than anything else in the world was we understand. And you're telling somebody about the way you feel and about the way you didn't want to drink and you couldn't help drinking and you didn't mean to do the things you did, but you couldn't help do them. And the guy says, I understand. I was there. I know what that's like. This fellowship works extremely well. It works extremely well in all other things, too. You know that GA and NA and all these other A programs are extremely successful. And a friend of mine back there's got two problems. He's an overeater and an alcoholic. The only thing with it, it seems like there's only one of these other organizations that insists on this ANDA stuff. I wouldn't have known he was an overeater if he hadn't have told me. And another friend of mine's a gambler. And he said he got more spiritual growth out of GA than he got out of AA. Well, he may have. Maybe he got better understanding there from those gamblers. But you see, the fellowship part of this is so extremely important, and we overlook it for so long. Now we wonder why the program itself isn't working quite so well. It's because half measures, once again, will avail us nothing, or at least very little. What about retribution? Now there's a real kicker, retribution. You know how many of us are scared to death that someone's going to do to us what we've already done to someone else? Do you realize that retribution, or the fear of it, is the bottom line cause of most jealousy? We are not concerned really with what she is doing. What we're concerned with is what we have done or are thinking about doing. And if we can't trust ourselves, can we really trust anyone else now? If they're not dependable, are we dependable? No, we're not. No, so we have a little difficulty in that one area. I've always been a little curious what would happen if Bev threw me away and took all the money and left. I hope she don't take all the money anyway. But you see, there is a solution to that in these two steps we're talking about tonight, in 8 and 9. When you have made direct amends to all the people you have harmed, when you have this complete list, you're off the hook. You're finally free. And now you realize the things you have done, maybe they will happen and maybe they won't. But how many of us do that? How many of us get to the point to saying, okay, I will correct all that I have done that's wrong, that's possible to correct, and I will live with the rest of it. And I won't go harm anyone else in doing it. Now, a friend of mine didn't understand that here some years ago. He was down at the North Hollywood Clubhouse one day on a Saturday, and they used to have they were not meetings exactly, but there sure was a lot of discussion going on, and this day they happened to be talking about this one step. And one guy was saying and pounding the table, you've got to make these direct amends, you've got to or you'll drink, you've got to do it. This guy took him literally, went home, went over next door and told his neighbor that he'd been making out with his wife. Now, about a month and a half later, when he got out of the hospital, somebody explained to him about the balance of that step, except when to do so would injure them or others. Now, there's a loophole. There's the loophole. And how now can we rationalize getting out of this one? Because if I do it, you know it's going to hurt so-and-so. If you don't do it, it's going to hurt you. If you do it, it's going to hurt them. AA has taught us, I hope, by this time to be hard on ourselves and gentle with others. And some of those things you have to live with. You have to live with them for the rest of your life because there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. But if you are painstaking about this part at least, you will find out that it's not an obstacle any longer. Back in step 3 or 2, we learned that we no longer regret the past nor wish to shut the door on it. We can live with the things if we have to live with them. We can do it on a daily basis. And that's what Alcoholics Anonymous has been trying to teach us for a long time anyway, hasn't it? I can do for today what I could not conceivably do for a lifetime. One day at a time, I can live with this thing. And finally, as you live with it, it eases. It never goes away, but it's easy now to live with. You remember it, and if the time ever comes when you can straighten it out, you will, but you live with it. And by making those direct amends, it's no longer a problem. Now, it becomes a problem in one area because a lot of people have trouble not understanding exactly what they're doing when these meetings end. When this meeting's over tonight, we're all going to hold hands. And every one of us is going to say the Lord's Prayer, most of us. Now, the smart ones won't. Because there's a part of that Lord's Prayer that's a real kicker. It says, forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Now, those of you who don't say that, I used to resent you. I now admire you. At least you're not asking for God to shaft you as you're going to shaft them. Now we go back to this one step. In step 8, if I am going to someone maybe a little later and ask for their forgiveness, must I not now first forgive them for the wrongs I believe they have done? Isn't it better to forgive than to be forgiven? If I cannot forgive you for what you've done to me, is there any way in the world I can expect you to forgive me for what I've done to you? Can I do this? No. By this time, integrity is working a little too well. I realize now that I have to be forgiving to be forgiven. But you know what I've done by doing this? Retribution is now no longer a problem. It's no longer there. Maybe these things will happen, maybe they won't, but we're not living in dread of them any longer. We have corrected our part in the situation. And maybe what always goes over the old cow's back now won't have to come under her belly. There's another cause of fear. I alluded to it a minute ago. I'm going to tell you about it now. Death. Everyone in this room will be dead in time to come. We are mortal. How does Alcoholics Anonymous, how could it conceivably overcome this? You know how I found it overcoming? In the first place, it doesn't overcome it. I'm 62 years old. How many years do you think I want to live? 30? 20? 10? 5? Will I make it home tonight? See, I don't know. Do you? No, you see what Alcoholics Anonymous has done. In effect, it has taught me how to live my life on this daily basis, how to do the best that I can do each day that I am here to do whatever I need to do. It has taught me how to enjoy this being alive. And there was the key, the secret that I'd overlooked. I was never afraid of dying. I didn't want to, and I still don't, Lord. I don't want you to get that one wrong. But I was never afraid of it. It was living. That's what I was afraid of. It was living. Living sober held a hell of a fear. To live in this thing called reality, to live with truth, to live with honesty, to live with humility, to live with willingness, open-mindedness, and all these other things that I had scoffed so loudly at, now I had to live by. And that was the problem, was living. It was just living. And then I began to understand that life is not a destination. I always thought life was a destination. When I get this, then everything's going to be all right. When I get to there, everything's going to be all right. When I get 10 years sober, everything's going to be all right. It was so screwed up you wouldn't have believed it. If you just get enough money, everything's going to be all right. I'd made almost $1 million before I got here, and I had a hell of a case of alcoholism. My God, if I just get her, then everything's going to be all right. I got her, damn near died over that one. No, life is not a destination. It's a journey. And by doing it on a daily basis, you can enjoy the journey, even though some days are lousy. They're dealt right off the bottom of a loaded deck, but you only got to put up with it for today, don't you? Just for today. And tomorrow, well, that's what hope is, isn't it? Every bit of our hope lies in one of those tomorrows out there. And anyone, I don't care how good your life is today, if you don't hope it's better tomorrow, I think you're foolish. And I don't care how good today is. And if you don't strive for that, I still think you're foolish. To strive for a better tomorrow. To have more friends, more acquaintances, to have more things, but things that you can now take care of. Instead of getting all you want, you're now beginning to want all you got. And life has got a whole new meaning now. Oh, it will end sometime. Down the road, someday it will end for me, I know that. But I'm not afraid to live today. It holds no terror anymore. And it has overcome the obstacle I always thought I had. It has overcome the obstacle of living itself, living sober with people just like me, going through the same things countless time after countless time with the same people, only with a different body this time. Not always with the same person, but always with the same people. And life has taken on a whole new meaning. You see, Alcoholics Anonymous is so simple that we overlook it for so long because we got so used to having things happening just like that. When they don't happen just like that, we think we're failures. If you take a drink, or at least when I took a drink, I knew within a reasonably short time the cops was going to be there. I got used to that. I got used to taking a drink and instant relief, just like that. I got used to taking 3 or 4 drinks and I feel good. I got used to the rosy glow of life. That rosy glow when you take that 3rd drink and it settles down and everybody around you is taking on a new aura and a new beauty and a new look and everything's all right. But in Alcoholics Anonymous don't work like that. Sometimes it doesn't work that way for years. Sometimes you have to look back over a long, long time to see that you made any progress whatsoever. But other people do see it. And you know, the things that happened was this turnaround now had become almost complete by being willing to, whenever possible, make whatever amends needed to be made. I found that I was free from the bondage of self. And I begin to understand another little part of that Lord's Prayer that we say when it says, give us this day our daily bread. You know why it says our daily bread? Because we want it fresh. That's why it says our daily bread. And what the hell would we do if we were like we were before when we wanted the whole grocery store? We couldn't eat it all and it would just spoil on us. But now we've got it down to a simple thing. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we have forgiven those who trespass against us. And by forgiving, we are now forgiven. And where we're not forgiven, we realize that a lot of people are just as sick as we were in their own way. Not drunks necessarily. Do you realize that most of the human race is sick in one way or another? Do you know the number of hospital beds that are taken up because of various emotional, mental illnesses? The amount of people that we have encountered in our lives are enough to give us justification for any act or action we have ever taken until we take a look at where we have been and realize that we're dealing with people who are just as disturbed as we were, but from an entirely different reason. Remember last week when I told you about this nutty niece of mine? That girl, for a long time, would not have anything to do with me whatsoever. So much so that when my oldest sister died, she never even bothered to call me, and she lives over here in Encino, and so was my sister, so I didn't even know my sister was gone for a long time. And even then, she never bothered to call me and tell me about it until her husband died, and she was lonely. Then one night she called me to tell me she was lonely. You know what my first reaction was? You better believe you know, don't you? But I talked to her for almost an hour. Maybe I'm the only family she has left, and maybe that is poetic justice. But you see, the desire to get even had left. You can't get ahead getting even. And I knew that. I would have liked to have said a lot of things, but I didn't. And a couple of weeks after that, I saw her son, my great nephew, over at a meeting with his wife. He's an Al-Anon. She's an alcoholic. And he was telling me about the horrible injustices that his mother had done, which I already knew all about. And she'll live with him and die with him, because she has no program whatsoever. It tells her that she has to make those amends. Now what do? Punish her or forgive her? I'll forgive her. It's hard to do sometimes. It is hard to forgive others. When we go for forgiveness, we go with great expectations. But what do we do when we go to forgive? What do we do now in a case like this where I've got to be nice to someone who was not nice to me? Now this program either works or it doesn't work. It's either right or it is not right. And it has taken away all of these little things that I thought were loopholes. It's closed them up before I got to them. I must do what I know to do because it's the right thing to do. And it's the right thing to talk to her, to listen to her sorrow, and realize that she lives in a loneliness for which there is probably no cure, because she does not have the opportunity that every drunk I've known has had to have a fellowship like this. Now, she belongs in EHA or something. She sure as hell don't belong in AA. But, you know, for a while, a few years ago, she came to a few of these meetings with a friend of hers who was an alcoholic. And if I have any wish for her whatsoever, it's I hope that someday, somehow, in some way, she finds for herself what we have found for ourselves. And that she is tormented and tortured with these same things that we were tormented and tortured with until we get off this high horse we was on, till we get humble enough to admit that we were wrong in this case. And I'm not saying she ever has to tell me that she's sorry, but I would like to know that she knows she's sorry. I'm not that important. And what could I do now for my sister? She's long gone. But I would like for Lorene to know that she doesn't have to be lonely anymore if she doesn't want to be. That she can overcome these obstacles, that we have overcome these obstacles. Now, a little earlier tonight, somebody was saying something about recovery, recovering, or recovered. This book makes no illusions whatsoever about what it says. And it says to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered. Not recovering, but recovered. It says we have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. You read chapter 3 in here, it says in there that they have solved the drink problem. Now what then causes people to continue to say that they are recovering? Is there a reluctance in some of us to go past a certain place, to go into these steps far enough, long enough to see where we have to make corrections in our life? Or are we content now to continue to suffer time after time after time? Or at least give the illusion that we're suffering while we wreak havoc in other people's lives. These steps are keys to freedom. Every one of them works extremely well, but you have to work it. And then after you work it all, you have to live it. There's not one thing in this book that says anything about, well, what it does say is spiritual life with others, not theory. We have to live it. You can work this thing to death. You can try your damnedest to become spiritual and fall far short of the mark. Did you ever hear that story about these 3 Catholic priests that they were out fishing, and one of them was very new, and the other 2 had been around for many years at this fishing hole anyway, and they were sitting there fishing. One of them had to relieve himself, and he says, "Father, I got to go relieve myself. I'll be right back." And he walks down a road a little ways, walks right straight across the water, disappears in the wood, comes back, walks right across the water, and sits down. And the young priest looks at this and he says, "My God." A little while later, the other priest says, "I got to go too, Father." He says, "Did you go to the usual place?" He says, "Yeah, I did." So he walks down the road a little bit, walks right straight across the water, disappears in the wood. And the young priest is sitting there absolutely awestruck. Now he's got to go. He says a couple Our Fathers to Hail Mary, and he gets up and he walks down the road a little bit, walks out in the river and sinks without ever recognizing what we've done. For a long time, like I said, I couldn't recognize what I did to Laverne. My God, I gave that kid everything. Then I realized I gave her too much. Do you know part of recovery is learning when to say no and how to say it? Or yes and how to say it? So far through these first 9 propositions, we've done something that I think is remarkable. If we have done them well, we have had a moral regeneration, a whole different set of morals to live by than we once had. And we're not creating quite as much havoc as we once did. But we're not off the hook yet, are we? Not quite. Because now it's going to come the difficult part next week when we talk about this thing called spiritual. A spiritual way of life. Spiritual growth. Absolute, unconditional love. What it means. What it means to me anyway. When we start beginning to talk about how these steps are summarized in the last 3 steps, and how we have to continue to carry this message one drunk to another for the rest of our lives, there's no way around it, and why that's extremely essential. Now, I don't believe that any of us ever work these steps to their absolute perfection, but I think we can work them unconditionally, and I think we can have unconditional love, unconditional honesty, unconditional purity, and unconditional unselfishness. I think we can have those things if we will simply take a look at where our way has led us. You know, the only big difference between my will and God's will is the pain involved. Beyond that, there really isn't an awful lot of difference. I got awful involved in this thing about my will and God's will here some time ago, and I began to understand something about that I didn't know. I'm going to wait till next week to tell you about that. I want you to keep coming back one more week. I guess it's about time for me to go into the question and answers now. I want to tell you one thing before I forget again. It has been a very humbling experience to be here with you for 3 weeks, to see so many of you come back every week. It was not humiliating. And when you're offered the difference between humiliation and humility, it really isn't that much of a tough decision to make, is it? I am Not too happy with Bill having me work all these steps all over again and do all the things I've had to do all over again, and yet I should thank him very much. And I do, Bill. Thank you very much. I thought I had done it. Now let's get into the question. And I am a little bit hard of hearing. So if you don't speak up, I can't hear what you're saying, so I'm not going to ask the question you asked. Yes.
When you were talking about...
What's your name?
I'm Rich. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Rich. Oh, I know you. I just want the rest of them to know you.
When you talk about recovering, at what point in our program is it continuous sobriety or in the steps or in our mind? When are we recovered?
When are we recovered?
Yes.
When we finally plug the jug. You know, don't ever forget what the name of this program is. It's called Alcoholics Anonymous. And the primary function of this whole way of life is to not drink. Now, as I said once before, I'll repeat it for you momentarily. The only known cause of alcoholism is alcohol. The only known treatment for alcoholism is abstinence. There is no other known treatment. These steps here are not a treatment for alcoholism. These steps here are simply a way to enjoy your sobriety. That's all they are. And a way to get off of a lot of this ego and this conceit and this arrogance and all these other things that have constantly drove us back to the bottle when we just simply couldn't tolerate our fellow man any longer. But a treatment, you have recovered from alcoholism when you quit drinking. Now, if you're going to talk about when do you recover from neuroses, well, in your case, I don't know. Did I say I'd recovered from neuroses? No. You know what neuroses is? Neuroses is a nervous reaction to truth. Now, you tell me when you're going to not have a nervous reaction to truth, and then we can begin to talk about recovery from neuroses. But I'll tell you one thing they do say in this book I think is extremely important. It says when the spiritual malady is overcome, then we recover both mentally and physically. Now, if you're talking about recovery in that sense of the word, is the spiritual malady overcome yet or not? Have you discovered what that spiritual malady is or not? Are you now your brother's keeper? Are you now willing to do for others what you wanted done for you? Are you willing to pass it on? Then I'd say you're recovered. If that means that you're going to have a perfectly placid reaction to every insult, you are kidding yourself. If you think you're not going to like compliments now that you're humble, you are still kidding. You'll like them too. But you won't overreact. Vengeance will no longer be yours. You'll realize that you're dealing with people as sick as you are, almost. Anyone else? Yes. All right.
This is an isolated incident that I know a lot of people have had to make amends to their employers, and I tried that once, but I did it while I was in the waiting room at all of you on my way to Camarillo, and it wasn't quite adequate.
I can imagine.
The man I was trying to make amends to was a doctor at a hospital where I used to work and steal drugs. And I've seen him once since then, and he acknowledged the fact that he got my phone call that I was on my way to Camarillo. And I said, I owe you a big apology, and he kept walking. So I pursue trying to say anything to clear up, because I mean, it's blocked me so that I can't go back to my trade in working in hospitals. I'm not comfortable there, and my favorite job, I won't even pursue at all until I get this thing cleared up in my head. Any of that make sense?
No.
What I'm trying do I go back to this department and tell them, I'm sorry I used funky wood drums. I'm sorry I used to steal drugs out of here and under certain carefully I am. I'm a registered nurse. That's kind of the, I don't want to libel myself in the process.
I'm not an attorney either. I guess your question is, do you continue to try to make this amend? Except when to do so would injure them or others. Would it cause you injury? Would it cause someone else injury? Then I would suggest that you do absolutely nothing until you do know. You know, quite often we go out to make amends and make it a damn sight worse than it was to start with, like the guy who went and told his neighbor that he'd been making out with his wife. Beverly, when she was first new on this program, she got all honest and bothered and went out and told the DMV she'd been in a nut house. They took her driver's license away from her. I wish they'd have kept it sometime. No, I don't know in this case what you should do. There will become a time when you will know. And that's what you do when you know. When God reveals to you what you should do, that revelation will be there. It'll be called maybe your conscience, but it'll bother you. And you'll know you have to do something. I got to do something tomorrow I don't want to do. And I got to do it. Not because of these steps we've talked about so far, but because of step 10. I was sitting there eating lunch today, and without noticing what I was doing, I put my cigarette right against the liner of a girl's coat and burned a hole in it. And I never said a damn word about it. But you know what? From that time until this, it has bothered the hell out of me. Not because I burnt the hole, but because I didn't say anything. Now, this is what Alcoholics Anonymous has done for me. It has made me painfully aware of these things when they happen. It did not prevent the hole, and the hole is not going to go away. Tomorrow I got to tell her I didn't tell her. And I'm going to tell her I didn't tell her. Unless she gets sick tonight, don't come to work tomorrow. And then my conscience will bother me all weekend. Now, you see, Alcoholics Anonymous did not correct these things. It left it up to me to correct them. It exposed. You're not perfect yet. You're not even close to perfect yet, Hugh. That was a cheap trick. I did it to avoid embarrassment. But I can't avoid embarrassment. I did it to avoid responsibility. But I can't avoid responsibility. I am obligated to tell her. I learned all about obligation in this step here called step 9. I am obligated to do these things. And I'm obligated to keep it that way. Now I got to go tell this girl it. Whatever the cost, I have to tell her. Even if it means putting a new lining in the girl's coat. Even if it means drop dead, Mother. Whatever it means. Any length. That's embarrassing for me to have to stand up here with all this time and tell you that I did something so cheap. But telling you is not the out. Admitting it is not the out. Telling her is the out. Then doing what I have to do to correct that, including putting a new lining in her coat if that's what it takes. It was an accident, but it still happened. When you get to that point, you'll know what to do with this doctor as I know what to do with this young lady. Because I'm obligated. Because of duty. Because of responsibility. Because of obligation. Because I want to stay free. I want to be free. You'll find out when to do it. Yes. Hi, Bob.
Do you think that some people are basically more unforgiving than others?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Do you think some people are more unforgiving than others?
Do I think it? I know it. I hope that answers your question.
My name is Maureen. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Murray.
I have a situation with my mother who is alcoholic and had several years sober on the program and relapsed. And in the first 5 years of my sobriety, I did everything I could to make amends for my own behavior. And this woman continued to hate me, and there was just nothing, I mean, no matter, and finally I reached a point where I wouldn't do it anymore, I wouldn't be around her. Since then, she's relapsed, and now she's sober again, and she continues to go out of her way to be unkind to me. Things like, I'm a liar, can't be trusted, call family, friends, tell them, out lies. I mean, real sick shit. And the only contact I have with her is because I have a son, and that's her grandson. And until recently, I felt like I had to do this. And recently, I just said, please, don't call here anymore. And I've had a lot of conflict about it because I've never done that before. And I wonder if that has anything, is there anything I can do in a situation like that? I don't like to have somebody hate me. I don't like to, I mean, is there anything?
What does step 9 say, Murray? Before I answer your question, what does step 9 say?
Made to recommend to such people wherever possible. Yeah. And that's obviously not possible, except when to do so would injure them or others.
Now you want to know how to live with it, right?
Yeah.
You want to know how to make an amend that is not accepted by the person you're trying to make the amend to. Is there anything that step says it will be?
Do I continue to try?
You turn it over to God and leave it there until the time comes, if it ever does. And when that time comes, you avail yourself of that opportunity and you make that direct amend. If it never comes, you will live with it as I may have to live with mine. Not everyone is forgiving. Even when they are wrong too, they are not forgiving. That young man back there asked that same question. Many people don't give a damn about us, and sometimes it happens to be our parents, unfortunately, or our children. I don't know why these things are, but they are. And sometimes all you could do is turn it over to God. You remember Father Fowl in some of his talks? Father Fowl said, when all else fails in an amend, turn it over to God. Leave it in safekeeping until the opportunity comes to correct it. If it never comes, you've left it in safekeeping. But don't bear that burden. Don't carry that cross. Don't wear those clothes. They don't fit. You've done the best you can do. If the opportunity avails itself, and it may do that someday, then you act. If it doesn't, you live with it. There's no way I've never found a way to be purified, sanctified, or justified. Have you? Is there something up here that says we're going to be pure now and purified and we're going to be saintly? Or are we just going to be human beings, people with troubles that have found a way to live with those troubles and correct them wherever possible? Many times things like this do happen. My brother died, my brought next to me, before I could ever tell him I was sorry. And you know, I think if I'd ever said that, I think I'm going to tell him I'm sorry as such an asshole. But we're Reseda men. That amend has to be with God. I don't know where he is, but that's where the amend has to be. I can't make it. As I looked at this, I seen that it would not have been any difference. No matter if I'd have been different, it still wouldn't have been different. He was the baby of the family till I was born. And he resented the hell out of it. And he resented the hell out of it all his life. I didn't resent it. He resented it. How do I make an amend if I didn't do the hurt? How do I do it with my niece? I didn't do the hurt. But if the opportunity comes, I'll be kind to her. Or if my brother was still alive and the opportunity ever come, I'd be kind to him too. Because this has taught me how to be kind to people who are not kind to me. These absolutes don't say that I'll be good to you if you'll be good to me. They don't say I'll love you if you'll love me, do they? There's nothing in the Bible that says anything about honoring your kids. It says honor your father and your mother, doesn't it? honor her, even though she may not be worthy of the honor you're worthy of giving. Don't do anything that would make it worse. Maybe you can't do anything else. Yes.
My name is Bruce.
Hi, Bruce.
Hugh, do you believe you can derive the benefits of step 9 from anonymous restitution?
Anonymous restitution? I believe that anonymity is the spiritual foundation of all our traditions and probably the spiritual foundation of our whole way of life, isn't it? But I believe it's better if you can make a direct amend. Because what you're really going to do if you make an anonymous correction is you're going to get yourself off the hook somewhat. Because you don't have to face this embarrassing situation that you would have to face if you'd done it in person. Now, I'm not one who believes you're putting yourself in jeopardy, double or otherwise. What I do believe, though, is that if you try to do it anonymously, what you'll really be doing is saving a little of your pride for future use. And this program says something about a leveling of the pride. If you're not ready to do what you have to do, don't do it. But don't think that anonymity is going to get you off the hook. Oh, you'll correct that anonymously, all right, you'll do that, but it will continue to bug you. The true anonymity in AA is there's a room full of people here, not probably a couple hundred people here. Do you realize how many people are driving out there on the streets that won't be killed tonight and don't even know it? That's true anonymity, and that's about the best place that anonymity really works, isn't it? And to help people without taking the credit, that is anonymity. Getting off the hook anonymously is not anonymity. It's foolish. If you're not ready to do what needs to be done, wait until you're ready. As I said, these steps don't have any time limitation on them. If you're not ready to do it tonight, put it away until you are ready. You know what this step right here says? This one? Have you got rid of all those shortcomings yet? You got rid of that foolish pride? Are you really ready to make those amends yet? Or is this just a way to salve your conscience? No, I think that there are some things that maybe we could do anonymously, and I think you should talk about this to someone you trust, to have faith in. Talk to them about it, tell them what you plan on doing, tell them what you've done. And then see what they tell you. But on a general rule, I'd say no, that if you're going to make an amend, make it directly, face to face, say, this is what I've done, what can I do to set it right? You know, that's a great freedom step. You're trying to be free from the bondage of self, but you're going to increase your pride and without even knowing what you're doing. You won't know it today, but a month or a year from now, it'll come up again. That old pride will come back. It won't be level. Be a little hump. Man, I wish to God there was some way I could do what I got to do tomorrow anonymously. Wish I could do it by long-distance telephone or email or something, but no, I got to go back and do what I got to do. Yes. Hi. Explain to you what the Lord's Prayer means when it says, lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Young lady, God will lead you any place you choose to go. Anywhere. It makes no difference. If you're running towards that wall back there and you're running 50 miles an hour and you say, God help me, you'll hit it at 60 miles an hour. Because God thinks that's what you want. Okay, kid, you do it, and bang, you hit it harder. Lead us not into temptation is simply saying that let's not be tempted by these things and asking God to help us get what we want. I said it before, I'll repeat it for you. If you use God and say, God, bring me a woman, you're putting God in the role of a pimp, aren't you? And you're misusing. And you're saying, lead me into temptation. Lord, look, give me just a little bit of insight so I can get away with it this time. Well, you get a little bit of insight, you get away with it this time, then a bill comes in. God will lead you wherever you want to go. God knows all about you, me, all the rest of us. God knows what we're like. God will lead us as He's always led us wherever we want to go. You walk into a cat house, God's there. You walk into a bar, God's there. You walk into an AA meeting, God's there. God is. But you're going to implore this power now to lead you into temptation, or are you going to implore it to lead you out of temptation? You see, Christ said that. And Christ knew that if you ask for this temptation, you will be tempted more, not less. So you're asking God to lead you out of temptation. Don't let me go back to my old ways, Lord, and ask you for help to go back to my old ways. God, abandon me if I go back to my old ways. I don't like to say this to a lot of people because I think they misunderstand it. But I want from life exactly what I deserve from life. And I can say that to God. God, give me what I deserve. There was a time when I couldn't say that. When I was requesting mercy and all these other things because I had absolutely no intention of quitting doing what I was doing. All I wanted to do was get off the hook for what I'd done. Today I want what I deserve. If I work a week, I expect my pay. I want what I deserve. But then when I begin to see I always got what I deserve anyway, so I just will ask for it because that's what I'm going to get. Now, I believe that the only prayer that a person can really make that has any validity at all with God is your actions. Oh, we can request. We can be contrite. We can implore. We can beg. But if you beg for sobriety and continue to drink, what happens? You continue to get drunk, don't you? If you beg for chastity and continue to chase, you don't get chaste, do you? You're chaste, but you don't get chaste. So you see, wherever you ask God to lead you, God will lead you. He will lead you wherever you want to go. Where do you want to go? If you don't want temptation, why would you ask that question? Now, a lot of people really believe that God is only going to do what is right for you. But God created all things. He created the evil, He created the good, He created the night, the day, all of this is God's creation. Do you think you're only going to get what you want out of it? Well, you can get whatever you want. What do you want? We came to believe. It says that back there. You believe any way you want to believe. And when your own strength fails, you pray for strength and you will still believe the way you want to be, even if it is wrong. And you will become what you believe you are. Christ said, as man thinks, so he is. As you pray for these things and work towards these things, you get these things. If you want to be constantly tempted by various things, whatever you're tempted of, you continue to pray for, lead me into temptation, Lord, and you'll find that you're led into temptation. Why would you want to be there? Thrill seeking? Fun loving? I hope that answers your question. I could tell you a lot more about it, but I really don't have the time tonight. But there is a book called The Sermon on the Mount by Emmett Fox. And Emmett Fox does one of the best explanations of the Sermon on the Mount and the Lord's Prayer I believe I've ever read. It's a wonderful book. And if you want to know more about that, get that book and read it. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Yes.
Hi, I'm Mary. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Mary.
Okay, this is the workshop, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm confused.
I've known that for several years.
I know, but this one's clear. It gets clouded again. There's a lady at work that I took into my home, and she spread disease, dishonesty, all kinds of stuff throughout the household.
She did what?
She did many things that are completely against my grain. But I found out in retrospect. So I've gone through this thing where I've hated her, and I was comfortable with her hate. Now it's sort of nothing, but I don't speak to her. I came to this meeting tonight and I hear about forgiveness. I mean, am I supposed to forgive her? I don't want to. You know, that's where I'm confused. I mean, I hear about forgiving. That's the course I should take here.
You want to know whether you should forgive someone who has wronged you?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I don't like the answer.
What answer would you like?
I mean, you mean I just go, do I talk to her?
No.
Okay. All right.
You forgive her.
I just forgive her.
That little girl asked a good question a while ago, didn't she? Forgive us our trespasses, too. Now, you're going to blame this woman for what she done to you when you invited her into your house to do it.
No, I didn't invite her into my house to do that.
Obviously, you must have, because that's what she did when she got there.
It wasn't obvious to me, Hugh. You do things out of love and goodness. All right. That's bullshit. All right, because love has nothing to do with
What did you want from her when you invited her in?
I was just helping her out.
Did she tell you that she was an honest woman, a loving woman, a kind woman?
No.
Did you bother to look?
I did, and I didn't see it.
Then I'd say that she's very shrewd, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Haven't you done the same thing? And I know enough of your story that I want an honest answer.
Thank God for
For sure. If you would be forgiven for anything that you have done to anyone, would you not forgive anyone for what they have done to you first?
I guess that's the question I'm asking you.
Yeah, forgive her. What choice do you have anyway? You want to go ahead and live in this anger, anguish, torment, and hate? Then forgive her.
Okay, got it.
The question I was asking is, if Mary forgives this lady, does that mean if the lady needs a place to stay again, Mary does? No.
Is Mary a fool or forgiving?
I forgive when we say no, this person's ill, and I don't want to play anymore.
I've heard a lot of people say that all killers are sick. Well, they can be sick somewhere else. I don't want them sick around me. Look, I said to forgive. Forgive, yes, forgive, but my God, don't be foolish. Did you ever hear that old saying that says, screw me once, shame on you? What does it say about the second time? Okay, well, I can forgive someone, but as people have forgiven me what I've done, they also said I don't want anything more to do with you, didn't they? And I didn't have anything more to do with it. No, forgive her, but there's a difference between forgiveness and forgetting, isn't there? I hope you're a little wiser now. I wish I could say that I was. You know, some time ago I come across this right up front, many years ago now, but I've never forgotten this one incident. It was cold and it was rainy and it was about 10 o'clock at night and I stopped at Loop's Restaurant when I was down on Ventura Boulevard and I run across a little guy in there who had never, well, he'd made this program, but he just barely had, let's put it that way. And he didn't have much money and he was kind of cold and I had an old jacket in the car and I gave him my old jacket and I gave him $10. And I sat there with him for a couple hours and talked to him. I got in the car and I drove home. And on the way home, one question was asked. You know what the question was? If that had been a girl, would you have left her there? I went back and got him, incidentally. Stayed in my apartment for a couple of days, and I understand he's been sober for quite some time now, but you see, we're not perfect. Alcoholics Anonymous shows us how our imperfections are affecting our lives and the lives of others. Now you're going to have a loving relationship with your fellow man while you hate one of them? You're out as forgiving her. But don't do it again. You remember what Christ said about the prostitute? He said, go and sin no more. Don't do it again. Now, you've been told many times, you've been here long enough to have been told and to fully understand that you don't always invite people into your house. And when you do invite people into your house, expect certain losses because some people have not yet grasped this simple honesty of not stealing. If I ever find a guy that stole a lighter of mine, I intend to forgive him. And if Bev ever finds who got in the house and stole that jewelry of hers, she's going to forgive them too. Probably after she clobbers them. But don't live with hate, resentment. Don't live in remorse and regret, because you know what will happen to you? You'll look for a way to get even. And when you can't get even with her, you'll find someone else to get even with. And you'll find that she's running your life more than God's running your life. If you forgive her, you're off the hook. Bite her back, you're back on the hook. Yes, Liz.
I'm the limit alcoholic.
Hi, Liz.
What do they mean when they say not a program of drinking, but a program of living? Or living?
Not a program of what?
Or when they say this isn't a program about drinking or not drinking, how do they see it say that? And they say it's a program of living.
Well, isn't that what we've been talking about, how to live with our fellow man?
Is that what that means?
Isn't it? Yeah. Alcoholics Anonymous is not set up as EHA is, for instance, in making us emotionally healthy. What it's set up to do is to get rid of obstacles to spiritual comprehension. And each one of these obstacles here have caused us to be locked into the past with regret, shame, remorse, and vengeance. Now, how are we going to live sober with all those things going against us? Sobriety is tough enough when everything's okay, but when it's not okay, it's even tougher. I got to work step one more today than I did work 25 years ago.
Do they mean like it's a program of getting a job, getting life, getting family back? Is that what you're talking about? Or
No.
what you're saying?
No, it's a program of living with our fellow man and living life on life's terms instead of trying to adjust life to our terms. Whether you get your wife back or not is up to you. I think there are two bad times in any drunk's life, and one of them was when the old lady takes the money and the kids and leaves, and the other one is when she takes the money and the kids and comes back. But a lot of people want that. It's a program of living with one another, with each other.
I see. And I'm right in getting mad.
Yeah, well, we can do this comfortably and stay sober comfortably. But we cannot live comfortably in isolation. The great curse of a drunk is loneliness, isolation, how he separates himself from his fellow man, how he separates himself from God. And he does this through all these little defects of character that we've talked about in these first 9 steps here. They still come back to terrorize, to haunt, to torment. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Why not leave it there? I am a jealous God, so leave jealousy with God. Let him get even with him. You don't need to. But that's what we try to do, wasn't it, Liz? And how we resent it and pick things apart. You remember what I told you when you said, all these people I talk to are getting well and I'm still stuck? Remember what I told you then? Remember what I told you about Moses? You know, he led the Israelites out of Egypt. He never seen the promised land. Neither did that generation of Israelites, by the way. They roamed around in the desert until all had died, and their children seen the promised land. Remember what I told you about being Moses? About living with your fellow man? Over the years, Liz, you've done a lot of people a lot of good. You know the answer to your own question, don't you? The program of living with one another. Instead of trying to live without one another. Well, it's that time again. Next week, we will close with a spiritual concept. What does it mean to me? Those are not Judas steps where I'm concerned. These three have been. These three have been extremely difficult for me to talk about. Now, if I'd been like some and had a great many things to correct it, and I'd have stole a lot of money and spent a lot of time in a penitentiary and these things, I could have walked right into these. But you know, because of the lack of verbiage in the big book, I sometimes wonder how far Bob or Bill, either one, had went into these steps. How far had they really gone in that first couple or 3 years before the book was published, written? I believe that these steps kind of leave us on our honor once again to find our own way through them. But I think next week it's a little different. Next week we'll answer all of your questions about your question you just asked. Until then, thank you all very much.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think.
Good evening. My name is Hugh Douglas. I'm an alcoholic. I think I want to start off tonight by answering a couple of questions that I didn't fully answer last week. One of the questions that was asked me last week was about God leading us into temptation, which is a part of the Lord's Prayer. And while the answer I gave was accurate, it wasn't complete. God does not lead us into temptation in that sense of the word in any way, shape, form, or manner. There's one thing I think every one of us should learn, and that is that God loves us. He loves us very much. What leads us into temptation is this spiritual pursuit we get involved in, and before long we have led ourselves into self-righteousness. We are doing many things under the guise of God's commandments now, which have absolutely nothing to do with God, and if He ever finds out about it, some of us are going to be in trouble. You will sometimes walk away from the source, believing that you are right. And how many times have you heard people say, no matter what happened, well, that's God's will. They back into a car, that's God's will. God wasn't driving the car, but it's still God's will. I don't believe that. I believe that God is always available to any man who seeks Him, and you don't have to look very far. God never hid from man. If you remember the book of Genesis, it was Adam and Eve who hid from God. God did not hide from man. The second question that I didn't fully answer was about forgiveness. Forgiveness. In the Lord's Prayer it says, forgive us our trespasses as we would forgive those who trespass against us. Now let me tell you what the miracle of forgiveness is. When you forgive anyone's trespasses against you, you are forgiven all your trespasses. They are not forgiven theirs. We do not acquire the miracle or the capability of forgiveness. Only God forgives. Man does not. But what we are doing is showing our willingness to forgive them their trespasses, and God forgives us ours. Now, if they want what you got, they still got to do what you did. So you're not letting them off the hook in any way, shape, form, or manner. And you will find one thing happens almost immediately. Is immediately you'll feel a sense of weightlessness. The burden's been lifted off your back. It doesn't last very long, but it's there. You've only forgiven one. Now you got to forgive them all. And as you forgive all of these, your trespasses are forgiven you. One of the best books on forgiveness I ever read was The Miracle of Forgiveness, written by Spencer Campbell. He happened to be the head of the Mormon church. I'm not a Mormon, but he happened to be for a long time. And the miracle of forgiveness is not denied to anyone, but it is your forgiveness that is given, not theirs. I want to make that clear. And tonight we're going to talk about the last 3 steps in Alcoholics Anonymous. And I do that with what most of us would call mixed emotions. I'm glad it's over, but I'm sorry to see it end. I'll miss you. I'll still see you, but I'll miss you. I'll miss these little get-togethers. It's been a very humbling experience to see so many here so often, who I've talked to so many different times. It's very gratifying, and I'm very grateful for it. I believe that last week in going through step 9, we've learned one thing, or at least we should have learned one thing, and that is something about our trespasses. something about the way we have lived our lives. And if you'll remember in step 9, I said that my life did not injure an awful lot of people. It hurt some very deeply, but it didn't hurt them all. I was antisocial, and when you're antisocial, there ain't too many people around to hurt. Now, Beverly's with me tonight. She's my conscience for this evening. And Beverly's going to tell some of you I'm still antisocial. That's not true. I'm unsocial, but I'm not antisocial. And that's, for me, that's an improvement. But in talking about these last 3 steps, we're going to find out that we're going to have to talk about some of the other steps right along with it, because in step 10, when you read that step very carefully, what it's really telling you is that in the first 9 steps you have defeated all of your enemies. And the enemy you've really defeated is the enemy of selfishness. So you've defeated your selfishness. If you went this far, you have defeated your selfishness. But as in any war, when it ends, guerrilla warfare begins. And step 10 is about that guerrilla warfare and how we hold on to some of these things for a long, long, long time after we have worked all these first 9 steps. And we're continuing to take this personal inventory because we want to see on a daily basis if we're getting a little bit out of hand. There's a little bit of a trick in that step that I want to get to a little later, but to start with, that step is the summation of some of these other steps. If you're going to continue to take a personal inventory, you're going to continue to look at the day and see, how was I wrong in today? And you're going to find out an awful lot of times you weren't wrong. Nothing really happened that was disastrous to anybody, not you, not anyone else. What you're also going to find is a little trick in this step. It says when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. You're going to find out, well, I wasn't wrong this time, he was. You're going to admit that too? I don't think you should, but most of us do, because that's one of those little guerrilla fighters that we always have to face. And that's the one thing in this step that makes it exceedingly difficult to try to understand. Is when were we wrong? Did greed come back in? Were we being selfish all over again? Did we have the desire to get even with? Or didn't we? So in working this one step, you're going to find out that you're going to be working a little bit of that 4th and 5th step also. And this time you're going to have to correct it on a daily basis. You're not going to let it accumulate this time. Quite often, this time of the year, many of you girls are going to be involved in spring house cleaning. You're going to be involved in spring house cleaning because you didn't clean the damn place all winter long. Now you got to go through a whole hell of a lot to get it clean, aren't you? But if you cleaned it every day like step 10 says, you wouldn't have to go through spring house cleaning. But because Bev and I didn't, we do. And I would imagine there's a lot of other of you that's in that same position. But that's what this one step is trying to get over to us. Let's continue to defeat this selfishness. Let's continue to deflate the ego. And let's continue to level up pride, because there's a miracle in that step that most of us never see for a long, long time. Do you know when you do step 10, when you are wrong about something that you really thought you were right about, and you say something or do something about it, you know what you're really saying? You're really saying, I'm wiser today than I was yesterday. And the only obstacle to this kind of wisdom is this thing we call ego, pride. My pride won't let me say I'm wrong. My pride won't let me say I'm wrong because of one of those fears we talked about, embarrassment. If I tell Beverly I'm wrong, she'll look in her nose and say, I knew it all the time. So I don't want to do that. But the only way I can overcome that is by doing that. And then I get to find out that really what I'm saying is I'm wiser today than I was yesterday. And that's the reward of step 10, is being a little wiser today than you were yesterday. But that means that you're not as wise today as you're going to be tomorrow, so don't get too carried away with this one. Now what about step 11? You know, there's a kicker. There's a real step, isn't it? We saw it through prayer and meditation. I thought it said prayer and medication for a long time, and then found out it didn't. To improve our conscious contact with God. That would indicate that we've always had a subconscious contact with God, wouldn't it? And most of the time, that subconscious contact we had is what we called our conscience. And quite often, to get that conscience down to a living level, we had to take a couple of belts of booze, which brought the conscience down. We go ahead and do what we want to do, thinking we got away with it this time. But now we're going to bring our conscience right up front, aren't we? But how many times have people wondered what God's will is for them? What is God's will? I'll tell you what it is for me. God's will is free will. It was the same thing God gave every one of us when we first started out on this journey of life. He gave us free will. We used it selfishly. It became self-will. Now we're going to give it back to God to get it back again as free will. And when you do that, you're going to have to find, I believe that you're going to have to find something very important. And now I'm going to disturb the comfortable. When you go back to do that one step, what you're going to find out is that free will is determined by the Ten Commandments. It is not determined by what you believe is right or what you believe is wrong, but by the Ten Commandments. Now, I know there's a lot of people in here that's going to say, there goes that Bible thumper again. You're right, I'm going. Because I'm going to take those 10 commandments and show you something about them that you may never quite have understood and how they really apply to this program. Now, it says in the next step, having had a spiritual awakening, as the result of these steps, so let's assume now that these steps are spiritual. And when you look at step 2, well, let's do it a little differently. Let's eliminate all the spiritual steps in this way of life and see what we got left. What about step 1? We admitted we were powerless over alcohol and our lives have become unmanageable. Is that one spiritual? It may have a spiritual connotation to some, but it really isn't spiritual. And I'll tell you why I don't think it's spiritual. Bill said, and I certainly believe he was right, that there is one step and only one that you can work to absolute perfection, and that is step 1. And it doesn't take much of a drunk to admit that he's powerless over alcohol and his life's a mess. That don't really take a lot of spiritual understanding. While honesty may be involved in this, it does not take a lot of spiritual understanding, so we can keep that step for our own. What about step 2? Do you know in that one step is the reason that most people have a lot of trouble and they go to psychiatrists and they go to, you know how many of our friends are going to counselors who are also members of Alcoholics Anonymous and who are having trouble because they're going to the counselor? You know why they're having trouble? They want to recover from insanity without being willing to believe. So they don't want to believe in God. They just want to get sane. They don't forget sane. And what psychiatry really does is it tells you what is wrong with you, so the next time you do what you've been doing, you'll know why you're doing it. What the step does is it actually begins to eliminate what you have been doing. We came to believe that a power greater than ourselves, a human power, they tell me, is of absolutely no value in most cases. But we go to counselor, we go to psychiatrist, and what we're really saying is, look, doc, I want to get rid of this insanity, but I don't want to believe nothing. Now, there was a guy around the nest, and Bev don't like this story, so I'm going to tell it anyway. Many years ago, and this guy, well, what he did is he exposed himself to different people, mostly women. And he went to a psychiatrist for a good long time. And finally, between the two of them, they found out exactly why he was exposing himself to women. So the next time he exposed himself to a woman, he knew exactly why he'd done it. But that's all that happened. You'll find out psychiatry will tie all your troubles in a nice, neat little package, put a red ribbon around it, and hand it back to you and say, here it is, now you carry it. But we want to get away from that. What about step 3? Is that spiritual? Oh yeah, God's mentioned there. We got to get rid of that one right off. So we got to throw out 2 and 3 right off the bat. We can keep 1, but we got to throw 2 and 3 out. What about 4? God isn't mentioned there, is he? No, we think we can keep that. But can we? You remember when we took an inventory, at least when I did, I said I was a liar, a cheat, and a thief? You know what 3 of the commandments are? Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not bear false witness. And thou shalt not steal. So really what I'm doing right there is I'm going to get close to those 10 commandments to find out what the trouble with me is. And they're not really as disastrously as most people think they are. Most people think the 10 commandments are a big disaster. They're not. You know what it says in step 3? It says we had to quit playing God. You know what the first commandment is? I'm a jealous God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. And what God's saying is, kid, I'm first, you're second. You try being first, and you're going to be in more trouble than you can possibly shake a stick at. Stop playing God. Well, second commandment really says, thou shalt make no graven images. You know what a graven image is? If you look the word graven up in a dictionary, it says a past participle of grave. If you look grave up, it says a hole in the ground. And what God's telling you is don't dig yourself a hole in the ground, kids. You can't get yourself out of it. That's all he's really telling you. Now, these really aren't too disastrous when you look at them from that standpoint, are they? And how many times have we dug ourselves a hole in the ground and we had to pray to God to get us out? And he said, look, kid, if you don't stop digging, oh, my God. Now, the next one says, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. How many times have we asked God to damn something because we didn't like it? And God says, that's a vain prayer, kid. That's another one of your countless vain attempts. Now, this now begins to eliminate swear words, don't it? Because we're not going to ask God to damn something because he ain't going to do it. He says there's a reason for all things. You may not understand that reason, but I do, and it isn't necessary that you understand them. Now we can get to understand why sin exists, or this thing called sin, whatever the hell that is. Sin exists because God tolerates it. That's why it exists, for no other reason. He don't like it, but he tolerates it, but he loves sinners. Now, if you love sinners, you got to tolerate sin, or you wouldn't love sinners. And you hear in the Bible, if you read the Bible, it says, all the saints in heaven, all the angels in heaven rejoice when a sinner repents. That sounds like it's heavy stuff, don't it? But have you ever known somebody for a year in this program and they're coming up on their year cake and you're sitting there in a meeting the night they get it and you feel a great sense of joy and a sinner has repented and you feel good about it? I guess you're one of the angels of Alcoholics Anonymous now, aren't you? You're feeling good about it. What about that other one? There's one in there that's a little bit of a kicker. It's hard to understand. It says, remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. You know what holy means in the Bible? There's a whole bunch of ecclesiastical meanings, but one of the common meanings is happy. And what God's saying, look, it took me 6 days to build a heaven and earth. I'm better than you. And I had to rest. Now you rest. And isn't that what we say in Alcoholics Anonymous? Easy does it. Take it easy, kid. Just take it easy for a little while. Stop pushing. Stop getting yourself in a big jam. Now, so far we went through 4 of these things, and we haven't really caused any great problem. Of course, those are my interpretations, and God may disagree, but unless he shuts me up, I'm going to go on. And there's really nothing difficult about those. We went through 3 of them. We went through 4 of them, 5 of them. That's 8 or 9 of them so far, and there's really only one left. It says, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thy neighbor's wife, thy neighbor's ass, or anything else that belongs to the other guy. If you look the word covet up, you'll see that it means to want with a great passion. To want with ego. To want with arrogance. And that one word, covet, covers every one of the 7 deadly sins. You along with pride. You along with sloth. I want what you got, but I'll be damned if I'm going to work as hard as you did to get it, and as soon as I get a chance, I'm going to take it away from you. Thou shalt not covet. Now, so far we went through the 10 Commandments, and I don't believe that there's anything that's really restrictive in there, and so far now we can begin to work step 4, can't we? So step 4 is now spiritual because it's the 10 Commandments. We got to throw it out. What about 5? Well, take a look at it. Admitted to God, we got to throw it out. What about 6? It goes. 7, yeah, we got to throw it out. What about 8 and 9? What are you going to do when you go back to all these people you've harmed? Are you going to go back and tell them that, you know, I was really a nice guy, I never violated any of the 10 Commandments? The guy said, the hell you didn't. You was playing around with my wife and I know it. Well, I didn't know you knew it. But when we get to those steps, we got to throw them out too, because they're going to deal directly with the 10 Commandments in the way we make this thing called restitution or amends to the people we have harmed. And in that 9th step, I learned something that I don't know that I really like to learn, but I learned it. You know, it was not what I had done that was so wrong. And I told God this. I said, God, I didn't really hurt that many people. Those I hurt quite a bit, but I didn't really hurt that many people, Lord. And he said, what good did you do? You knew to be kind, you knew to be courteous, you knew to be considerate, you knew to be understanding, but you weren't. Who did you help? Who'd you help? So I had to go back to 8 and 9 and put them right back in where they come out of. But for the purpose of this, we can throw them out. What about the 10th step? Well, that's the one that's got a kicker, a little bit of a kicker, but it's there. The other guy's wrong too. Now we got to throw everything out but that. We can keep that. That's ours. We can keep that. That's not spiritual. The other guy's wrong. Obviously, we got to throw out step 11. Obviously. And we got to throw out that spiritual step 12. Now what are we left with? You want to know what we're left with? I think you already know. I admitted I was powerless over alcohol. My life was a hell of a mess, and it's all your fault. And do you know that's the way a lot of people work this AA program? For years, they worked it in just that one manner. I might have had a little bit of contributory negligence, but it was his fault. You know why the marriage broke up? Because of her. She got tired of taking all my crap, but I'm going to tell you that. So how are you going to work these steps now without working a spiritual program? How are you going to do it? How are you going to work a material program? You've had to throw out everything but one and a part of another one. And I'll tell you what, the only step that you can work in Alcoholics Anonymous to perfection is the only step you can throw out. And you can throw out the first step. And when you throw out the first step, you've destroyed AA, but you know what you have done? You've now made NA, GA, OA, all of the other anonymous programs. When you can admit you're powerless over a deck of cards, you belong in GA, you don't belong in AA. When you admit you're powerless over alcohol, you belong in AA, you don't belong in GA. It's just that simple. There's really nothing complicated about it. And if you don't believe that, then go read the first tradition. You know what it says? Our common welfare should come first. Personal recovery depends on AA unity. You know what they tell you? Don't lend the AA name to any related facility or outside enterprise. And everything other than alcoholism in AA is a related facility or outside enterprise. And yet that's the one step you can work to perfection. It's the one that isn't spiritual one you can get rid of. By understanding that, you can understand now why all these other anonymous programs work extremely well for those who are afflicted with various other ailments. I just hope that AA never means AIDS Anonymous, but if it does, I guess it will. The way it's going around some of these meetings, I think that's probably next. What about step 12? What about that? Having had a spiritual awakening. Is your spirit awake yet? Is your conscience right out front now so that you can prevent a lot of the trouble you were getting out of, you can now stay out of? Are you willing to carry this message to all who suffer from this dread ailment? You know, in this one step, we're going to talk about for a few moments probably one of the most misunderstood words in all of the English language and one of the most common used word. In fact, in English, it is used more than any other word. But before I get to that, I'd like to tell you something else that's in the Bible. It's in Corinthians, in the 13th chapter, in case you want to look it up. And it says, and the greatest of these is charity. Charity. Above faith, above knowledge, above hope, charity is above all of these things. Now, is charity giving this program away, or is it selling it? Which is it? Charity is probably misunderstood because love is misunderstood. But let me tell you something. Many years ago, there was a very wealthy man who made some rather large donations to the Carville, Louisiana leprosarium. And because of these donations, he was invited down there by the Sisters of Charity to take a look at the work they were doing. And when he arrived there, he saw these little nuns running around all over the place, somewhat rather cheerful, all smiling. And they were binding up the wounds and the sores of these lepers, and they were cleansing the filth away. And the stench was horrible. And they were doing this very cheerfully. And he watched it for a little while, and he couldn't take it no more, and he started leaving. As he was being escorted out by this little nun, he says, you know, sister, I wouldn't do what you're doing for $1 million. She put her hand on his arm, and she said, John, neither would I. Neither would I. Give freely of what you find here. Freely of what you find here. But charity, love, that is probably the most common used word. It is the most common used word in 17 languages. Some years ago at one of the universities, I believe it was Northwestern, but I'm not positive, but it was one of the universities in the Midwest, in developing a computer that could translate English to French and English to German and English to and these different languages back and forth. The government sponsored a test on the most common used words in 17 different languages. And they found the most common used word in all 17 of those languages was identically the same word. It was love. They found the second most common used word in all of those languages, including Russian, was God. The third most common used word was fear. The fourth most common used word was I. I would have thought that would have been first, but it wasn't. It was fourth. The footnote to history in this is love God, fear I. That's the footnote to history, isn't it? And if there is a need for fear, it is to be afraid of you, because if you look at yourselves and the people around you, you'll see one remarkable thing. When God put us on this planet, He did not give us one natural enemy. Man has no predator except himself. Man's only known enemy is man. Or woman, as the case may be. Depends on where you're sitting, I guess. But isn't that amazing? Love. And yet love is probably the most misunderstood word, even though it's the most used word, because we don't understand what spiritual is. I think by step 12 we should at least understand what spiritual is. Now most love, if you look at it, I wouldn't say most, but one of the most common causes of love is possession. Kiss is a contract. I've laid you, I own you. You're mine. Possession. The second most common misunderstanding of love is a simple understanding. It's desire. It isn't love, it's desire. Lust. You don't tell this girl, you don't say, let's get in the back of the car and get laid. You say, I'd like to make love to you. How do you make love? You either have it or you don't have it. You can't make it. It isn't makeable. But it's very desirable to say this, and because we have certain desires that we would like to satisfy, we now color it all up, paint it purple, hand it to them in a package and say, I love you, let's make love. Behind every slip there's a skirt, so go ahead. Now, the most common of all is that we confuse it with emotion. Love is emotion. We say love is the greatest of all emotions. And if you take a good look, a good honest look now at your own love affairs, you will see what you have went through has been an emotional dysfunction. It wasn't love. It was a dysfunction of the human mind really believing that something was there that was not there, common to call the imagination. And you imagine this woman or this man, as the case may be, to be something they're not, and you get all emotionally involved. Every one of your emotions is involved in this rat race that you're now calling love, which is not love. It's simply an emotional dysfunction. It's no more and no less than that. Now, love then, and what we're talking about so far in love, simply says, I want to be satisfied. I want to be satisfied, so satisfy me. And we put the horrible burden on the other person of make me happy. I can't make you anything. I can help you to be, but if you ain't, you won't, no matter what I do. But my emotional disturbance says, oh yes, I will. And because I can't, I get a bigger emotional disturbance, and because desire and lust and all of these other wonderful and sweet things are tied up in this, I now say, yes, you will, or I'll kill you. She says, why will I? You said, because I love you. I'm going to tell you something right now. If you got me down on the floor stomping the hell out of me, screaming, I love you, I love you, I love you, I don't believe a damn word you're saying. And I think you're foolish if you do. But what is love? You remember back in step 3 we talked about willingness? The true measure of love is the willingness to give. It is the only true measure of love there is. And I don't care now whether this is human love, spiritual love, or any other kind of love. If you are willing to give to the loved, you love. They may not understand it. They may not want it. They may not accept it. But your willingness to give to others, and only that, is the only true measure of love I've ever found. Your willingness to be of service to someone else. Now let's suppose you got a wife and a girlfriend. Can you serve them both? Not very well. Because you want to be with her and you're with the other one. I don't know which one's her and which one's the other one, but that's where, no matter where you are, you want to be somewhere you're not. And you find out you cannot truly give because you're not free to give. And without freedom, love cannot exist. It's impossible. Because freedom is one of the prime ingredients of love. But you can be of service to all man. If you love all man, you will not be if you don't, and it's that simple. There are 4 fundamental ingredients
in love. 4. The first one I found is called transparency. To become transparent. To let other people see in so you can see out. We have built of our lives a room full of mirrors, and every human emotion that tried to get out and every human feeling that tried to get out could not get out. It was reflected right back by these mirrors. Because while we knew about God, we believed only in ourselves. And we lived in total isolation, trying to become an island universe. And if there is a true sin, it is when man tries to separate his soul from the Spirit of God and the spirit of other men. And how many times have we tried to do this and failed miserably and end up only lonely, lost, frightened? Because we wanted to separate ourselves from our fellow man, we wanted to separate ourselves from God. And how many times have we get involved in one of these little affairs of the heart, and we promised this young lady a new home in Beverly Hills and a Cadillac to drive, fine clothes to wear, and couldn't buy him a cup of coffee when the meeting was over. And I had to hide that fact and cheat and steal all over again. Now, adultery, incidentally, I want to go right back to right now because it's very important. Adultery means to weaken. To weaken. And when God gave this commandment to the Israelites, he says, do not weaken your race. I got a job for you and you can't do it if you do. I want you as bullheaded as yard. I want you to screw it up. So when you adulterate whiskey, you pour water in it. So adultery really means to weaken. It is accepted differently under the law today, and if you don't believe me, try it. But it is to weaken, to adulterate. But once those mirrors become windows, once that transparency develops, then you can look at a woman and you say, well, what you see is what you get. I said that to Beverly 17 years ago. I don't think she's ever fully conceded that what she wanted was what she saw, but that's for sure as hell what she got, isn't it? She got what she saw, and if she's disappointed, it's not my fault, is it? I was open with it. What you see is what you get. There is a song that's very important, and songs have always meant a lot to me. I can't carry a tune in a bucket. I can't play anything but a phonograph or a radio, but I like music. You ever hear that song that says, gentle on my mind? The one that says it's just knowing that the door is always open and your path is free to walk, that tends to make me leave my sleeping bag rolled up and stashed behind your couch. I'll get to freedom in a moment. But the real significance in that song is something else. It says, it's not the ink stains that are dried up on some lines that bind me. I'm here because I want to be here. I'm with you because I want to be with you. Not because I have to be. But because now I have learned the true value of want. Instead of wanting what I have not got, I now want what I do have. And it seems to work. The second quality I learned in this word love is apartness. Apartness. Let there be an apartness in our togetherness. Apartness in our togetherness. Not separation, not that kind of separation, but an apartness. I know that a lot of you people know both Bev and I, and you must know that we're two totally different people. I'm gentle and kind, and she's other things. But you understand that if we tried to get too close together, there would be more friction than would be necessary, and a fire would start, and one of us would get burned. Apartness in our togetherness. But isn't that what they tell us here in AA? Isn't that really what they're saying when they say live and let live? Live your life as best you can so all may see. And don't try to prevent others from doing this same thing, apartness in our togetherness. Did you ever go up in the redwoods up in Northern California? You know, some of those trees are absolutely beautiful, and they're 400 or 500 feet high. And one of them was 1,500 years old when Christ was born. They lived seemingly forever. And yet underneath them very little grows. The sunlight of the Spirit can't come through. Now I'll tell you the true meaning of apartness. There is not one person in this room, there is not one person in Alcoholics Anonymous, there is not one person in the entire world that can grow spiritually in anyone else's shadow. You know that? You cannot spiritually grow in the shadow of your husband, your wife, your lover, your friends, your mother, your father, or your sponsor.
can be done. You grow spiritually only in the light of God, no other way. Now you might ask yourself, what good's a sponsor? You want me to tell you? A sponsor is a kind of a person who keeps you here until the miracle happens. He don't perform the miracle. He just puts up with your BS long enough for the miracle to happen. That's all he does. He answers stupid questions with stupid answers. He points you in the right direction and pushes you, but beyond that, what can he do? He can't work a miracle. But he keeps you interested in coming back to get even with him long enough to where the miracle happens. Beyond that, no use whatsoever. Now let's get to freedom. I never would have associated freedom with love. I mean, to me, a kiss is a contract, baby. I never associated freedom with love. You know why? I didn't know what freedom was. I thought freedom was doing what I wanted to do when I wanted to do it. And then I heard another song. And that song said, that kind of freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. And for a while I was in a conduit. Freedom is not doing what you want to do when you want to do it. Freedom is the power to do what you have to do when it needs to be done. And the only true freedom is when you do what you have to do and you're free of your obligations. To yourself or to others. I had to replace the spark plugs in my truck. I planned on doing it Friday night because Friday night we don't really have to do anything. I'll do it Friday night. That was last night. I done it last night. Bev showed me when she had her breast operated on why put it off. Now she didn't tell me to do it, but she showed me that when you get something over with, you're free from it. Regardless of what it is, you're free. I put the plugs in, truck runs good, don't have to do it tomorrow night, now I'm free of that obligation. Freedom. An awesome, awesome power. The power that we're talking about up there in step 11 is now beginning to be returned. The power to do what you have to do when you need to do it. And you're free from the bondage of self. For the first time. For the first time, you're free from the bondage of self. Which is the only bondage any of us were ever under anyway, when you get right down to it, isn't it? I want what I want on my terms. Never mind who it hurts. I'm not concerned about that. That's their problem, not mine. What about this last one? The last quality is probably the most difficult to understand of all, called patience. And if we had all the alcoholics in the world in one room, we wouldn't have a whole hell of a lot of patience. We'd have a lot of patience, but not much patience. No. Patience is the power to do absolutely nothing when there's nothing you can do. You know how many times we go out to correct something that there's nothing wrong with until we correct it? And then there's something wrong with it, and we say, see, I always told you there was something wrong with it. No. Patience is what allows you to, as a sponsor now, to put up with this little moronic idiot while you're waiting for this miracle to happen. Patience. The awesome power to do nothing when there's nothing you can do. And if it wasn't for that power, I would interfere with my youngest daughter's life, who still believes in better living through chemistry. And I would alienate her from you and me. She's not ready yet. She may never be ready. And if she is, it'll probably be for NA more than AA. And I was talking up in Palmdale a while back, and she lives up there in that area, and she come in to see me, and she walked in the room, and I did not recognize her. She was walking the walk, talking the talk, wearing the clothes, the uniform of the streets. The people in the meeting gave her a big book. I just gave her my love. What else could I do? And I said, you know, you really ought to try that, kid, someday. It might benefit you. And she says, Dad, if there's one thing I can't do, it's conform. And yet the way she was dressed was the greatest of all conformity. And the terror she lived in from those drug pushers was the greatest of all conformity. But she can't conform. And I could do nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh, I could do something. I could pray for me. Give me the strength to live with the things I can't change. Give me the strength to accept what I can't change. Give me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. Only she can change those things. And God will tolerate that because he tolerates sin. But he loves sinners. And I can't say, God, don't do it, because he'd say, kid, you don't know what I got in store for that kid. And if I stop now, she would never be what I want her to be. I'm going to toughen her up. Well, I hope that God can toughen her up. If he can do it, it's the only one that can, because I couldn't make her any tougher than she already is. I could only alienate her. I could only alienate her. And I done nothing. And I didn't feel bad about it. The serenity to accept. Well, what about love as it applies to AA? How does this thing work out now? Well, I believe God's love. And I believe that any time a man looks for God, he finds God. Any woman looks for him, she finds God too. Man is men and women. I'm not talking about sex now. But you can find God because God's always available. He never hid from nobody. He didn't hide from Adam and Eve. He didn't hide from you and I. He was there, we weren't. Now, in explaining this, I'd like to tell you a little story that, well, let's say I made the little story up, because I made the little story up. Some thousands of years ago, when God had a message he wanted carried on the face of this earth, he looked around to see who could carry that message for him better than anyone else. And he found a group of people over in the Middle East who were the most bull-headed, stiff-necked, self-centered people he could find anywhere in the world at that time. It was a tribe of Israel. And he gave them the commandment of carrying the message of one God throughout the world. The only thing he chose them for was to carry that one message. And in spite of all the shame, humiliation, and degradation that's been heaped upon their shoulders over these thousands of years, they have carried that message so well that there are only two major religions in the world today that do not fully subscribe to the one God theory. I used to say who do not subscribe, and I had a little guy from India stop me at a meeting one night, and he said, we kind of believe in one God. We're coming around. So don't fully subscribe to the one God theory. And I have no doubt that in the centuries yet to come, and it may take that long, they will bring that other couple of bunch around. Now, before I go into the second part of this, I want to talk about self. I told you last week and the week before, and I think the week before that self-worth, self-esteem, and all these other things are simply unique forms of selfishness, and once we get them, we got to get rid of them. The true worth of any person is the worthiness others find in them, not what they find in themselves. And the true worth you find is what you find other people worthy of, not what you think you're worthy of. That's true worth. But because there is a proper use for everything, or we wouldn't have it, there is a proper use for self. And for a moment, well, let's go to Shakespeare. He said, this above all, my son, to thine own self be true. And it follows as the night the day, that you can be false to no man. Could he keep it without giving it away? Or is self something else? Now we get to the second part of this. I'll get to that part in just a minute. When Christ was born, he was born to carry a spiritual message. For a long time I looked for that spiritual message, and for a long time I could not find that spiritual message. Well, I found a lot of messages that were spiritual in effect, but they were not that spiritual message. The Ten Commandments, I want to reiterate, are moral laws. They are not spiritual. They are moral laws. I couldn't find a spiritual law that I really was satisfied with, so for a long time I based my life on one that is common to all religions, and that is called the Golden Rule. It is common to every religion I've read anything about. It's in there in some way, some form, it is there. It's the one that says, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, for as you do unto others, so it will be done unto you. And there he explains the miracle of forgiveness too, doesn't it? For as you do unto others, so it will be done unto you. Now, for a long time I settled for this because I really couldn't settle for anything else. And then I made a mistake. I got in an argument with a woman. Now, I know better than to argue with women. I do it, but I know better than to do it. Even when you win, you lose.
But this time I did not lose. I was going to prove to this girl, incidentally, that the road gets narrower, never wider. And she said, oh, no, no, the road is wide now. Well, maybe it is. But in the Holy Book, it's as straight as the gate and narrow is the way that leads to the path of righteousness. And you newcomers can get away with a lot of things we old-timers better not try to get away with. The cardinal sin to me is knowing better and not doing better. That's the biggie. When you know better and you still try to get away with it. And this time there is no way to salve your conscience except to go back to where you once were, to drink again. But in looking this up, I found the true spiritual message, I believe, of Christ. And one that sums up the 10 Commandments. Because he was asked, what is the greatest of all the commandments? You know what he said? Love thy God with all thy heart and all thy mind and all thy spirit and all thy soul. And love your neighbor as you love yourself. There was the second part of self. As you love yourself. But that says to love your neighbor as you love yourself. So you're really now going to share that with the others, aren't you? Now it's really not selfish now, is it? It can't be. If you love your neighbors, you love yourself. For in this is all of the law and the prophets. If you love God, you will not violate those first 3 10 Commandments. If you love yourself, you'll take it easy. You'll do what you have to do. You'll help others. If you love your fellow man, you will not steal, cheat, nor lie to him. It's that simple. Now, for 300 years after Christ was born, the first century Christians, as they're now known, carried this message extremely well. They helped one another, they done for one another, and they helped each other to become stronger than they could have been any other way. And then Constantine became emperor of Rome. And he got himself a little blue flag and he put a white cross on it and a Latin expression that says, in hoc signo vinci. In thus sign thou shalt conquer. And this sign, invincibility. And he went off on religious wars to conquer the infidel, to conquer the heathen. Is this what Christ said? No, it wasn't, but that's what happened. And the churches were formed, and cash flow became more important than the spiritual message, and for 1,600 years that spiritual message was very dormant. In the Midwest, when I was a kid, I seen it used quite often around harvest time when all the farmers would get together and help one another bring in their crops, or when a barn needed to be built or something else, they'd all get together and they'd do for one what that one couldn't really do for himself, and they were practicing this AA program in their daily affairs, and they weren't even drunk. They were Baptists. Baptists don't drink, most of them. Or else someday they'll get so honest to admit they do drink, one of the two. Now, once again, God wanted this message carried on the face of this earth. And once again, God in his infinite wisdom looked around to see who could carry this message for him better than anyone else. And once again, he found a group of people who were the most stiff-necked, self-willed, egocentric, hard-headed, obstinate bunch of people he could find anywhere in the world. They were called alcoholics. And in a blinding flash of light, he made a deal with one of them. He said, Bill, I'll make a deal with you. If you'll carry the message of love throughout the world, you'll never drink again. The message of love throughout the world, you will never drink again. And today, all based on that one spiritual principle of love. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. You will carry that message in a world full of hate. You will carry it, or you will drink. It's just that simple. And how many times have you heard someone say what I'm going to say to you? You loved me when I could not love myself. You taught me how to love you. And for that, I am extremely grateful. Thank you. Thank you. It must be obvious to anyone that we could talk about these steps for a long, long time and never fully cover them. Alcoholics Anonymous is unfathomable in its depth. And yet it's so simple that anyone, even Larry Marsh, can understand it. He don't, but he can. Anyone can understand it. Now we will open it to questions. Who's first? Yes.
Why only carry to alcoholics?
Huh?
I'm Gary, I'm an alcoholic.
Yeah?
Sorry about that. Why do you only carry to other alcoholics?
You know, I'm extremely glad you asked that one, because I want to point out something to you that I didn't think any of you would catch. You don't. You don't. Why do we carry this message only to other alcoholics? You do not carry this message only to other alcoholics. What does that step say? Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of the steps, we try to carry this spiritual message to other alcoholics and to practice these spiritual principles in all of our affairs. If you are going to practice these spiritual principles in all of your affairs, you will carry the spiritual principle of love throughout the world, to all people. In this book I got down here, in that copy of the original manuscript, they said especially alcoholics. But they didn't change it when they changed the words. You carry it to everyone. If you practice these principles in all of your affairs, you will practice these spiritual principles with all you come in contact with. And then you will be carrying this message of love throughout the world, not just to another drunk. But my God, can we not recognize that the simple, basic, fundamental principle of charity and love has treated alcoholism where every other profession and trade and anyone and everyone had given up on it? All on one simple concept. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. I'm glad you asked that question. I was going to leave it go to see if anyone would pick up on it. But you carry it to all. Yes, Liz.
I'm Liz, I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Liz.
How come I got a spiritual awakening with steps, and I didn't get a Christ consciousness?
You didn't what?
Get a Christ consciousness to go with it.
I never said, how come you got a spiritual awakening and you didn't get a Christ consciousness? Why don't you ask Marty? He's Jewish. He's done the same thing. There is not one thing that I've said in this that would indicate you have to have a Christ consciousness. I do. You don't need one. This is not a Christian philosophy. It is based on the Christian philosophy of helping one another.
How come when I read about Buddha and Krishna and all the rest of them, the philosophy's in there too?
It is. It's in all religions. You don't have to. You could read any book you want to read. You find the same message being there. When you read Shakespeare, you find it. You read Dickens, you'll find it. You know what it says in Dickens in The Christmas Carol? I wear in death the chains I forged in life. You know what we're saying? We wear in life the chains we forged in life. And how many times have we said what Tiny Tim said? God bless us, everyone. Do you think that it is limited only to the New Testament or the Old Testament or the Christian religion or the Jewish? Well, of course not. You'll find it in every religion you study. Allah was not God. That might come as a surprise to some Muslims. God was not Jewish. That might come as a surprise to Marty. Christ was not a Christian. That might come as a surprise to the rest of us. The principles of these things are what was important. Christ said many times, he said, of myself I'm nothing. Isn't that what we say in AA? Of myself I'm nothing.
What did Bill Wilson say?
Same thing. Of myself I'm nothing. Isn't that what we said in these last 4 workshops? Of myself I'm nothing. I tried to run it my way. I tried to do what I knew was right. I tried and failed miserably. Christ didn't say he done anything. He never took the credit for anything. Do you know that? He shifted the blame all back to the old man. He said, my Father doeth the work. What he said was, if I do not my Father's work, believe not what I say. I would say that to you too. If I do not my Father's work, believe not what I say. Well, you'll find this in all religions. All religions. You see, what I said was the one God concept, not the Christ concept. That is peculiar only to Christianity. It has nothing to do with these other religions, and they work equally as well. And if Marty does what I tell him to, he's got as good a chance of getting to heaven as I have. Probably no better either. Anyone else? Yes. All right.
I just caught what you were talking about self-freedom, and I have a problem communicating with people sometimes, and sometimes I tend to ask them something, just between myself and God. It could be an obsession, it could be a inquiry, it could be just any kind of feeling that I have locked up. And sometimes when I do that, I get a very stark reaction, like I kind of like to throw the lock back on no. How do you gain your personal freedom while not hurting someone else? Sometimes I will do things.
How do you get into your personal freedom without hurting someone else? Damned if I know. Because of what your question and the way you phrased it, you missed what I said about freedom. Freedom's not doing what you want to do when you want to do it. Freedom is the power to do what you have to do when it needs to be done. It's that kind of freedom that gets you up in the morning and sends you to work whether you want to go or not. It's that kind of freedom that brings you around to saying, perhaps you were right. It's that kind of freedom that brings you down to your own level now and releases you from this bondage of self. Instead of bonding you to self, you're now not bonded to yourself anymore. Now, what we do, with most of us have done so long, is that we have got so involved in the pointless pursuit of pleasure that we've forgotten what freedom was. Freedom isn't going out and having a ball. That's only a part of it. It's an important part, because while we may be spiritual in understanding, we're still physical, we're still material, we're still human. So we like to have personal freedom. Now, you know and I know that when Bev and I got married, both of us had to waive some of our personal freedoms, didn't we? I had to waive more than she did, but that's okay too, I guess. You see, when I married her, I had to waive chasing other women. Today, I'm very glad I waived chasing other women, because I don't think I could catch one if I was chasing one.
What would you do with her if you got her?
I wouldn't know. An old horse rarely leaves the barn. But that's the point of this whole thing, isn't it? Most of the trouble we've had has been because we exercised freedom to other people. Penal feelings. We locked them up while we remained free. I want to do what I want to do, but you can't. But sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. I want to chase girls, and I got to let Bev chase boys without saying one word, and I'm not that free. I'm partly free, but not that free. And if I'm doing things that are free, I will not be hurting others. I will be considerate of others. Step 9 told me that, to consider other people's feelings. Do you know how many people are killed on the highways, not so much from drunk drivers, but from common discourtesy? Just because we want 18 feet of real estate we can only own for 1/10 of a second, we're willing to die to get it? Many. That isn't freedom. My kind of freedom locked me into the bondage of self. My kind of freedom built me a prison of mirrors. So if I had confidence in anyone, it was in me. I didn't have confidence in you. Found out that didn't work. If I had any kind of pity, no matter what it was self-pity. It's the only kind worth having, was my philosophy. No, that isn't freedom. Freedom isn't doing what you want to do when you want to do it. Freedom is doing what you have to do when it needs to be done. Ask the woman behind you. She'll give you a very simple clue on that. You're as sick as your secrets. You want freedom? You want to really be free? What does step 5 say? Tell all of your story to someone. If you have to, like I did, tell it to 2 or 3. But tell all of it, holding nothing back. That's freedom. You know how many of us lock ourselves into into the lack of freedom because we hold on to something we're not going to tell anyone? I wouldn't tell anyone that under the pain of death itself, until the pain of death itself becomes unbearable, and then I'm willing to tell it. Now, Bev has a little quotation she stole out of a book, and because if I said it, she'd say I stole it from her. I didn't steal it from her. I read it in the book before she did. But I ain't going to say it, but I'll paraphrase it. The dirtiest, rottenest thing you have done is the greatest asset you have. Because when you look at what you have done, you will, number one, stop blaming others for what they are doing, or you haven't looked at what you've done. And with that asset, you can now avert death and misery for others. For others. So your darkest past becomes your greatest glory. And if you want to read it in the Bible, and Liz don't like the Bible, so I'll tell it out of the Bible. Now the last become first. And we who are on the bottom of the scale are now on top of the scale. If we're willing to carry this message of love. If we're willing to sacrifice what we call personal freedom. To have true freedom. Freedom from bondage. Which is the only kind of freedom that's worth having. When you get right down to it, it's the only kind of freedom you can really have. Otherwise, you're locked into you and there's no way out. Now, self is all right if you use it under the two conditions I mentioned, and worth a damn if you don't. If you like pride and arrogance in others, you ought to love it in yourself. If you don't like it in others, you're not going to like it in yourself. And you'll find out that Christ was right about that too, Liz, when he said, love your neighbors, you love yourself. Because if you hate your neighbor, you'll hate yourself. And I'll tell you something else. If you hate yourself, you won't like anybody who likes you. And if you don't like somebody else and somebody else likes somebody else, you won't like them for liking somebody else. Now where are you now? If I don't like me and you like me, I'll shit in your mess kit. Yeah, I'll do it in spite of myself. Because I don't like me and I got no respect for anybody that does. But if I like me, I might respect you. If I like me, I might like you. If I love me, I'll love you. But is that loving me for my sake? Or is that loving me for your sake? You understand what freedom is? You begin to see how you can be free from the bondage of self by loving others. Do you really see now what AA is saying to keep it? By giving it away. If you don't share it with others, it ferments on you. You ask for your daily bread because you can't use a whole grocery store full of bread. It'll spoil on you, it gets rancid, and if it gets that little green stuff on you, you can't eat it, now you got to throw it all away. Well, what good is it? You want it for today. Just for today. That's all you got. You think you got 10 years, 5 years, 15 years? We talked about fear here a while back. Did I guarantee you I'd even be here tonight? I couldn't guarantee I'll get off this podium alive tonight. You know that? I hope I will, Lord, but I'm not going to guarantee it. No, you see, in understanding freedom, understand what true power really is, because that one step we talked about a little earlier talks about power. There are 3 steps in this program that talk about power. Our power doesn't work. We became powerless. This power in step 11 does work. God's will is free will. Free will, do you understand that, what that is? Free will. That you're free to go where you want to go and do what you want to go do as long as you don't hurt others in doing it. Didn't I tell you here a while back that my rights end where your privileges begin? Isn't that looking out for the other guy? Look out for yourself. I'll tell you the hardest thing in the world you'll have to do. That's learning how to put yourself first without putting anyone else second. And if you don't learn how to put yourself first, you will always be putting someone else second. The proper order of things then is God first, me second, then you. But how can I do that without putting you third? It's called consideration, kindness, courtesy, understanding. It's called love. That's what it is. Anyone else? Oh my God. Must be close to closing time. All the drunks are ordering a drink. Yes, I believe you had your hand up.
We work with other alcoholics to ensure our sobriety.
Yes.
The motive behind service is selfish. My question is charity good service? Okay. And if
what?
Two kinds of personality.
Yeah.
The aggressive and the passive. If you're the passive, the kind of personality that has a tendency to be the giver instead of the taker, it's just I'm having a lot of trouble understanding the fine line. You just said it's put yourself first. But we move into charity and we move into service. In other words, we're supposed to be selfless. Do you understand my question?
I don't think so. I don't understand your question.
The motive behind service is selfish.
No, it isn't. It's selflessness.
No, I'm helping another alcoholic
Right.
to keep me sober.
No, not necessarily that.
You mean I have virtue and I'm doing it in an altruistic fashion because I'm giving myself? Or aren't I an alcoholic that wants to stay sober? So I reach out to help other alcoholics.
Yes. Could you do that unselfishly?
I can.
Then what's the question?
My question is, having this type of personality, where do you say no?
To what?
To service and charity.
No.
Is that going to be...
Look, part of the AA, if you read the little triangle, it says unity, recovery, and service, doesn't it? And there are 12 concepts of service. You ever read them? There are 12 traditions of unity, 12 steps of recovery. To be of service to others is not to be self-serving, but to help those who cannot help themselves. It is not to help those who will not help themselves. You are helping someone to gain the strength you have to give. You are not only doing it for yourself. This is the best insurance you can buy. Do you have life insurance? Do you want to collect on it? No, you buy this insurance hoping you don't have to collect on it, but you do it unselfishly. Selflessness is the prime thing in Alcoholics Anonymous, to be selfless.
When do you say no?
What?
In other words, I hear you say so much. Service, helping, charity, kindness.
You ever read the book?
When do you say no was the question?
I know what your question is. When do you say no in service? Oh, I'd read chapter 3, and it'll tell you, chapter 2 rather, it'll tell you exactly what to do. It says with us, it is an avocation, not a vocation. Very few of us are so situated to devote our entire life to this way of life. Some of us are, but most of us aren't. So we do it with our free time. Does that now mean that I cannot mow the yard and I cannot do anything around the house because I got to go talk to a drunk? No, it does with Beverly. It does not with me. No, but you've got to find out how to use this altruism for the benefit of all people, including you. Well, most of us, you learn by experience. If you don't go to work, you don't pay your bills, they take your car away. Now, how are you going to make a 12-step call? You're going to tell a drunk, come over and get me because I ain't got a car, they just took it away from me? Oh, yes, we can get very blind, and we can use long tunnel vision. But the simple matter is that the best insurance that one drunk can get is to work with another drunk. That's the best insurance. It isn't the only, but it is the best. When nothing else works, this will. When nothing else works, this will. Well, I'm working with a bunch of drunks right now. I am not carrying the message to drunks necessarily. Also, some of you may be sniffing a little bit. I'm not carrying that to drunks. The 12th step does not say anything about a drunk. The 5th tradition does. There are 12 concepts now of unity, which one of those says the primary purpose of any group is to carry its spiritual message to the alcoholic who still suffers. And some of us suffer even though we ain't drank for a long time, but that's not what that means. And the word spiritual isn't in there anymore. It was many years ago, and for some reason or other, Bill took it out. But it should be left in, I believe. But a group is 2 or more who are gathered together for the purpose of sobriety with no outside affiliation. Now, that's going to tell you don't go alone, isn't it? But you do this with the time you have to do it in. If I walk off my job and tell the boss, look, I got to go make this 12-step call on a drunk, he's going to say, don't come back.
And when I go home and tell Beverly what she said, she's going to say what he said. Don't come back. And if we leave everything in our families go to hell while we're out servicing drunks, then we become self-serving, don't we? Self-seeking. We want the applause of the multitude for ourselves. But then anonymity can't be the true foundation of all the traditions if we want the credit, can it? So now we have to learn by reading that book and talking to others who have been where we not yet are. How did you get where you are? And they will tell you how they got where they are. Beverly has a lot more time in some cases to do 12-step work than I do, and she does a lot more of it than I do. I'd like to say that right now. And I guess you girls need a lot more of it than the fellas do. I don't know. I'm going to assume that for a moment. Yes, I believe that you had your hand up. All right, Chuck.
I'd like to know exactly what it means. I've read it, and I've wondered about it. I've asked a few questions, and I don't have the right answer, and I feel that you can answer it. I'd like to know exactly what it means by being rocketed into the fourth dimension, or give me your experience going through this certain experience.
You'd like to know what it is by being rocketed into the fourth dimension. I'm an electrician. Now I'll tell you something about being an electrician. When I go out to wire a building, this one or any other building, I'm given a set of prints to wire that building by. Those prints are two-dimensional, not three-dimensional. They have depth and they have width, or height and width, but they have no depth yet. Every construction worker puts the third dimension onto the building he is working on. He adds a dimension to it. And quite often the prints won't work exactly the way they should work because the man who drew them was seeing them two-dimensionally. You see them, they're three-dimensional. And if I'd have built a building downtown, one of them high-rises, exactly the way the print said to build it, by the time I got through running all the conduits through the floors of each one of the equipment rooms, the goddamn things would have 52 floors would have fell into the basement. And I had to go back and tell this man, I can't do it this way because you forgot what all we're putting through. Well, that's a wrong thing to tell an engineer or an architect because they don't forget nothing. But the simple fact was I couldn't do what they wanted done. I could not put that third dimension on it. But I add dimensions on buildings when I build them. Every construction person does. Now what about the fourth dimension? The fourth dimension is the dimension of the spirit. It's the one dimension that we have not used. Most of us have never used that one dimension, and each one of us is given the spiritual thing within us. God gave us a soul, a spirit. In the Bible, in the Holy Bible, it says that God breathed into man's nostrils and gave him life. And he breathed in our nostrils, we started breathing and forgot about it. The fourth dimension is the dimension of the spirit. Now we're going to get involved in one thing. When this architect drew these prints, he used the best imagination he could to draw them because that building did not exist anywhere until he used his imagination. And we just found by my analogy that his imagination was not quite good enough because the damn thing would have collapsed if he tried to do exactly what he wanted to do. Now let's deal with the intuition. The intuition is that part of the conscious part of a person who instinctively, according to that 11th promise, knows how to handle situations that would have baffled you. Now, instead of being baffled by situations, for some reason or another, with this God consciousness that we've developed, we can now find a way through that situation, and it no longer is a bafflement to us. We have now entered the realm of the fourth dimension, the dimension of the spirit. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Like a sixth sense or something.
Like a sixth sense.
Yes, it is it is a sixth sense in that sense of the word. It is the dimension of the spirit wherein the intuition lies instead of just the imagination. Now, without the architect's imagination, a building couldn't have been built. But without intuition, we cannot build a house we're going to live in either. We need that intuition. We need that God concept. We need that God contact. That's what Step 11 is all about, is improving that God contact so that we now are depending on intuition instead of just imagination. Now you instinctively stay away from women that your imagination would say go for. Just that simple. You're now staying out of situations that before would have been disastrous. You're now beginning to see something you could not see. Now you're going to see the beauty in a person instead of just seeing the pretty in a person. Most of the time, you and I, when we look at a woman, we look at the pretty. We don't look at the beauty. We don't give a damn about the beauty. We're looking at the pretty. So we overlook the beauty. Beauty is what's inside the woman. What's in there? What is she? What's she really like? Most of us never bother with that. We know what we like. We don't know what they're like. We don't even want to know what they're like. We just know what we like and we leave it there. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I would suggest to anyone who plans on making out with, making love to, screwing, or whatever other words you want to use, some lady, that you first spend quite a bit of time talking to them to see if you've got anything in common after it's over. In case she's a lousy lady, you'll have something to fill in the time with. But you won't do that. I wouldn't have either. But the dimension of the Spirit says do this. Do you know that a lot of people, if we talk to them a little while, we wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole? Don't mean we don't like them. It just means we've got so little in common. Why create a situation that we'll find difficult as hell to get out of? Now, they may be very likable to many people, but to us they may not be. That is the dimension of the Spirit. That's when you're now finding out how to stay out of trouble instead of how to just get out of trouble. That's when you're now able to say, okay, I can see now. I can see what I could not have seen with my eyes. I can see it. I don't know what it is I see, but it tells me don't get involved, or it tells me it's okay. That's the dimension of the Spirit. That's rocketing into the fourth dimension. That's when you add another dimension to your three-dimensional lives. And everything that happens to us happens in one of those three dimensions. Everything that happens. We react to it because we've got no place else to go. If you ever take a look at the triangle of AA, it's permanently bent out of shape. It's a straight line. It's bent into three pieces. Alcoholics Anonymous bends all of us out of shape permanently. It should. Because what it does when it closes that line up, it adds the dimension of the Spirit. And now when something happens, instead of having to go to your emotions, you can go to God. If it's nothing but one more surrender. And that's what's so damn important about this spiritual concept, is you now have someplace else to go instead of to the emotions that can't work because the emotions are now all screwed up. Yes.
Me?
Yeah.
My name's Mickey. I'm alcoholic and probably an addict.
Hello, Mickey.
Do you ever feel like weird when you get so many blessings and so many good things, and you seemingly see lots of other more deserving cases around you, or even people that would like benefit more? You know what I'm saying? And I do that all the time. I seem to get a lot of stuff, and I see a lot of other stuff of people around me that seemingly would get. I was standing with a guy who was flat broke bumming pennies, and then like we said goodbye, and I walked 2 steps where he'd just come from and found $10. How come he didn't get that? I had $200 in my pocket. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do I ever get blinded by light? Yeah. I'll tell you how to find out. You want to really know your true worth to your fellow man? Or don't you? I guess from the laughter you already know. Of course we get blinded by these things. Of course we do. We get blinded by these things. We think we're getting an awful lot of good. But when we don't pass it on, are we going to continue to get it? If the guy was bumming pennies, you should have gave him at least a couple of bucks. But you didn't. Don't blame God when he starves to death. Yes.
I'm Robin. I'm alcoholic.
Robin.
And I have 2 questions. One, do you believe in like everything that the Big Book says?
Everything what?
That the Big Book says?
Do I believe everything that the Big Book says?
Yeah.
Well, yes.
Okay. I have another question. I'm a little confused on Appendix 2 where it talks about spiritual experience. And maybe my interpreter's broke, but I don't know how to paraphrase it really either, except for it kind of told me that spiritual experiences change. And that's like a big thing about it. We're talking about the spiritual experience and how you interpret that.
Well, you're referring to the part of the book titled Spiritual Experience, right? In the appendix?
Back, yeah.
When you have a spiritual experience, all you're really doing is you're looking out for the welfare of the other guy without not looking out for your own. A spiritual experience is when you have some kind of a religious conversion that now makes your fellow man equally important to you as you are to you. It does not change you. It causes you to be what you always should have been anyway. Alcoholics Anonymous does not change any of us into anything. It causes us to be what we should have been. We spent our lives drinking, trying to become something we couldn't ever be. Did you ever walk into a bar, and I said this before, I'll repeat it for you, and say, tonight, give me a double shot, tonight I'm going to be me? No. All the time in the past we tried to change ourselves into something we're not. Alcoholics Anonymous strips away those layers, peels them away through every one of these steps, until finally you stand free of encumbrances, free. And you're willing now to help your brother, your sister. You're willing now to help your fellow man. That's spiritual. It is not rising up and walking across water. That's not spiritual. That's something else. And don't confuse spiritual with divine. We never become divine. We are divine. We never become what we already are. We've just prevented it for so long that we don't recognize it when it happens. I've seen two people, both of them was named Mike. Neither one of them is Saint Mike, but both of them were named Mike. Both of them had a spiritual experience that was very sudden and very dramatic, and they don't know what it was, and I don't know what it was, but I'll tell you what happened. They were totally different than they'd ever been before. One of them is back in Wisconsin, and he calls me ever so often, and he can't get over this feeling. Just like you, he can't get over it. He says, I don't really know what happened. He will probably not understand what happens for a good long time. What happened was that he went through some kind of a psychic change that was so severe that his total outlook changed. And yet if you saw Mike, you'd still see Mike. You wouldn't see anything else. He don't wear robes. He's still trying to get involved with women back there. Well, not the same women that he tried to get involved with. He's still doing fundamentally the same thing, but he's doing it totally different now. Totally different. And he's still doing the same thing. There's the fourth dimension all over again, isn't it? There's the fourth dimension. You have not changed you. I cannot change me. I can be me with God's help, but I can't change me. That's what I told Bev, wasn't it? What you see is what you get. I didn't say you can take one look at me and you're going to get something else. She thinks she did, but she didn't. No. With me, it's been a slow, very slow evolutionary growth over a long, long time. Alcoholics Anonymous is like a very fine abrasive cloth, and it rubs off all those layers we build up, and every once in a while a nerve gets exposed, and God does it hurt. But it still rubs them off until finally all of the layers are gone, and you're the only one that's left. You now are left. To be the you should have been and could have been all of the time if you would have just followed these steps to begin with, which were in the Holy Bible and other places. And all you had to do was obey these 10 commandments that are in the Bible and other places. That's all you ever had to do. Now you're doing it. Now whether it's sudden and dramatic as it is with some, or whether it's slow and evolutionary as it is with others, what difference it makes, but happens. When you get it, you ain't got it. And if you try to keep it, it'll disappear. And I see one of these mics going in and out of it quite often because he is trying to do something that maybe he shouldn't be trying to do, and because it was given in confidence, I won't break the confidence. But every once in a while he has to come over and talk to me again. To keep it, you've got to give it away. You have to share it with others or it will not stay. But that's going back to what I said about loving your fellow man, isn't it? If you don't love your fellow man, it'll disappear. Even if it's sudden and dramatic, it's no guarantee it'll always be there. Yes.
My name is Dan, I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Dan.
We talked about a little bit before, but the concept of, God's will for us. And sometimes I have trouble accepting His will, and you were talking about earlier that sort of a cop-out to say that that's God's will.
Yeah.
Well, I'm having trouble sometimes. Things happen, and I have trouble believing that is God's will. And then I hear people go to meetings, well, that's just the way it is, that is God's will.
Well, it's getting kind of late. I'm going to try to answer this question. We'll close with this one. God's will for man is free will. God gave us free will. Free will. Now, what you don't want to lose that free will. The free will that you have could be maintained if you're willing to read the 10 Commandments. That will maintain your free will. You will find that some of them are totally undesirable. But because Alcoholics Anonymous does not claim to work instant miracles, you can hold on to them to the bitter end until you just simply do not want to go through the hell you're going through anymore, and then you say, okay, take it. But free will is what we were all given at birth. Every person was given this. We were given this at creation, free will. The book says God wants us to be happy, joyous, and free. Free will. The exercise of free will is what tells you, I'm not going to a meeting tonight, or I am going to a meeting tonight. If what you say don't bother you, then do what you say and let it go at that. That's free will. If you are free, you can do God's work when He wants you to do it, and He don't call on you that often. But when He does call on you, you damn well better go. You have free will so that you can enjoy this planet that we got, so that you can enjoy living, being alive, being sober, being clean, being free. This is what you're trying to do. And if you don't lie, cheat, and steal, you stand a better chance than if you do. If you ain't chasing your neighbor's wife, you got a better chance than if you are. If you obey the speed laws, you got a better chance of enjoying the scenery than if you don't. You won't look at the scenery. You'll be looking in the rearview mirror too much, waiting wondering where the cop is. See, all of these things, free will is free will. When you turn your will and your life over to the care of God, you know what you're really saying? I'll do your work, Lord. I'll devote my life to doing your will. My will has not got me anywhere. Now, I just answered that question for this other girl. Do you do it 24 hours a day, every day? If you are so situated, yes. If you're not, you don't. It's an avocation, not a vocation. It is something you do when you have got no other pressing matters. But occasionally, once in a great while, something will happen and says, I've got to do this. Well, that closes it up. Now, I'm going to talk to you after the meeting's over. For goodness sakes, it's 10:15, and there will be others doing this same system all over again. I hope that your attendance for them is as well as it has been for me. I'm very grateful to you. It's been a very humbling experience. Instead of humiliation, it's humility. It's been nice to talk to you. It's been nice to see you. It's been nice to be here. I wouldn't have missed it for all the world. Thank you all very much.
Thanks for watching the channel. Taper Dave here. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Okay, this is how I prepare my drone for launching. I like to do it inside the cab of my truck so I'm not standing outside in the weather. To install the joysticks for control, up and down, right and left, powered on. I have an Android phone that I use to connect it to the drone with. And it's actually controlled through the iPhone, through an app. Oops, wrong way. It's actually controlled through the iPhone, or through this Android phone, through the app. It's actually controlled through the Android phone, through an app, and you connect it through this short connection right here.
Remote control connected.
Remote control's connected. So I pull out the drone. I have to extend the legs. Long legs extended first, then the short legs. Remove the gimbal protector. Set that aside, then power it on one short burst, in one long burst. I lay it down. So I have to go to calibrate. So the drone's not connected yet. It shows you here as this drone gets disconnected, even though the remote's powered on. So the drone has to establish it's connected. So I go into the app to calibration mode. First I'll calibrate the remote controller. Start calibration. Out, in, oop, out, in, up, down, and then this little wheel is to control the gimbal. So it's calibrated. Go to gimbal calibration, start calibration, and then it calibrates the gimbal. I don't know if that shows up. The gimbal's moving all over the place. Changes, you can see it on the video. And I'm calibrated to take off. It's acquired 7 satellites at the moment. There are 26 satellites up in the sky, which it has to acquire before you can take off. So it's connected. It's got enough satellites. This is white. I can go to press this little arrow button, swipe right to take off, and it would start the motors if I slid this to the right. But I'll wait till I get outside. Don't want to do it inside.